out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live. We live from the boxing section, man. What's going down? What's going on? What's going on? So today, we're going to talk about building a fighter. If you had a chance to build a fighter, give me 5 fighters that you would put together to build the best fighter ever. Misfit Ethan, what's going on, man? Yeah, dog. He a sucker, man. I kind of knew that fight wasn't gonna go down. I kind of knew he was gonna punk out. I kind of knew he was gonna punk out, man. I knew that. But shout out to everybody coming in. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about. We're gonna have 5 fighters that you would have to build your Taylor Bell. What's going on, big dog? How you feel? How you feeling? So yeah, you give you 5 fighters, and you build the greatest fighter. You know what I'm saying? So basically, you get a Roy, Floyd, Pernell. You know what I'm saying? Like, and really, you put them together, and you pretty much build a great fighter. Take different attributes from that fighter and this fighter and this fighter to build the best fighter. Who would you pick? Why would you pick him? Yeah, man. Man, it's all good, man. Man, good to be up and up and at it, and you know what I'm saying. Just good to be back. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, man. It's gonna be a good day. Very, very exciting, man. We almost there. 2 more days, man. Wee. 2 more days. So, we got one more press conference popping. You know what I'm saying? It's getting closer and closer and closer, man. Rob Brown. Hey, salute to you, my brother, man. Appreciate you for always coming through here and showing love, man. Appreciate you, big dog. Yeah, man. Definitely appreciate you for coming through here. Always appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, man. Young and May, salute, man. How you doing, man? What's going on? Oh, okay. Okay. It's always a troll. Jesus. I don't even know how I got so many trolls, bro. I don't even have that many subscribers. That's crazy. Anyway, yeah, so it's going down, man. Jerron Ennis, Sergey Lipinets. You got Jared Anderson back in the ring. Duke Reagan's on that card. Joe Smith's card. CMS, it's good. It's good, man. It's gonna be a good weekend in boxing. I'm looking forward to seeing some great fights. I think that we're in great hands this weekend, man. It's a great card in Tulsa, Oklahoma, for Top Rank. I really can't wait till the PBC allows, well, Showtime allows fights to be amongst the fans. You know what I'm saying? Because this would have been a great fight. I would have saved up every penny I had to get to it. You know what I'm saying? So for sure, and don't forget, man, Tay Jones. Yeah. Tay Jones fights April 10th as well. So shout out to Tay Jones, man. Big supporter of the channel. So we gotta give him much love. You know what I'm saying? We gotta support him as much as we can. So shout out to my dog, man. Hey, we ain't tripping off that. We ain't tripping off that. Hey T, we ain't tripping off them. You ain't tripping. Oh man, my dog, man, my dog. What's going on, man? Down, man, down. What's happening? What's happening? My boy Ben Israel is in the building. You know what I'm saying? My boy Ben Israel is in the crib right now. Shout out to my dog. Yeah, man. We ain't tripping off trolls, man. You know what I'm saying? In the words of the great philosopher Reggie Owens, just let them niggas talk. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, man, they still giving us a view. The comment section is still getting noticed. So shit, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, man, we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep pushing forward. We're gonna keep grinding. You know what I'm saying? And that's the facts. Ricardo, Ricardo. Yeah, Ricardo Martinez, salute to you, player, for coming through here, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, man, we definitely. Yeah, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Let us know what's up. Yeah, man. So I'm very, very excited, man, about this weekend, man. I've waited on this for like a whole, man, 2-3 months. I've waited on this, man. I've waited on this to be announced. I've been waiting on that fucking actually happen. I'm very, very excited, bro. Very, very excited. Man, I don't know how to do that, bro. I'm still trying to figure that out, T. I'm still trying to figure that out, bro. I don't even know. I think you gotta have your page monetized to do it. I'm not even sure how to do it. I'm gonna have to try to figure that out though. But the Cash App is in the Cash App is on the bottom, so you can for sure do that. Oh yeah. Nah, I check it out, man. For sure. I always support people that support me, so for sure. Put the name of your channel in the chat, and then we'll definitely go from there. You see that? You see where it's like this, like the moving at the bottom. That's where it's at. Signs of the Times TV, man. Salute to you, player. Salute to you. Yeah, man. So, let's get into it. So, for me, I got the five fighters, pound for pound. Listen, he done changed his name on us, man. Pound for pound sports entertainment now. You know what I'm saying? Salute to you, my brother, for coming through, of course. J.A. Dixon was happening, man. Well, hey, we needed you yesterday. Man. Salute to you, man. Appreciate you for coming back through here, man. For sure. So the five fighters that I want to use, the five fighters that I want to use, to build my fighter. All right. Of course, I'm going Floyd Mayweather. Right. I'm going Jaron Ennis. I'm going Andre Ward. Let me see. Mayweather, Jaron Ennis, Andre Ward, Roy Jones, Let's see. Roy Jones. And I think I'm going to have to go with let me see my fifth person. I probably have to go Deontay Wilder. So, I gotta go Floyd. Floyd's dedication to the sport, IQ. Jaron Ennis' ability to switch from orthodox to southpaw. D, salute to you, player. Salute to you. All right, Jay Dixon, man, we had a good show last night, man. I wish you could have been a part of that, man. Great conversations. We talked about Deontay Wilder. As far as Deontay Wilder, is he ready for the next fight? Is his mindset ready? So yeah, we had a good one last night. PGH Big Dog, salute to you, man. Appreciate you for joining the chat, of course, man. Like always. So Mayweather's IQ, dedication to the sport. Jaron Ennis' ability to switch from southpaw to orthodox. Roy Jones, his athleticism. You know what I'm saying? Andre Ward, ability to fight on the inside. And who else? What else? Who else I have? So Mayweather, Jaron Ennis, Andre Ward, Roy Jones. Oh, Deontay Wilder's knockout power. That's what I'm going with. That's what I'm going with. So y'all tell me who in your chat, who y'all want? What five do y'all want? What five fighters do y'all want and why? YV, what's going on, big dog? Yeah, so I think Mayweather's work ethic and IQ, I mean, second to none. You know what I'm saying? Like, just his ability to outsmart fighters was amazing. His discipline, amazing. I want to go Jaron Ennis, man, because his ability to go from southpaw to orthodox in a smooth way, where he doesn't lose anything on defense or offense. I know Terrence Crawford is a great switch hitter, but sometimes he loses something on defense and offense. So basically, sometimes when he switches, he's better. With Jaron Ennis, it's no drop off. You know what I'm saying? It's like the same. You know what I mean? There's no drop off. And I think his defense is great when he switches. Most times people switch from orthodox to southpaw, they get stuck, and people are able to time it. With Jaron Ennis, man, it happens so fluently that the switch is seamless. So for that, I need that right there. I need Jaron Ennis for that. Roy Jones, athleticism, his ability to just be quick, the reflexes, which is exciting, man. The quick, the fast hands. You know what I'm saying? And then we talk about Andre Ward fighting on the inside. His IQ, his ability to break a fighter down. So definitely Andre Ward when it comes to breaking a fighter down, man. Andre Ward, he was relentless in that. So then we go Deontay Wilder. Enough said. They're saying he touched you and it's fucking over with. So Deontay Wilder, he touched you, you're done. You know what I'm saying? It's a wrap. And all these fighters got great jabs. So all the fighters that I named got great jabs. Wilder for his power, Larry Holmes for his jab, Roy Jones for his hand speed and feet, Pernell Whitaker for his defense. Okay, I like that. That ain't bad, and neither is this. Tyson left hook, Wilder right hand, Jesus Christ. Sheesh. Pernell Whitaker defense, Hagler work and toughness. Oh man, military speed. That ain't bad at all either. Those are good. Those are really good. Those are good, man. Oh shit, let me put this link in the chat, man. If y'all wanna join in, the link is definitely in the chat. Let me go ahead and put that in there. Bang. Yeah, man. Yeah, I wish I had damn Photoshop so I can break down everything. But I just think, man, prime in his prime, in his prime, Roy Jones was unstoppable, man. You know what I'm saying? Like fast, athletic, like the reflexes. You know what I'm saying? Like between his reflexes and Fort Mayweather reflexes, I mean, your fighter, shit. I mean, you just can't lose with that, man. You know what I mean? And then it had the power of Deontay Wilder, shit. I mean, it's night, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I got high praises for John Ennis, man. I see his work ethic, man. I've been in the gym with him. Watched him. You know, it's not like being in there like to sparring him, but I've watched him closely, and the shit that I seen was amazing, man. And I say this: if Sergey Lipinets got knocked down by Mikey Garcia, he in for a treat when it comes to John Ennis, man. When it comes to John Ennis, man, he's in trouble. For sure. Hey, listen, I tell people all the time, John Ennis is the second coming of Roy Jones, but more disciplined. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not gonna hoop. He's not gonna hoop the same day he got a fight. You see, I know that's amazing. I know that's spectacular. I know that's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? But he's not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? So I think the sky's the limit for this kid, man. I ain't blowing smoke. I think this kid's gonna be a 3-4 division world champion. I think he's probably gonna retire undefeated. So that's my take. And guys, the man is only like 23 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, and to be as good as he is at the age he's at, I mean, it's crazy. Like, you know, we forget Adrian Broner was young. He's a young world champion. You know what I'm saying? But his lack of dedication to the sport made his body so old that it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? We see him in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? I think if Adrian Broner would have took better care of himself, dedicated his life to the sport, I think that he would he'd have been better. I like Boots, but yeah, still no, for sure. But I'm talking just skill set alone, though. I'm talking just skill set alone. I'm saying if you look at him and you see his ability to switch from orthodox to southpaw, and leave nothing off, leave nothing behind. Shit, man, you got to give him that, man. You got to give him that. You feel me? You got to give him that. Hold on, man. This damn toy. Man, my kids, they leave toys in here, man. And this damn toy, I don't know how to shut this damn toy off. But yeah, man, I think I think he the goods, man. I think he the goods. I haven't been wrong a lot when it comes to picking fighters to latch on to. You know what I'm saying? As far as catching them early and knowing how good they are, how good their potential is. I've been really good at picking the new fighters to follow. So I'm gonna bank on my knowledge of the sport, and I'm gonna say that he's gonna be great. And he got it the hard way. He didn't have all sunshines and rainbows, man. The man, he had to get it out the mud. Flexes for me, whether both hands like tank. Ooh, yeah, hell yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, J.A. Dixon, man, that's solid. That's solid. Salute to my dog Reggie Owens, man. He ain't joined the panel in 4 years, dog. Sir Reggie Owens. Shout out to Sir Reggie Owens, man. Hold on real quick, y'all. I got. But yeah, man. Anyway, yeah. So if you want to join the panel, the link is in the chat. I'll put it in one more time just so we can you feel me, go from there. Boom. Yeah, man. So Reg, I know one of your fighters that you would build off of is Lennox Lewis. Give me 4 more fighters. What the fuck, man? What this fucking man? Yeah, man. Suits Reggie Owens, man, for sure. But Reg, give me 4 more fighters that you would use to build the perfect fighter. Just you give me 5 fighters that you would use to build a perfect fighter, Big Reg. Yeah, man. Tomorrow night, y'all know it's MMA for Dummies, so I think it's gonna be a great show tomorrow. Of course, we're gonna have the homies in here live and direct. Um, live and direct. Hey, Reg. Oh, and great show today, Reg. Great fucking live, man. Listen, if you haven't, if you want to learn about law, Reg has been covering the trial of the guy that murdered George Floyd, the piece of shit, as Reggie would call him. He's been covering that trial, and he's been breaking it down. He did a live today, and I stayed on for a while. And he basically was breaking down how he thinks the guy is going to be found guilty. I hope Reg is right. I really do. The way he broke it down, you would think that it's going to happen like that. JB, what's going on, man? Join the panel, big dog. Join the panel. Yeah, man. So I'm hoping it plays out like that, Big Reg. But a great breakdown by Sir Reggie Owens, man. When it comes to that case, he breaks it down beautifully, man. And if you haven't had a chance to check it out, I'm pretty sure the playback is official, and I know for a fact that it'll be on there. Matrix R, what's going on? Salute to you, my brother. JB, no problem, no question. It's all good. Yeah. So, yeah, man, Reggie Owens, man. Shout out to Reggie Owens, man. That shit was amazing, bro. Lennox Lewis, of course, I knew that. Ali, Larry Holmes, Floyd Mayweather, James Toney with discipline. No, yeah. I mean, because when you put Floyd Mayweather, man, you get discipline. You know what I'm saying? You get discipline right there. So that's you got a heavyweight, no question. Yeah, I want to say Ricky Wright too. I like Ricky Wright. I like how relentless Ricky Wright was and is. Carlos Watkins, man, salute to you, man, for joining the panel, man. Yes, sir, man. Yeah. So y'all give me 5 fighters that y'all would choose for building a fighter. Yeah, man, I think my fighter is a beast, man. I don't think anybody fucking my fighter, man. I think I got some of the smartest boxers there is. You know what I'm saying? And somebody, man, that left though, you feel me? the left hand of Mike Tyson and the right hand of Deontay Wilder. I mean, you can't deny that. I ain't gonna lie. You can't really deny that, man. You really can't. That shit, man. That's power in both hands, man. Power in both hands. JB, what's going on, big dog?
Good, Kyle. What's going on?
Man, you know how it go, man. We in here rocking. So give me your 5 fighters that you would use to build the great. Who are those fighters that you would choose?
And first, I'm gonna say Floyd Mayweather, of course.
Oh yeah, of course.
2, I'm gonna say Muhammad Ali.
Mm-hmm.
3, I'm gonna have to say Pernell Whitaker.
Mm-hmm.
4, I'm gonna say and I'm gonna have to say Bernard Hopkins. And 5, man, Sugar Ray Robinson.
Okay.
5 right there.
Okay. Now I need give me 2 fighters that you would use to sell a fight. You can't use Floyd Mayweather. You can't use Ali. Give me 2 fighters that you use to sell.
To sell a fight?
Yep. You can't use Ali. You can't use Floyd Mayweather. Give me 2 fighters that you would use to sell a fight. So the fighter you have, fighters that you just named, is 2 fighters with the ability to sell a fight. But no Muhammad Ali or Mayweather, because that's
okay. I'm gonna have to say Pernell Whitaker and Hopkins, B-Hop, because Pernell Whitaker, he could sell a fight. We seen what he did when he pushed Roger Mayweather when they was having to weigh in. Back then when they had it on the same day as the fights, he could talk trash when he wanted to. He could back it up in the ring. He'd do an excellent job at selling the fight. Bernard Hopkins the same. We seen what he did against Tito Trinidad when he grabbed a Puerto Rican flag and threw it on the ground and stumped on it. And when he called Joe Calzaghe a white boy before the fight, so he could sell the fight. Them 2 dudes right there could definitely sell the fight. So there wouldn't be no problem with them.
Hey, that's boy. That's a hell of a mixture right there. I gotta go AB, man. I gotta go AB in either Bernard Hopkins or James Toney. Yeah, I go AB and James Toney, AB and Bernard Hopkins. But I know AB gotta be there because Tyson. Damn. Hey, Tyson and AB would be a great mixture. But I think that AB and B-Hop would be a hell of a mixture too.
I think what sold Mike Tyson is his ability in the ring. Obviously, he just talked. Mike Tyson was just crazy.
Yeah, I want kids, man.
Yeah, I saw Marcelo. I think Broner more entertaining than Mike Tyson. I'd rather hear AB talk shit at a press conference or one of them countdowns or something like that than Mike Tyson.
I'm just talking about just the ability to sell the fight. I'm not even saying deliver. The fighter that you built though, that would be the fighter that was fighting. But the fighter to promote the fight, that's who it would be. Prince Nassim, okay, boxing sparring, that's a good one. That's a good one. Mayorga, hey, for sure. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. That's he used to talk that shit, smoke cigarettes in your face. Say you gonna fuck your wife and all type of shit, dog.
Mayorga was crazy.
Hey, Mike Tyson and James Toney is a hell of a. That's a hell of a dog.
No, that's facts.
Some shit. Roberto Duran when he was getting that Sugar Ray Leonard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was disrespectful.
Mitch Blood Green was another talk some shit.
That's another one.
Floyd Mayweather, Sweet Pea, Marvin Hagler, Roy Jones. That's damn. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. That's not bad at all. I like that one. I like that one. Mario Group Entertainment. Yeah. If you look at Mayorga's box rec, bro, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So well known, but he had hella long stuff at his box rec. Crazy.
Facts.
Shannon, bro, him chasing down Vladimir Klitschko, bro. That's classic. That's classic. So, okay, y'all take a fighter from the past, present, whatever, and then place their skill set, and if you could use somebody to that could speak for them, talk for them to sell a fight, put two of those people together. My two is Adrian Broner and Andre Ward. That's my two. That's my two. My two fighters to put together to make the ultimate fighter as far as in the ring and then selling the fight. Andre Ward, Adrian Broner. That's what I'm going with. What you got?
Yeah, it's tough right here. I'm gonna have to say. I'm not gonna use Floyd Mayweather and Bernard Hopkins because they kind of the same as far as their ability in the ring. But I'm gonna say Sweet Pea, and I'm gonna say who could sell a fight? Yeah.
Eli, you can't use Mayweather and you can't use
I can't.
Muhammad Ali. You can't use
Man, again, so I can only use the fighters on my list, right?
No, you can use any fighter you want, right?
Oh,
But you just can't use Mayweather or
yeah.
Ali. That's just two niggas is out. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
They the go and 1A, 1B, Mayweather, Muhammad Ali. We can't use them too.
All right, I'm gonna say Jack Johnson and Pernell Whitaker.
Okay.
Jack Johnson talk shit.
Yeah,
He's the first. I forgot about him, but it just popped up in my head right now. So I say Jack Johnson. He was ahead of his time. He did a lot of antics outside the ring. He was like we think of Adrian Broner, like a modern day, do things for headlines and stuff like that.
It's a good one too. We can't use Floyd Mayweather at the time. You can't use Mayweather. Shout out to Mike from Boston, man, for always coming through here, man, and supporting the team, man. Yeah, you can't use Mayweather and you can't use Ali. These two people on the wall cannot be. You know what I'm saying? We know them already. We got to be more creative, man. We can't use the two goats. You know what I'm saying? As far as talking that shit outside at all. 45 rounds, God. I'll let you use Conor McGregor. I like that. I like that's a nice mix. Sugar Ray out. Lewis, okay. That's a good one. That's a hell of one. Yeah, those are good ones, bro. These are great, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. So that's crazy. So we're gonna do. So I want to do, man. For the next fantasy fights, I want to put like two people together. Tell a fight, person that can tell a fight, and then person in the ring with the skills. So, gotta go that. fight too, for sure. Oh, Aaron Pryor can sell some shit. Oh, Aaron Pryor and James Toney together. So Eli, whose skill set in the ring?
Probably James Toney. I don't know. That's tough right there.
James Toney can talk some shit, bro.
Yeah,
James,
that's best skill set.
yeah,
He had both.
his old ass. He talks shit now. So you was young, he talked that shit. You know. Who talk some shit, bro?
Zab Judah. He
Okay.
right. Zab talk shit. I wouldn't say shit, but he would start stuff. Like, remember when he hit Baltimore before the bell? When they was before the fight, when you bring him to the center of the ring to touch gloves, he hit him below the waistline. Then when he fought Floyd, like, I think it was like towards the end of the round, like, he hit him with a good shot. He had to look a little flirty going on. He was talking to him. He had his moments in the ring. And before the fight, after the fight, the dice, all the antics he pulled with the dice game in Miami, and
Yeah.
the incident where he got chased by two dudes when they tried to rob him when he had the Lambo in Times Square, stuff like that.
Okay, so now give me a fighter that was going soon, and so give me a fighter that was gone too soon, and then give me a fighter that went a little bit past the time they were supposed to fight, and then we put them together.
Okay, gone too soon.
Yeah, so gone too soon, and then a fighter that was that went too far past their prime.
So when you saying gone too soon, you talking about that died before they hit their prime, or they retired early?
Yeah, before they could be great or injured or something like that. Like before.
I'm gonna say Salvador Sanchez, just because at 23, he went into that boxing Hall of Fame for just what he did at 23. Like, that's crazy. Like, a dude that only fought till he was 20, from like probably 15, 16, 17, all the way to 23, and to do what he did in that short period amount of time, and the fact that we didn't get to really see him like when he turned like 26 per se, or his late 20s or early 30s when he really hit his prime. So I say him just based on the fact that he achieved greatness at such a young age, and he was gone for his time in a fortunate car accident. So I'll say him for that. And for a fighter that fought past his prime, I'm gonna say Roy Jones. I don't think it's no better answer than Roy Jones. Y'all must have forgot, but Roy Jones was that dude. Like, he was pound for pound number one. I mean, he didn't lose a fight for like 10, 12, 13 years. He was pound for pound the king of boxing in the 90s, early 2000s, outside of that DQ against Montel Griffin. But, I mean, he was beating everybody. He beat James Toney, Montel Griffin, Bernard Hopkins. He moved up to heavyweight, and then he ran into the problem where he had to cut weight. Got in there with Tarver. He beat him the first fight, and then he ended up getting knocked out the second fight. And from that point on, his career went downhill, and he continued to fight. He should have retired probably after the Glenn Johnson fight. I feel like he should have retired. So I would say Roy Jones is based on that.
For sure. Hey, Zach, man, join the panel, or anybody wants to join the panel, the link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. If you want to join the panel, link is in the chat. Yeah, bro, this is great. And I think that who I really think I would choose, because I want to switch it up a little bit because we kind of got the same people. It up. I'm gonna go Akabir Buche.
Okay.
And can't use Ali or Floyd Mayweather.
Well, you need help or something?
Thinking, man. I'm gonna go Akabir. And I think I'm gonna go. I want to say Bernard Hopkins, man. He was fighting at a level. He was old.
Come on, Kyle. B-Hop, really?
No, I'm saying he fought too long. I'm saying but he fought at level.
He achieved greatness though. It's not like he was getting demolished like Roy Jones.
Yeah, but he still fought past. He still fought too fucking long. I'm trying to think. Let me see. I'm trying to think who else.
Costas. I mean, not Costas. Somebody said Brandon Forrest. That's another good one.
Yeah.
That was Eli.
My boy Carlos, man, he got a good one too though. Running Paul Williams.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm. Damn. So I'm gonna go with Paul Williams.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna go with
Brandon Forrest.
Uche and fuck, man, fought too fucking long.
Sugar Ray.
Okay. Sugar Ray Leonard. Fucking.
Paul Williams, that's a good one though. I say that's a good one because Paul Williams, he suffered that car accident and his career ended.
Yeah.
So, like that was messed up, like how he went out.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go. Yeah, so I'm gonna go. I go Uche and Sugar Ray Leonard. And back got his ass beat by Hector Camacho. Yeah, hey, but he was old to the motherfucker though.
Yeah, he was 50.
Joe Smith ain't had to do him like that, man. I still need to get back for Hopkins, bro. Jesse Hart got broke.
Dusty Hart got, man.
No, he broke. He hurt his hand in that fight. Yeah, he hurt his hand in that fight. A lot of people don't know that he had to get reconstructive surgery in his hand.
Yeah, so hopefully get his get back.
Huh?
Somebody from Philly got to get that get back for him.
Man, for real, dog. For real. I don't know if it's anybody that can get back.
Ain't nobody on 175 from Philly outside of Jesse Hart.
Yeah, man. And hold it down real quick. Hold it down, Jay.
Yep, Robert Brown, Paul Williams. Paul Williams, he a good dude. I'm saying, him getting in that car accident, we really didn't even get to see the best from Paul Williams because of the car accident. But like Paul Williams got some great, he got some good wins on his resume. Paul Williams beat Antonio Margarito, the first person to beat him. A lot of people don't know he beat Lara, Izzy Landry Lara. He do got to win, even though he ended up getting knocked out in the second fight. He do got to win over Sergio Martinez. So Paul Williams got. If it wasn't for the injuries, his career, Hall of Famer, most likely. You know what I'm saying? He was one of the most ducked welterweights during that little time frame. You know, some people felt like Floyd Mayweather ducked him. Manny Pacquiao didn't want to fight him. A lot of the top guys at 147 didn't want to fight him. But his resume for the short period of time he was in the ring, Paul Williams, man, was a beast because he fought. Like his resume is crazy. He fought a lot of guys. Carlos Quintana, he fought. He lost that fight. He got a pretty good resume for a dude that didn't fight that long.
Hey, no, serious, man. He training his ass off right now. Joe Louis, Andre Wood. Oh, that's a good one too.
Yeah, FSF. Yeah, that. I mean, you could have said Laura. That was a debatable fight. And when you fought Laura.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Andre Ward, career though. When you say he stopped too early, I mean, you can say that, but I mean, he stopped his career that it really didn't. It really don't. You know what I'm saying? What's that one cat, man, that killed his wife, man? Y'all supposed to fight.
Valero. I want Valero.
Yeah, he's good too. When I supposed to fight Pacquiao, he was hella good.
He was good too. No, he was legit.
But see, and the thing about that Paul, he got caught with a lucky good shot.
Come on, Kyle. You got that was a good shot. You can't lie.
I'm saying I'm saying it was a good shot, but I'm saying it wasn't like whooping his ass or nothing like that. He caught him. You know what I'm
Paul Williams was reckless though. He put himself in that situation.
saying? Yeah. He did, but I'm saying, you know, it was like he just got his ass. I mean, I can go back to the fight, but I don't think.
Yeah, I mean that's the only. I mean he got the loss against Quintana. Sergio Martinez knocked him out, but that's the only two guys that really beat him. Like he beat everybody else. He beat Antonio Margarito. He beat who else did I say? Who else he beat? Man, I forgot who I said he beat. He beat some solid. He got good names on his resume.
Somebody's freaking wait there too. Yeah.
Paul Williams was a very good fighter. Like he's one of them dudes. Like if his career continued on, man, I could see him beating a lot of these guys that's fighting today. That's at 147.
You know, one of the most underrated fighters, bro.
Who?
Jermaine,
You said who?
Jermaine Taylor is hella underrated.
You talking about Emmanuel Taylor? Yeah, Emmanuel Taylor, he's solid. He an underrated fighter. I ain't seen Emmanuel Taylor I ain't seen him in a couple years. Actually, I seen his fight on his own not that long ago. But I ought to see some more Emmanuel Taylor. He gave Broner a hell of a fight.
Jermaine Taylor, the one that beat everybody but the white dude. That's the only person that really beat him. White dude.
Say that again, Carl.
I think it's one. He lost to that white dude.
You talking about Jermaine Taylor?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Oh yeah, Jermaine Taylor was the beast. Kelly Pavlik was the problem.
Yeah, he just couldn't beat that white boy. That's the only way he couldn't beat. Everybody could beat him. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny though? They fought in the amateurs and he beat them. They fought in the amateurs before the Olympics in the 2000s. I think Jermaine Taylor beat him. So going into that fight, everybody was like, Jermaine Taylor gonna get him. And he had him. He knocked him down. But Kelly Pavlik came back and stopped him late in the fight. So Kelly Pavlik, he had a whole bunch of heart and will. He continued on and ended up stopping him. But that showed Bernard Hopkins' greatness, the fact that he lost to Jermaine Taylor and then he goes and beat Kelly Pavlik.
Toast, what's going on, man?
Nothing much, man. Just finished arguing with Rap Star now. I wasn't trying to argue. I was just trying to get them some information that they were skipping over, and Rap Star like to come on folks' panel and talk all over everybody. Then he want, hey, respect my panel. I'm gonna put you on. I said, man, you can have your channel, man. So I left.
Rap Star went live today?
Yeah, they live now.
Oh shit, I didn't even know.
They talk about the if you're not a true boxing fan, if you don't want the undisputed to happen over the trilogy fight, I was like, man, that don't mean you're not a true boxing fan, bro. Shoot. Now we were having fun at first until he did that. You know what I'm saying? I remember how disrespectful he comes in on other folks' panel. You know what I'm saying? I was like, man, let me go and just say what I'm saying. I ain't arguing with nobody. I said, let me tell you guys about the Wilder had like 10 title defenses. He tied Muhammad Ali for 10 consecutive title defenses. They were trying to gloss over the fact of that, and a couple people was talking about it, but him, Punch, and a few others didn't want to acknowledge that. So I was just trying to point that out. But anyway, what's the topic over here?
We was talking about shit. We was just talking about fighters who fought a little bit too past their prime, and then.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
And then fighters who shit, man, Kyle.
He probably stepped off of me.
Stepped off, but I'm trying to think of the other question. And somebody in the comment on the comment section Remind me what the first question was. I forgot. My bad. I think we was talking about. Oh yeah, fighters. You got to pick a fighter that was good at trash talking, who could sell a fight.
You know who's number one at that? The greatest of all time. Oh, Ali. He was the best at selling a fight.
Can't use Ali.
And you can't use
you
Mayweather.
can't use. Oh, come on, man. Well, Tyson Fury. You know, I mean, he's about the third best I've seen. Talk up a good fight.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah, he sells a fight, man.
Adrian Broner.
Sells a fight. Adrian he don't really see the difference for me when it comes down to the three guys, the two that we can't talk about, and the one I just named versus Adrian Broner. Adrian Broner talk about a whole lot of silly stuff, man. It's comical, it's fun to listen to sometimes, but those guys really talk about the fight itself more than he's ever talked about the fight. Now when he talks about when him and Porter's going to fight, he's talking about the man daddy and how he pays his daddy, but Porter daddy pays him. All that. I mean, that didn't have nothing to do with what they were going to do in the boxing ring. You know, these other guys talking about how they were going to whoop up on each other. You know what I'm saying? You know, they might make some sly comments about one another every now and then. Of course, Ali always had jokes and nicknames for people. But Broner, man, I like Broner, man, but some of that stuff is just over the top and unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look good on him. And now he sell fights. He definitely sell fights. No, I'm saying butts about that. But
what about Bernard Hopkins?
Bernard, he wasn't that great of a talker about. I mean, he stood his ground. He talked. He said what he got to say, but he wasn't no loudmouth about promoting the fight. I mean, he promote the fight as just saying he's gonna win the fight. You know, I mean, he didn't. He's never clowned or he's just never been a loudmouth about speaking about the fight. I don't think he was all that.
What about the comments he made about Joe Calzaghe? He said, "I'll never let a white boy beat me."
White boy. Yeah, that was the one time he did say that, and then he got beat. But other than that, I see. I just love watching them fight. Period. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a person like me, you don't have to sell me to fight. I'm gonna watch it regardless. But as far as like bringing in some extra casual fans, I don't know that he did that. Just like the same thing they said about Sean Porter. You know, boxing fans are gonna watch Sean Porter, but he doesn't necessarily bring in extra casual fans. So no, he and the most I ever heard Sean Porter talk is when him and Spence was going to fight. Yeah, that's the most I heard him talk about a fight. You know, promoting. He felt like he probably did. He felt like he talked about the fight more than Spence did. And he said, I sold this fight. I promoted this fight. But he did a lot more verbal promotion of the fight than Spence did, that I recall. But of course, Spence had a stronger following already.
So
I'm trying to think of somebody who used to talk pretty good about a fight.
And what hour went by quick, man. Shit. This hour went by fast as hell, man.
Yeah, I was going.
You gonna stay on after?
It's cool with me. It's up to my man JB.
I ain't got a problem with it. I'll be on.
I'm trying to see where my boy Cam is at. Y'all hold.
Yeah, because if somebody leave that other, well, they might try to hop over here.
So we was talking about a couple of fighters I mentioned. I said Pernell Whitaker. I said somebody brought up Ricardo Mayorga.
Now he sold fights.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't speak the language, he sold fights with all his antics and stuff. And his antics had a lot to do with the fight. You know, he's trying to punk guys out and everything. Kind of like a Roberto Duran type of style, but a little different.
Yeah,
Roberto Duran sold that first fight with him and Sugar Ray.
Oh,
Yeah, he punked Sugar Ray out a lot.
yeah, he disrespecting him.
Yeah, man. We did that for sure.
And I know we was talking about you got to pick one fighter. You got to pick his ability to sell the fight, and you got to pick one their ability in the ring. You can't use the Mayweather or Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, these son of guns here, man. Man, they got me blocked in, man. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Hey, because I don't
There's
know
a
if we're gonna do the late show tonight because Cam ain't answering. But I mean,
answer.
we could stay on for a minute. After,
Yeah.
but I don't know if anybody else is gonna be able to get added on though.
Nah, this kid Cam ain't around.
That's that shit, Sucker, man. So, brother.
Yeah, we'll just do what we can to fall out. I guess.
Oh shit, DB, man, what's going on, man? Yeah, so that's the only thing about it. But let's get these final words out.
So
Let's get these final words out, and then we're gonna talk down for a little bit longer. And gonna let's see. All right, Santos, give us your final words.
Shoot, I just got here, so my friend. I guess y'all had a great show.
Santos, I think you're on mute.
I am. Hold up. No, I'm not on mute.
Santos.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm speaking. You can't hear me?
JB.
I'm not on mute, though. Can you hear me, JB?
yeah, he good on
Yeah.
my end. He talking right now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I can't hear nothing. I can't hear him at all.
Nah, he said he can't hear you at all. Shinto.
Yeah, I can hear Cal.
Let me restart.
But he
Go ahead. Have him
can't
keep talking. I'm gonna refresh my thing.
All right.
Yeah, I was just saying. I'm assuming y'all had a great show and I missed it.
Yeah, I hopped on late too. I literally hopped on 5 minutes ago.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't on that much longer than you.
Man, Fred staying on too long, man.
Nah, Fred went off at 12. I
was on there. Yeah, he was past 1 o'clock though, and I know you gotta get some rest. So I know it's gonna be short. But I left there right as DB was trying to close the show out, and I went over. I was looking for your show and ended up over there at Rap Star.
Yeah, what's good, DB? It's good.
Yeah, hey DB, if you want to join the panel, and you and Santos hold it down. Want to join?
Is he on? Oh, he's in the chat.
He in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me your last words though, JB, before we get up out of here.
Yeah. Good show. Short show. I just hopped though, but it was a good little show. Always, Kyle, keep doing your thing.
Appreciate it.
And keep holding down the late night streams. Man, some of these nights I'll be getting tired. I ain't gonna lie. I'll be trying to wait for your show, but it's like, man, bro, wait till 12. Even though that's kind of early, but still, like some nights I'll be gone. But nah, though. But this week I'm gonna be back on every day. Start next week. But,
sure.
So keep doing your thing, Carl.
Like DB told you, got some coochie lined up. Man. So man, yeah, man. Another one like the other one, man. Same. Man, another great stream. We had 20 people in here most of the night. Man, so shout out to y'all, man. Growing channel, man. At first we only had 10, then we went to 13, then we went to 15. Jumped all the way up to 18 and 20. So shit, man. Shit is getting good, man. We getting better and better, man. like I say, man, growth is great, man, and we're growing. In the words of the great philosopher, Little E, we want y'all to breathe air and live life. You know what I'm saying? It's always a treat when players meet. Thank y'all for breaking bread with me. Tomorrow night is MMA for Dummies. Shout out to DB and DJ. The show they on tomorrow. And then of course, man, shout out to Centos Boxing. Right after this show, it's a Centos show, right on the same channel. So you know we got to go nowhere. I'm just going somewhere. So shout out to y'all for all y'all support, man. Everybody in the chat. Appreciate all the love, man. So next week, if not next week, the week after next, I'm gonna start sending these shirts out to some of y'all. YV, we in the same city, so we need to link up out here because we're in the same city. So I ain't gotta pay for shipping for you. So but yeah, everybody else though, of course, the email is on the bottom. So if you needed a shirt, please email us your size and your address so I can get to you, so I can send it off. So I want to people that support me, I want to show y'all my gratitude, man, and I appreciate y'all. So you know, before I go, I always gotta give y'all the outro. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully y'all can stay on longer tonight though than y'all did last night. You know,
we stayed. We was on that to about 6 this morning, 6:30ish or something like that this morning.
keep it going.
Yeah, man, we were going.
Got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm silent, boy, they can't change me. No.
All right. Shout out to Centos Boxing, man. Shout out to my guy. So the show is on you, big dog. Y'all hold it down. Y'all hold it down for the late bloomers, for the late night streamers. Oh shit, he done got off.
No, I'm on here.
I saying JB got off. So try to hold it.
Oh shoot.
Yeah. Hey, hold it.
I don't have anybody to talk to.
No.
To interact with. Let's see what's up. But I'll see. Let's see what the chat's saying.
There's 17 people in here, so you gotta be. You can entertain. It's all good.
DB said he got some coochie lined up. I wish I could say that. He said tap the thumbs up. Just check the comment section. Send a message to Eli. Eli talks. Let's see. He's calling it DB man. Derek Lewis is a walking soundbite. Let's see. Carlos Watkins. Keep doing your thing, Cal. I'm with you, homie. Around stuff to talk about here. You know, this is a little different here.
All right, so go on a rant about Deontay Wilder. That's what you can do, and then everybody
what now?
So talk about Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, you know, I ran into a little verbal let's see, we'll call it disagreement with over on Rap Stars panel, and he's you know, I was speaking in behalf. They had a little thing going talking about whether or not if you didn't want to see the undisputed heavyweight fight between Fury and Joshua, they consider you not to be a true boxing fan. And if you wanted to see Wilder, the trilogy with Wilder and Fury instead of the undisputed fight with Fury and Joshua, you're not considered a true boxing fan. And as I was trying to have the guys understand my perspective on that, I said that's not true. that doesn't really classify you whether or not you're a true boxing fan or not. And I was trying to say to them, you know, a true fan of boxing, not a boxer, but a true fan of boxing is going to have a little knowledge about the history of the fight game. First of all, second of all, they're going to want the fight game to be true to the fighters, and they want the fighters to be true to it. So, if the circumstances, and I said the circumstances cause whether or not it should, if the trilogy should take place versus undisputed boxing match. Now, we as true fans, we definitely want to see undisputed fights. We want one champion, one name in any division. But at the same time, if there's a contractual situation and the first two fights have been exciting between two fighters, and they already made an agreement on a third fight, which is a trilogy. And I also pointed out that trilogies are good for the history of boxing. You know, there's been a lot of trilogy fights, you know, that have made history and legacies, and it has helped guys get to the Hall of Fame for boxing. Now, if the trilogy needs to take place because of contractual reasons, and for to get a clarity on who you think is going to be the definite victor of the two persons boxing one another, then let's see the trilogy fight. You know, and it's good for guys to earn their money, not our money, because we're consumers. At the end of the day, when we're watching fights, we're consumers. So it's good for their money, not our money. But I think, me personally, I think we should have got the trilogy first, for the simple reason, not so much because, yeah, I am a Wilder fan, but I'm a fan of boxing first. And that was the first fight on the agenda. That was the original plan, for those guys to fight 2, maybe 3 times, depending on how things went. And as far as I remember, the one fighter that lost the fight, which was Deontay Wilder, he did exercise his rematch clause within the 30 days that he was allowed. And he has been pushing the arbitration process, which shows that he wants to fight. A lot of folks want to worry about if his head is in it and things of that nature. Why wouldn't his head be in it? Why would he be fighting for pushing the arbitration if his head wasn't in it? You know, why would he have exercise his rematch clause within those 30 days if he didn't want to fight? And where I'm from, you know, when you're coming up as a kid in the neighborhood, you get in a few fights, and you and a guy get into it, and you know, it may be a close fight in the first fight. The second fight could go the other way. Shoot, most time that was always a rubber match in the hood, you know, and it's called some get back, you know. Or even if it was just one fight and you lost, you know, you feel like you still had the opportunity to win that fight. You want some get back, you know. But at the same time, I'm okay with undisputed fights. If at the end of this arbitration process, it's obvious that Wilder is not going to get the fight, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's have this undisputed match, because when things change to legal, got to wait the legal process out. None of us are attorneys or judges at the end of the day, as far as these in this case. So we just have to wait this process out. We can't change anything. We can think that as a fan that we can will this situation, but we can't. We have no control over it. Some people don't even want to acknowledge that the arbitration is happening, but it is actually happening, and that's been confirmed by pretty much Bob Arum and Frank Warren. And now some they were also talking about on the other platform that that fight may or may not happen because Eddie Hearn can't secure the venue and things that they just have some issues over in Saudi Arabia. But I don't think that's really the case, to be honest with you. I don't know that, but my thing is they're not supposed to talk about certain things, and that's why they got a little upset with Eddie Hearn not long ago, because he was saying some things to the media about that fight that he should have been holding back on, from what I understand and remember. Now, the people that's involved with that fight, which Eddie Hearns isn't, he's not involved with the arbitration and whatnot. They are kind of experiencing a little gag order, so they're not speaking a whole lot on that. You know, they may say, yeah, the fight is going to happen. At least they feel that way, because they've been told by some legal experts that they don't see how they can lose the arbitration. But we don't know what the outcome is going to be. We haven't received those results yet. So we just have to let the process work itself out. And whatever happens, happens. At the end of the day, I don't care who fights. I'm going to watch it. But I'd rather see my man get his opportunity at the third fight, because that's what was originally agreed upon. And like I said, you know, in my opinion, from watching boxing for the past 50 years, I mean, you know, trilogies are good for boxing. You know, Allah, Frazier, Ali. Allah, my man Holyfield and Riddick Bowe, Pacquiao and Marquez, Barrera, Eric Morales, you know, guys like them. It's been great for boxing. And every time, if the fights are good enough, people are going to watch all three or all four, however many, because I think Marquez and Pacquiao actually fought maybe 4 times. So, you know, it doesn't, you know, if it's a good fight, it's a good fight. And people don't get enough of it. But now, you know, if that trilogy doesn't happen, which it may or may not, I'm to the point now, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to be surprised either way. But because there's a lot of money involved with the undisputed event taking place, a lot of money, and a lot of times money prevails. So I'm not getting my hopes up on the trilogy fight. And if the undisputed happens, the trilogy will never happen. Fear will never fight Deontay again unless he's has to, and which I don't. I think even if he was told he had to, I think he will relinquish the belts and walk away and maybe retire and, you know, go live off the fat of the land and relax like he's walked away before. On the other hand, if Joshua wins the fight, he may relinquish the belts as well, because I still feel that he's afraid to get in that ring with Wilder. I do believe that. I don't normally like to think that one fighter is afraid of the other, but who walks away from a guaranteed $50 million? I've never heard of anyone. That was the highest grossing, I mean, that was the highest guaranteed purse ever in the history of boxing. So how you walk away from that if that's your downside? If your upside is greater than that, how do you walk away from that? Hey, knock me out. I'm taking that 50 million. That's what I say. I would have got in there with Wilder and would have gave it a world of a fight for at least 2 or 3 minutes before I got knocked out. You know what I'm saying? But he would have known I was in there for a second or two, though. I promise you that. But man, I just don't understand. This fight game is just so irregular now compared to what it used to be. Like, well, it's always been some problems and issues. I mean, let me just state that, you know. But there was a time when fighters fought each other. You know, Sugar Ray, Tommy Hearns, and Roberto Duran. Neither one of those guys were true middleweights. You know, they were part of the Four Kings when you add Marvelous Marvin Hagler to that crew. But Marvelous Hagler was the only one that was a true middleweight. All those guys went up to fight him. You know, but they all fought one another, is what I'm getting at. And they were all high-profile fighters. And they all fought one another. So Mike Tyson got in the ring with just about everybody, you know. I never heard the word ducking back in the day when it come down to Mike Tyson when he was back in his heyday. Lennox Lewis fought most everybody. Now Riddick Bowe, he fought everybody except Lennox Lewis. You know, and that's still looming him today. And I hate that he didn't win, lose, or draw. He should have fought Lennox. But Lennox said he told me he was going to knock him out again, just like he told me he was going to knock him out in the amateur set. So I don't know. But the thing is, I mean, most of those guys back then, they fought each other. And back in the day, unlike today, you didn't hear fighters sitting around talking, having battles about who's the percentages and all that. That stuff wasn't broadcast. You know, guys just sat around talking about their purses to the public. You know, I mean, it probably get mentioned by some promoters, but you didn't hear the fighters sitting around really talking about their purses or lack thereof. You know, the guys were happy to have fights. Now we got to have, you know, nowadays these fighters are more business savvy, which is good. I want them to be business savvy, and I want them to get all the money they can, but not to the degree of blocking a great fight that we could have or they could have. Let me see what we're saying in the chat here. Yeah, man, that was great. Somebody, Robert Brown said also, Santos take 5 fighters and combine into one ultimate. My brother Cal, let's see. 5 fighters and make them one. Shoot, okay. Let's take Roberto Duran. Let's take Sugar Ray Robinson. Let's sprinkle a little Sugar Ray Leonard in that. Let's put some Hearns in that, some Hagler. That'll be, let's see, Robinson, Duran, Ray, Lewis, Ray, Leonard, Hearns, Hagler. That's 5 there. I can do another 5 actually. You know, you can take a little Ali, mix with a little Mayweather, put a little Ernie Shavers in that, put some George Foreman mixed into that, put a little Larry Holmes in that, and boom, shakalaka. Got a straight killer right there. And I got to get something out of the back of my truck. Y'all know I'm out here trying to earn a living. So it's probably going to be a little noisy. No, it won't be too noisy. I just thought about it. It ain't going to be noisy. We'll be all right. But yeah, we you know, for those of us that love boxing, man, I mean, we're just gonna remember, man. Let's try to keep the rhetoric around facts over feelings when it comes down to boxing. We all get caught up in that from time to time, but you know, in order for us to, because nowadays the internet and YouTube is such an intricate piece to the fight game, we have to be extra careful on what we broadcast over these airways, because these fighters are listening to all of that and they're using that stuff as part of their narratives to justify why they feel they should get a certain level of money, or who they should fight or who they shouldn't fight, and things of that nature. And I just think that we do ourselves a disservice as fight fans, true fight fans, when we try to inject our personal feelings about how we think things should go. You know, a lot of us are football, baseball, and basketball fans, and we never have a say in that sport as to who we want to play what. We always have a wish list, and the fact is those sports they play, you know, everybody plays each other anyway, which we understand. But I'm just saying, you don't you know, on any given night you don't get to watch exactly who you want to watch, you know, that particular night. But at the same time, we don't have a say in how much they're going to get paid. You know, we don't have a say in who gets traded. We don't have a say in who starts or who backs up the other person or whatever, you know. So, you know, we might speak on it. we all feel like we got some level of expertise when it comes down to sports. But at the same time, reality is we influence, but we don't run jack. These organizations that pay the money, that's who runs the show with these sports. And at the end of the day, he who puts up the money for these boxing matches is he who would have say over the matches. That's the way it's been for as long as I can remember. That's the way it's going to be for a long time. You know, the fighters can request and make demands, and sometimes they're going to get their way if they are the type of fighter that. Sorry about the noise. If they are the type of fighter that commands the level of revenues like someone like a Deontay, he can pretty much have a lot to say about who he's going to fight. Canelo, he can say a lot about who he's going to fight. And at this point, Earl Spence even has a voice about who he's going to fight at this time. Then we'll have the other folks, that have done their thing in the fight game that can pretty much dictate their opponents. But that doesn't always make it right, but that's just the way it is. And we as fans, we can make our requests. We can try to influence as much as we can. Sometimes it helps and works, and sometimes it doesn't. But at the end of the day, we're fans. None of their purses are going into our pockets. But a lot of the money that we pay into their purses is going into their pockets. So it's I hear a lot of people say that we are still, we're fans and we're paying our money, which basically makes us consumers. And I agree with that analogy 100%. But as a boxing consumer, it doesn't necessarily mean that we get to determine whose names are put on those contracts to go one against the other. It's not like that. I mean, very rarely will you hear a fighter say, "Who does the fans want me to fight next?" Some mean it, some don't. When they do say that, because sometimes some of those guys don't have a say as to who they're going to fight next. But there have been a lot of them that have had say over who they were going to fight next. And just recently we had a perfect example. Ryan Garcia. He says looks like the fan wants him to fight Tank Davis over Devin Haney. So that's what he was broadcast. Then he says that I'm not going to fight Tank. I'm going to fight one of my idols, which is Manny Pacquiao. Okay. Well, at that point, him and his promoter were on different pages about that. And lo and behold, a couple of weeks went by, 2 or 3 weeks, I guess, and there was no Manny Pacquiao fight there. So he's not at the point in his career where he can demand his next opponent. Now Pacquiao can. Right now you got Pacquiao, you have Canelo, Wilder, Fury, Joshua. Let's see who else. Those are the main guys that I can think of off the top of my head, and you could probably put. He doesn't have. I don't think he has 100%. I think he has about 90% say, and that's Earl Spence about who he's going to fight next. My man Crawford can voice his opinion about who he wants to fight next, but we've all found out that Yeah, he doesn't have a lot to say over that either because simple fact he hadn't gotten his way all this time. So we got a few elite fighters that have a voice about who they're fighting in their career. And but the guys that I named first, the Manny Pacquiao's, the Canelo's, the Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, and Joshua, all of those guys, if they say they want to fight somebody, those opponents 9 times out of 10 will step up and take the fights for the simple fact they know it's a payday. So in situations like that, you can definitely get a fight that you want to see if the fighters want to fight each other. But it's been a lot of situations where it didn't always happen, and we're hoping that the fight game gets better and get to the point where we can start seeing the fights we want to see. Let me check see if some of y'all still hanging out and see what you're saying, because I'm driving. I have a lot of I got to remember to look at this chat deal here. Salute, box fans. Who was that? Was that you, Cal? Come back up, Zach. That's Robart or an Avenger.
Yo, Centos, I got you.
Yeah.
I'm running the stream for him. It's Cam.
What's up, Cam?
What's going on? Man? What's going on?
Anybody trying to in the chat live and trying to get in?
Yeah, I just brought Eli up. I was slacking on my Mac.
Oh, my homeboy.
Got him up. My bad, bro.
Oh, you good,
what's
man?
Up,
you
man?
Good? Shit, what's going on?
Man, okay. I know. I thought I passed my stop. What's up, Eli?
Oh, not too much shit here. Chilling on it. What you got going on? Getting that money, huh?
Much, man. Man, I think I am, man. I'm out here.
What's going on,
I
Cam?
hope I am.
What's going on with y'all good brothers?
Shit, trying to make it, bro. Trying to make it.
I heard that.
Man, JB was on the panel when I've come over, man, but he before Cal got all the way out, JB fell off. Somehow he was planning to stay on for a minute.
I probably wasn't too sure what was going on. What do you think, man? It's been a few good questions in the chat. What do you think about seeing a Charlo Harrison 3?
I'm okay with that. I think those first 2 fights were exciting, especially that second one. I'm okay with it. I honestly, I don't think Charlo wants to grace him with a 3rd fight. I'm not saying he's afraid of him, but I just think, they get something made up in their minds, man. They say I'm a Leo, and those guys are Leos, man. We put something in our mind against an opponent, we say the heck with him, we done with him. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think Charlo is with Harrison. But hey, he was getting boxed from pillar to post in that fight, man, until he caught him. And he knocked him down early, but after that, I mean, Harrison ran that fight until toward maybe a round or 2 before he got knocked out.
And when people say that, it always throw me out because I felt like he was ahead of him, definitely, but I didn't think that he was that far ahead of him. I think the work rates were different. I think he had Charlo missing some shots, but Charlo was picking better shots that was breaking him down. He was hitting him with like the cleaner power shots, not the cleaner shots overall, but he was picking good shots. He delivered some good shots to his body to slow him down because at a point it seemed like shit. What you call him was keeping the fight moving, was slipping and dipping, working behind the jab, and kind of hitting Charlo with what he wanted to hit him with. Then it seemed like Charlo was like, okay, I'm gonna put these few on your body real fast. I'm gonna slow you down. I'm gonna cut the ring off a little bit more and get it in a little tighter, get it in a little closer. So I think a lot of times people didn't give credit to Charlo for really changing up and making an adjustment to get to Harrison. We always say Harrison was boxing, but hey, Charlo, they both was boxing. I think in both fights they both were boxing. I had Charlo winning that first fight. I had him edging it out because of the earlier round.
Yeah, it was a little shocker on that first one. I need to go back and watch that 1 or 2 more times to be sure about what I felt about, because I knew it was a close fight, but I honestly, what I did pay attention to, I thought Charlo won the first fight.
I definitely think Harrison is the more cerebral boxer when they in there, because
Mhm.
he's not wasting as much. When he started trying to do all that gaming, and that's when you knew that Charlo was getting to him. You know, he started trying to do all that showboating and he started trying to do the Tyson Fury. You know, where if I do a little showmanship, it'll win me over a few more points. Like he should have just fought his fight. I think that they are a good fight. They are a real good fight. I would love to see a third one, but the spinoff to that is if Charlo beats, I don't like to count fighters out. If Charlo beats Castano for undisputed, does he move up to 160? And what is that 160 for him?
Oh, so is it Mayo that got the Castano? Who? I
Mill
thought.
Mill gonna be fighting Castano. Mill, same Charlo.
Okay. That's right. He is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he's. If his brother moves up to 168, then yeah, I can see him moving to 60. I just don't think they're gonna share the same weight division anymore since when they first started.
Did you see the Deverenchenko fight with
Yeah.
Mill? Did you see
Yeah.
how real down Mill looked at 160?
Yeah.
That's the
He
first time I
looked
ever
good.
seen him look real making 160.
Yeah. That was a good fight. I mean, Deverenchenko was definitely there in the fight, but he was it went back and forth. But I mean, Mel, he took care of his business on that one.
He damn sure took care of his business.
Yeah.
But that's the first time I seen him like at weigh in. I was like, damn, he looked real down. He don't look like.
You think it's time him going up to 168?
I think he got one or two more fights at 160, and I think he wants to
he
unify for one of them. But who's gonna be left to unify with?
right.
Other than Andre. I mean, Triple G
He won't
ain't
fight
fighting
him.
you. And where's that belt that the other belt that Canelo had? The
Right.
WBA. Who has the WBA now?
Man, I don't got. Honestly, I hadn't even kept up with that because Canelo got stuff so confused for me
I mean,
with all that.
exactly. Let me see. I think the WBA is vacant right now. Let me double check.
Probably so.
No, it still got Canelo.
Oh, so he didn't drop none of them. So he's
He
still carrying
didn't
all his
drop it.
160. All the belts
He
he had
still
at
carrying
160, he still got them.
Yeah, he's still carrying that 160 belt because
You
it
know
got
what?
Morrell
I was
Jr.
thinking.
David Morrell Jr. underneath him.
I was thinking about that a few weeks ago. As a matter of fact, right after this last fight, and
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense because I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
Let's see. 33. I'm writing something, man. But you can go ahead and speak.
Oh, you good? Yeah, but that's that. I mean, who he gonna unify with? Canelo don't want to fight him right now. Andre want to fight him. Triple G don't want to fight him. You gotta bite your pride. And I know Andre pissed y'all off, but it was like you just saying they had made it up in their mind. You gotta fight
Right.
Andre. You gotta
I
fight
agree.
Andre for the big fight, and then go
I
ahead and move up to 168.
agree. I agree.
Mm.
Those are fights that need to happen, man, because it's like I was saying a few minutes ago. We need to be getting these fights, man, and these guys need to fight. If they need to go to boxing, just needs to go. I know the reason they won't do it because of the money. It's all about the money, man.
Okay, they say Marauder. They say Marauder got that WBA. When did he get it back?
What side are you checking on?
That's what they're saying in the chat right now. They say Marauder got it. I didn't know he had got it back.
Well, somebody's supposed to be fighting Marauder. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Somebody's supposed to be fighting him soon, Marauder. I just heard this announced within a day or two ago.
Cause I'm looking. Oh, you know what? My ass typed in 168. I typed in 168. That's what happened.
Okay.
So yeah.
Morales got a fight coming up here soon with somebody, man. I forget who it is though.
I wonder. Shit. But Morales with Golden Boy, ain't he? Is it with Golden Boy or Top Rank?
I'm not sure, man. I hadn't kept up with his career. Sound like
so he
one
could
of
have
them.
forced that issue if he had took Chris Eubanks and took his interim championship. He could have forced that issue with Murata a little bit more if that was the route that he want to go. Cause I don't know what promotion he with, and that's sad that we even have to think about that as fans. What promotion is they with? Stephen Butler. They fought for it when it was vacant or something, huh? He beat Rob Brandt. No, he beat Rob Brandt to get it back in the rematch. But I thought Rob Brandt had a interim, and they must have moved it up once Canelo.
He had an actual belt. I think he had the regular belt, didn't he?
I thought he had the regular, but not the super.
Yeah, I know he had a regular. Brandt.
Okay, they saying Murata with Top Rank. Shit, it's a hard fight to make.
Somebody said something about Robert Brown say something about Lara versus Cornflake would be for the regular WBA 160. Is that so? Is that a fight opponent to TBA to be announced type of deal? That Cornflake.
When he talking about Cornflake, he'll think he talking about Eubanks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Eubanks a joke, man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Not. I remember Eubanks got his against Korobov. He got the regular when Korobov went out with the injury, and then I thought Canelo had that WBA belt at one time, and Rob Brandt was the regular. But that's right. Canelo dropped the belt, and they elevated everybody. They elevated Korobov and Eubanks fought for that vacant regular, and they elevated Rob Brandt to regular champion, and they did the rematch with him and Murata beat him and got the belt back. So yeah, I forgot all that shit transpired.
Yeah, because I remember Rob Brandt
Oh
fighting
shit! They said
somebody
that's
getting
his
the belt,
nickname.
and then he fought him.
I didn't know nobody named Cornflake. Cornflake LaManna. Wow.
No, that's his name. Cornflake LaManna.
Yeah,
that's something.
Yeah, that is how that went. It's been so long since everybody been fighting. You forget how the chronological order go.
Hey, they just put my man Cam just put the stream down there. If you guys want the link, if y'all want to come on board, man, better get it while it's hot, man. Before my man gets sleepy or something. Hey, we can speak fast and we can type.
But I mean, who's he gonna fight for the unification? He said he want to stay at 160 for unification. His brother, if he get undisputed, shit. I mean, what y'all think?
I think that's right now. It look like at 160, unification fight is gonna be a pipe dream. In my opinion,
so like move up to 168. Your brother at 154.
Right.
I think Errol ready to move up. I think if he win undisputed, he'll be ready to move up. He do got more fights there. He still got J-Rock Hurd. Hell, he got a Rosario rematch if that's what he want. He got a Harrison rematch. I mean, there's plenty of fights at 154, but everybody probably ready to move up.
Now, my thing, if Twin is not willing to, if neither Twin, but preferably 160 Twin, is not willing to fight Andrade at 160, there's never going to be an undisputed at 160 while he's there.
That's what I'm saying.
He
said he moving to 168. Andrade say he moving. He fighting this fight coming up, and then he's moving to 168.
Yeah, that's what he need to do. and then his brother probably move up to 160. And see, you won't see a serious will to switch to 154 from Earl until my man the twin goes up to 160. That's what I believe. I don't think they ever plan to fight each other publicly. They
Yeah.
spar together and stuff like that. But that's they got the same coach and everything. So
Yeah, I
they
know
move
Andre's
up together.
supposed to be moving up, and
Yeah.
I mean it's still the same. It's still the same thing. You fight for the belts at 168. Eventually, y'all either have to fight. Y'all gotta fight, man.
Right.
I mean, there's no better way for a man to say "fuck you" than "I beat your ass" in a
Yeah.
legal fight. I mean, after a while, it's like that get old. I don't want to give him no money. Yeah, you don't want to give
Right.
him no money. I understand that he messed over you, but he's still at the top. So if he's still
Yeah.
at the top, at least beat his ass. It ain't like he fell off or nothing like that, like somebody that whooped his ass and he fuck it. See, that's what you get type shit. Karma got you. He's still there, so
Mhm.
beat his ass.
Right. That's the best way to get even with him anyhow.
Exactly. You move up, Jamel move up, and then that will Errol move up. Because right now they all in line to go ahead and move up. Jamal didn't get the fights. Errol and Jamel got the fights. Jamel got 3 belts. Errol about to have 3. Jamel can move up after he get his undisputed if he get it right now. And then in December, if Crawford take that Porter fight right now and Errol get the Ugas fight in December, if they can run that undisputed right there, it'll be all in line.
All right.
It'll be all in line. Everybody move up. Everybody got undisputed or champion at their division. Jamal didn't get a chance, but shit, once you get back up in that 168, when you move up from being champion, I thought they make you automatic mandatory, don't they?
Wait a minute, say that again.
Wouldn't he
My
be?
mind floated on you. My bad.
Oh, if Big Charlo, if Jamel Charlo move, or not Jamel, Jamal Charlo moves up to 168, he'll be automatic mandatory for that WBC if he drops his 160 title, right? I mean, that's how it's supposed to go.
I don't. He'll be moving up. He'll be a mandatory. I think no matter if he drop it or not. But I think eventually he would have to drop it if he. If he wins that fight, he more like gonna drop it anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think once you move up, as long as you're going up as a champion, you are mandatory for a championship fight.
Now that's when we should have something to say. That's when we should have something to say, because if he goes up there and he doesn't get that fight the same way that Mikey got that fight, the same way that Lomachenko got that fight, then like we gonna know something, man.
Right.
Yeah, I know they saying that Crawford gonna fight one more fight, whatever this fight is, and then talking about he gonna move up to challenge Jamel Charlo. But what's the difference if they can't make the fight between Errol Spence and him? How the hell you gonna make the fight with the same company and the same team and him?
Yeah.
Like that
it may be possible if Charlo's mindset isn't singing the same thing, that if they don't have a problem with the split, the fight can happen. That's where the problem's been occurring as with the split, from what's been put out in front of us in the public's eye.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you think Errol just made that split up, or do you think his company tell him, yeah, that's the split that you should get? You think that his advisor? That's what I'm saying.
Probably a bit of both.
So you got the same advisor, you got the same training team, just 2 different fighters, and one got even more belts than the other one had. If he wins this next fight,
I think it might have started with both him and the advisor, but I think the first time I heard it was fans speaking on it, and then I started hearing Earl speaking on it, and I'm sure he's had some discussion with Al about it. But I got a feeling that since then, it's been more Errol, and people that he's been hearing. It seems like every time the fans
more people been talking
about a certain percentage, Earl kind of follows suit with it. To me, that's why I look at it. And I know my man's been singing 50 the whole time, and so I'm sure Bob got a little pushback, and I'm sure Al has had a little pushback.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Cam, I
about the
see you
money.
said. Cam, I see you said that money split shit is just excuses. How you feel about it with all that? Not just saying who should get what and all of that. Is it an excuse on Errol or is it an excuse on Crawford? I mean, one way or another, it's the blockage in between the fight, you know, and that's the thing we want. We want the fight. That's like we was telling Fred the other night when he was saying they should fight 4 fights a year, and you know Canelo's fighting 4 fights a year. Like Canelo fighting 4 fights, but he's not fighting 4 fights that we want. If they give us 2 fights a year that we want, I'd rather that than just being got suckered out my money for 4 fights that I don't even want.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I can get him this unification right here, and we got Danny Garcia in the beginning of the year on the comeback, we get the unification. Wait, that was last year. But if we get the unification, and then if we get this undisputed at the end of the year, I feel better than that about what Canelo did. You know, Yildirim and all them guys, like, nah.
Yeah, we'll see that shift from all those guys we're mentioning right now. When one of them moves up, when Big Charlo moves up, we'll see that shift from the Texas crew. They all gonna move up by the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think what's gonna happen at the welterweight division is gonna have a standoff. I don't think it's gonna get undisputed there. If those numbers don't, get agreed upon, I don't see undisputed happening there with Crawford and Spence.
I think they'll figure it out. I think that
I do too. I do too. But if they don't, they all gonna move up.
Mm-hmm. It was something else. Heard, if they do move up, what do you feel about Hurd at 160 being an opponent? Because what real opponents are there? Is Murata a real deal? Like, has he been through the fire? Is he a real deal champion to really pose a threat to somebody like Jamel moving up? You know, Chris Eubanks, him being there, him and Jamel, those type of fights are the only fights that are there at 160 for Jamel. And we haven't really just given real credit for Jamal. So is the competition even there at 160 to make fights that are big, that are worth the viewership?
Yeah. Well, I was getting ready to say something.
Yeah.
What fight is this I was thinking of? Too many things keep jumping in my head, man.
Yeah.
At one time. I was wanting to make a comment about a fight, a potential fight I would like to see, and what cause and effect it'll have, ripple effect it'll have with the other fights. But now I can't even think who I was talking about. I mean, who I was thinking of.
I think it was an overlap between him and Jamel, because he had the WBC belt at that point in time, and he had just beat J-Rock. He was talking about moving up anyway, because he was saying he was too big. It was a little overlap, and he was saying, man, I'm just growing out the division. I'm having trouble making weight. So he was like, rather than fighting the same division, my brother coming up, he trying to get belts. I had already got the WBC here, and went back, and he was already leaving and went back and fought J-Rock, knocked J-Rock out, and then he was done.
Right. And then he moved on up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he said the only reason he didn't move up before that is because J-Rock was talking that noise.
Exactly.
He said,
Otherwise, it would have been moved up.
I stayed down here without moving up just for this fight. Now I'm gone. And he caught him, boy. And Jay was that dude back then too.
Yeah. I honestly, I give Keith Thurman more value than people do. The next question down there, I give Keith Thurman more value than what other people do. I don't think Mikey Garcia has nothing for Keith Thurman. Not at all. I think size wise, he'll look good standing next to Sean Porter, but actual athleticism and being able to, Sean Porter would have his best day against Mikey Garcia. Because Sean Porter can actually box and has great footwork. And not only does he have great footwork, he takes good angles, he spins and turns you well, and he's very, very strong and explosive. You know, he does have some punching. And I don't think Mikey Garcia would be. I think Mikey Garcia wouldn't be able to get away from Sean. I think he would smother him. Like I don't. Mikey Garcia, him and Jesse Vargas was a fight. He won that fight against Jesse Vargas, but that was a fight. Jesse Vargas is like Chris Algieri level. You know, AB not even letting his hands go was a draw with Jesse Vargas. I don't see Mikey Garcia being competitive at 147. I see Mikey Garcia just take fights and waiting for those belts to come back open after Undisputed, after Crawford and Spence leave. And once those belts come over, I see him collecting that one of those belts in the vacancy and claiming his fifth weight class for championship. That'll be what, 126, 130, 135, 140, and 147. And that's all Mikey's waiting to do. In between time, because of his size and him daring to be great, that being the narrative, he can stick around and take fights that are a little bit lesser caliber fighter, but that are good fights for him still, and he can make a paycheck. You know, his name can still sell to an Asian Pacquiao. If he gets that Pacquiao fight, he might sit still for another year and wait for those belts to come back open, and then he'll do it. Then he'll do his thing.
See, I think Mike is just competing in the welterweight division for legacy and most of all money. He knows he doesn't have a shot at the title, winning a title at this moment with those guys in place like they are. I think it's about fighting name fighters to make legacy fights, win, lose, or draw, and packing that that bank account.
Yeah,
I think it's the biggest. I think those are the biggest reasons he's going at it with that. And by the time those guys move up and vacate the belts, shoot, Mike could be on the other side of his career, if not on the way out already.
But it ain't shit for him to get a vacant belt with somebody that's just a mandatory that's just been sitting around, and most likely he's gonna miss Ortiz, he's going to miss Boots Ennis, and he's gonna find somebody that's just lingering around right there on the cusp and get himself in a championship fight as a mandatory. He been staying in the WBA. Hell yeah, I see Porter Spence again. If Porter could beat Crawford, if they hook this up, and that fight would be big to me. Because that fight to me had the quality of one of these classic fights. In the future, that fight could be considered a classic, and if they run it back and get it going, yeah,
that'd be a legacy, a Hall of Fame type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about who you think will be the top dog if Ortiz and Ennis fought?
Right now, for me, I'm saying Ennis, just because he's a more fluent boxer as far as movement, punching, being a foot movement, head movement, being able to get out of the way. Ortiz has that more pressure style parrying punches like that's coming out of Dallas right now, but he just don't move in and out and move off the angle.
He doesn't have the footwork.
Yeah, he not turning fighters and nothing. He come like you can see the difference between him and Spence. With that same parry and punches, Spence can change the angle on you
Hello,
and with the footwork
like
be in and out. You know, I got Boots without a doubt on that.
right.
Like we was talking about on whose show we on? H Money show. We were talking about that after before the Jamel Herring fight when we was talking about the difference between fighters being ready for that. That's what I
Yeah,
see. You know,
yeah,
I don't doubt that Ortiz is one of those fighters that I believe can bounce back from a loss and wouldn't give a fuck and
right.
still be a hard nosed fighter.
And be better.
But
Yeah, he can be better.
yeah, you know,
He can do like a Canelo type of situation.
yeah,
Make himself better after the first loss.
yeah, he could do that. But a fighter that can actually win right now, I think
Mm.
Ennis can actually win right now.
Yeah, me
I
too.
think in I think Ennis, if mentally if he holds up and if physically if he can hold up in the later rounds, mentally and physically in the later rounds, because that's what we haven't really seen, and can hold up at that level of competition coming back at him, he has the tool to put the pressure on those fighters to be able to do the same thing. You know,
Right.
which knock them out, beat them on the scorecards. You know, has the skill set to move and stay out of the way of punches. You know, it's just a matter of will they get those fights right now? Either one of them. You know, I'm more
Yeah.
interested in seeing Boots get those fights right now, but we're gonna find out where Boots at when he fight Lipinets right
Right.
now.
Yeah. It'll be a good. It'll be an entertaining fight. Yeah, I think that Ennis is a more well-rounded fighter than Ortiz.
Mhm.
I'm not trying to take
D,
anything from Ortiz. He's a hell of a fighter,
Mhm.
but I don't think he's as well rounded. I don't think he has the footwork or the slickness that you might need in the welterweight weight division and above. And Ennis, he's got a nice package that he's been working on that prevails
Yeah.
in the big fight.
I'm DJ. I'm not saying that Mikey's going to be waiting, as in like not actively fighting. I'm just saying he's going to take his time. That second fight that you see coming from him maybe 8 months down the line, because if he takes a fight in the next 2 to 3 months with Pacquiao, and then he takes another 8 months off, he's gonna be damn near at a year. And if Earl and them fight in December, or if one of them move up, there's gonna be a vacant belt. I don't think Mikey is running at Crawford or Earl for a belt. I think Mikey's gonna wait to fight one of these young mandatory guys, or a guy like what's his name, Jamal James, or something like that. You know, that he thinks he may have an opportunity to beat, that haven't really just been that's been tested in that same echelon of fighter. When you say that same level of fighter as Jesse Vargas, where he knows he can actually win, I think Mikey is moving his career. I think Mikey needs to go back down to 142, like Robert Brown is saying. I think he needs to move back down to 140, and there he has the Ramirez, but Ramirez is part of the same camp as him. His brother trains Ramirez, you know. So then at least Josh Taylor, you know, that if he already fought Robert Easter, if he moving up, you got Prograis. But does he believe Prograis is too big for him? You know, can he fight with Prograis and Josh Taylor?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think Prograis and Josh Taylor should run it back. I think that was a good,
Yeah,
close, tough
yeah,
fight.
yeah. Me and you both. I like to see because I feel that Progress is the strongest, most elite lightweight in the business. I don't.
Mikey ain't gonna run into no Boots. Mikey gonna run away from Boots. He gonna try to catch one of them like Jamal
All
James
right.
or something.
Yeah.
He ain't fucking with Boots. Yeah. Mike can beat Danny. You know why Mike can beat Danny? Because Danny will sit and wait and wait and
You
wait on
wait.
his
Yeah.
punches.
And Mike ain't gonna let him get off too easy.
Yeah, if he sitting, Mikey like that type of fighter that'll sit and wait on his punches. That's a good fight for Mikey to say if he could beat Danny and just stay out of trouble with the punches, and he can hurt Danny and make him hold his punches a little bit. That's a good name at 147 to say, wow. And that's a big fight. That's Puerto Rican against Mexican. And if a belt comes up vacant, whose name is going to fly to the top as the veteran that's left at 147? Danny Garcia and Mikey Garcia. They will set up a Mexican Puerto Rican fight like that. Y'all just brought up a good fight, Matrix R. That's a good fight.
Garcia versus Garcia.
Yep, that's a good fight.
I thought they mentioned that. Was it last year or the year before? I thought they mentioned that after either before or after that Mikey fought Spence.
They mentioned it, but I think at that point in time, Garcia didn't have no thoughts of entertaining that because he was going into the fight with Porter for the WBC. Because when Mikey was fighting Spence, they was fighting for that WBC.
Okay.
And then remember, Porter came right back.
See, I thought they talked about the Garcia since then. That's what I was thinking.
After he lost to Porter, you all right. After he lost to Porter and he lost to Spence, yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
man, Danny say he moving to 154, but bro, Danny ain't that. I don't know.
Yeah, he mentioned something about going to 154, but who's he gonna be?
I mean, the hell no, dude. Who you can't hold punches. Shit, J-Rock punching at 154 and still took a fucking loss. Hell, Herder walked your ass down at 154 and still took a loss. Hell, Rosario will maul you with punches and power in both hands and still took a loss. 154 is a rough division, and a guy that's that small, you talking about all these dudes 6 foot or better. You know, a guy that I think, what you call him, a 5'8", 5'9" guy, he probably got a 69-inch reach. Maybe you talking about these guys with 74-inch reaches, and they're going to have 5 inches of reach on you. They're going to be more athletic than you. They're going to be bigger, taller, punching harder. I don't know that he can beat anybody at 154 other than 154 is so lit. I mean, can he even beat Lubin? Can he even beat Gallagher? Like, that may be the fight that he would take. Gallimore, the one that 154 full of killers, man. The whole fucking
those guys can beat each other at 154.
Everybody can beat each other.
No one's dominant up there. It's not a dominant one person. It's almost like a football game any given Sunday.
You damn right Harrison would destroy Danny. And then the thing about it is you got a fighter like Jamel right now that's collecting all the belts. Jamel is just out dogging the rest of the fighters. He's not outclassing them. He got so much fucking dog in him. He's so much of a presence in the ring, mentally and physically.
Right.
So that's the edge. Like where Hurd lost that edge at, Jamel just naturally got that shit. Jamel a dog.
Right.
You know,
he steals those guys hard before the fight.
Yeah,
you know,
not just before the fight, in the ring, because I think Harrison had him as far as when it came to
that's the only guy he didn't intimidate.
Yeah, but when they got in the ring and Harrison had to realize that, damn, I'm everybody seeing me outbox this motherfucker. But with everybody know he ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, Harrison said, how is he getting stronger? He's getting stronger, and I'm not getting any stronger. He's getting stronger. Remember, he said something about the
water bottle.
Yeah, and I mean he had a case there, but they didn't acknowledge. They didn't push the issue.
They acknowledged it. Remember, the official on the side gave him the bottle. Gave him the water. Gave him the water bottle.
The official did. I thought it
Yeah,
was his
because
coach gave it to him.
no, the official gave him the water bottle. Watch the water being in the bottle because they asked the official. They said because so many people were crowding around the ring, they wanted to be able to squirt the water from the outside, and that was in the rules in the bylaws in California that you could
Oh,
request that, and they had requested it.
I missed that. I just remember seeing
Yeah, Blue
it was in
Blood did the Blue Blood.
it was in a Gatorade container afterwards,
Uh-huh.
and the fact that I know that they call themselves doing what I call a halfway semi investigation on it, the commission, and they
Mhm.
ruled in favor of Charlo, but I didn't get that. I didn't get the case simplified to me like you just did.
Yeah, that's what they had said. That's what they had said. I I just DJ said it. Yeah, Harrison was winning as far as getting his punches off, but the selection of shots that Charlo was putting on him and the pressure they were putting on him, he wasn't going nowhere. If you ever been in a good fight and you've been in a good fight, I done beat some people up like that where they told me afterwards, like, bro, man, I was punching you, but fuck, bro, you wasn't going nowhere, and it was like shit, you was getting stronger as this shit went. Like I done watched these
Mm-hmm.
dudes bobbing and weaving and slick as fuck fighting, you know, and people be like, man, that motherfucker, man, I seen him, I seen him whoop such and such and such and such. He had a name for himself, but I was so much pressure on him. And when I was getting to him, it was like, damn, this motherfucker not going nowhere. This motherfucker got enough dog in him. You know, when you see fighters like that, sometimes they not actually losing like you think they losing. Yeah, motherfuckers be getting hit
Yeah,
like
that's true.
that. But and Charlo moving and boxing too, and he was cutting that ring off and keeping the pressure on. Them in spurts, he was pinning Harrison to the ropes and punching on him. Harrison was doing all that, shaking his head. But shit, I'm getting to you very often where you are having to shake your head and say no. So
Right,
it means yes, I am getting to you.
right.
You know, and then them body shots, he was putting them body shots on him to slow him down.
Oh yeah,
At the end he couldn't get away no more because he had invested.
right.
You know what that fight reminded me of? The same way the fight was with Errol and Kell Brook.
Yeah, except it was a dominant performance for Kell Brooks. Wait a minute, Kell Brook and who?
Errol
Oh, Earl
Spence.
Spence. Oh, okay, yeah,
Kell
you're
Brook.
right.
Yeah,
That's the way it went. Yeah, you're right. I was
yeah,
thinking about the Triple G fight.
yeah. Kell Brook was on Errol ass, but Errol was
Mm-hmm.
investing to the body. He wasn't using a lot of energy. He wasn't throwing a whole bunch of shots. He was just picking the right shots and in spurts getting to him and banging him down, pounding his body, softening him up, slowed him down. And if you recall right, in that first fight, Butch Collin told Charlo, listen, do the arrow. Listen, do the arrow. That meant slow the fight down, pick your shots, go to
Mm-hmm.
the body, invest in the body. Because remember in the first fight, he had some nice body shots that he was investing in, and then he started head hunting, and
Right.
he abandoned the body. And that's
Yep.
when he abandoned the body, shit, fucking Harrison slick as shit. He was able to dip and slip and keep the fight on the move, work that jab, and shit. You trying to like it? What Harrison say? This motherfucker trying to 1-2 me to death like I'm just some simple ass fighter. You'll never beat me with a weak ass 1-2 like that. I was like,
Right.
I was like, damn. Harrison called that shit.
Something
He
else.
started.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So I think that was the difference in the second fight. He invested to the body more in those little bit
Mm-hmm.
in those spurts. That first fight, he abandoned that body and started head hunting and working and trying to work off a 1-2 because it's like, damn, I see this motherfucker in front of me, but Harrison a slick fighter.
Yes, sir. He was so
Harrison.
focused in that second fight up until he got caught, man.
Yeah.
That's something.
People got to Mel is a better boxer than people give him credit for. That fight that he fought with Rosario, to be able to know that Rosario is a puncher. So if you allow him to punch and get in rhythm, then he's more dangerous then, and that's what fighters had started to do. They started trying to stay out of his way instead of trying to keep him out of rhythm. He's gonna get in rhythm regardless. If he able to punch and he able to start feeling the speed of his hands and feeling the floor of his punch selection, he's going to get into rhythm regardless because he's a puncher, you know.
Mhm.
And what Charlo did in that fight, he just kept resetting him. He got off on his punches, got off on his hands. He made him miss a couple shots, get into him, tie him up, turn him, get back to the middle of the ring, keep resetting him. Step off the line, step off the angle, and work your shots. You know,
Give some new angles and something to think about.
Exactly. And he's not a thinker. He kept him thinking and kept him reset. There it was.
Yep.
But I'm ready to see Haney versus Linares. I'm ready to see Shakur and Herring or Valdez and Herring. I'm ready to see them guys go ahead and start mixing it up too. At 130 and 135.
Mhm.
What do you think should happen at 130 now that Herring has that belt and Shakur isn't the mandatory for that one and he's the number one contender for Valdez? What fight do you want to see? Do you want to see Herring and Valdez unify, or do you want to see one of them take on Shakur first?
I'd like to see. Now, I want to say ultimately I want to see Valdez and Shakur, but right now I would like to see Herring get in there with Valdez, and if he doesn't win, then that gives my girl an opportunity. I mean, I'll give him man. What am I talking about, my girl? I give my man Shakur an opportunity to take care of. If Herring doesn't win this the fight between him and Ortiz, then Shakur gets that fight of the winner. Now, the reason I want to see it that way because I really, truly, even though they're not really, from the same stable, I really didn't want to see Shakur and Herring fight.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I know it'd be, I'm okay with guys being friends and fighting each other.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say, first of all, Herring put on a hell of a performance Saturday night.
Beautiful
I was
performance.
ultimately very elated with what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
But I hadn't always seen him that way though. I've always questioned, his love for the fight game, and I was like, shoot, he ain't gonna last long, he don't get right, but shoot, he came out, never let off the gas. So, I just don't want to see them two catch fight, man. But if I had my way about it, I'll let Valdez and Herring go ahead and fight, and then Devin gets the winner.
That's the most winnable fight for Herring.
Right.
And
I like to see him get some more money and get some more get another opportunity on his record, in a positive position. Because I don't see him coming close to keeping up with Shakur and beating him.
Question is can he fight that same fight against Valdez and put a couple wrinkles in it? Because I noticed the lead hook was there for him, and a lot of times he didn't really just take it with some power, and he was working the feint, but when he would work that feint in, he would kind of just step in behind it with the jab and 1-2, hit it with the jab and the cross. I was thinking, damn, the lead hook is there, something like that in the fight against Valdez could be the difference. That throws that little wrinkle in there, but keep him busy, keep him thinking, because Valdez is a fresher fighter than Frampton, but about the same. But he's going to have more movement. He's going to be quicker to get underneath and get around and take those angles to get inside of the longer fighter. So you're going to have to clinch and get him off you. You're going to have to jab and try to keep it at range, but you're going to have to try to give him something to make him think that when he circles out, that you can hit him with something that can make him stay in line with what you want. So if you had that lead hook working, you can keep him to one side. You can keep him in a straight line or to your right, more or less than have him circling every which way and keeping you thinking and going all off balance.
Right, my bad. Yeah, it's raining now. I was trying to hit that mute. Yeah, it's. I think either one of those guys fighting each other, I think is an exciting fight. But I like to see my man get another little fight on his belt, maybe stack a little bit more cheese, and then they score, and him both can have a much bigger financial fight after that.
I agree, Robert Brown. Honestly, that's the move. You're going down the backside of your career, go get that big money fight. But
Right.
I mean, shit, right now, Valdez is there, and Teofimo is not trying to fight everybody. He probably would be more likely to fight a Herring if a Herring was presented to him, moving up as a mandatory because he was a WBO champion. He probably would be more likely to take that fight because that's a winnable fight for him. But is it big money? Is it a fan friendly that'll bring in the viewership? Big money fight for him? I mean, he went for a Camosa. So if he went for a Camosa, you think he would go for a Henry fight too. But this is Teofimo we talking about. Right now, he know he got Valdez and he know he got Shakur right there. So we'll see. But I agree with you at this point. But damn, he looked big and strong at 130 compared to what people were making it like. He still looked big and strong. A 5'10 guy with a 74-inch reach at 35 years old that can fight at 130 and be that ripped and strong. Hey, he looked like he was carrying his weight pretty good. I don't know, how making weight was for him, but he looked like he did a damn good job. And he traveled overseas to do it. You think he'd do it even better here at home, and then especially coming off of that victory. Yeah, Henry. Yeah. Especially coming off that victory, he should be confident as hell.
I was telling them cats Saturday, man. I said, in that fight, I said, if it goes the distance,
he's bigger than Crawford. As far as tall and lengthwise.
Shakur?
No. Herring. Herring is 5'10", bro. Crawford is like 5'8", 5'9". And he got a 74-inch reach. I was surprised at 35 years old being that big that he still makes 130 like that. Like, that's crazy.
Okay.
I mean, him and Robert Easter pretty much got the same attributes when it comes to that. Robert Easter couldn't even make 135 no more, basically.
These are okay.
Yeah. What Robert Easter? When we gonna see Robert Easter again? I'm wondering.
Supposed to have a fight coming up soon, I think, with on somebody's undercard. Is it? He's supposed to be on somebody's undercard real soon, I think. At least what I thought.
Okay. What do you think about the card? What are everybody? Yeah, all right. That link, you're right, Robert Brown. That link did give Teofimo hell when he wasn't the bigger fighter. You're right. But yeah, you're right. He down there, the last comment, he said, "Remember how Nakatami gave Teofimo problems. Herring might be able to do the same." You're right. You're absolutely right on that. It's just is he gonna be as fast of a puncher? He not as fresh as Nakatani right now when it comes to being able to flow punching wise and punch output. I think Nakatami is a more of a volume puncher. He's not as good a boxer as Herring as far as being able to be on the move and work the jab and stuff, but he's a volume puncher with that length, and it keeps the pressure on for a young fighter that's having to think and try to get around that type of length. That was one of the bigger things that Teofimo had to contend with. Like, I had constant pressure on me, and I had somebody that was longer. But you're right. The attributes are there. The attributes are there. My next question: what do y'all think about the card for the Charlo versus Castano with the co-main being Lubin and Rosario?
Which fight was that again, Eli?
For that Charlo versus Castano undisputed, the co-main event, Lubin versus Rosario.
This should be a decent fight, but Lubin knocked off Williams, who knocked out Rosario. Gallimore. I mean Gallimore. My bad. Mm-hmm. I said Williams.
I think
that should be interesting.
I wonder if that's the card that Robert East is gonna be on too. But that is shaping up to be a real nice card in June. I wish it was a Juneteenth card, like everybody been talking about. We need a Juneteenth fight instead of being the week before. But
yeah, we need one.
Yeah, that's a beautiful, that's a great card. I mean, look at the co-main event, man. That's Lubin and Rosario, and shit, a knockout coming. And I don't see that fight.
It ain't going to distance. No.
It's just a matter. Can Lubin take the pressure that Rosario bring? Can Rosario deal with with Lubin's ability to box and punch? Will Lubin has mental lapses. Well, he's only shown once to have a mental lapse. I'm not gonna say he has that, but he shows once, and then he had a slow fight against who was that he was fighting? He was fighting somebody. He had a real slow fight, and I just think that
was that his comeback fight?
I think that was his it was the second fight after that comeback. Lubin had a real slow fight. It was real slow and boring.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what it was. It changed exactly. It changed suspect. He got.
You know what? I've heard that for the second time this week.
But it's the mental lapse. It's the mental lapse more than the chin.
But he's only been caught one time though.
Exactly.
And it was sort of like that Ali Phantom punch, that anchor punch.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't see it.
But that's why you still got. I myself still gotta agree with Matrix on. Yes, it's gonna be suspect until he proved that in a tough situation, in a tough fight, that he not just gonna go from it. But right now, it's like right now, I'm saying your chin suspect because you did get caught with that shit. But I think you just had a mental lapse.
Yeah, he was too excited in that fight. He thought he was gonna go in there and give Charlo his biggest challenge to date at that time.
Yeah.
And he got caught, man.
Yep. And he's still a good fighter, good solid fighter.
Yeah.
I wanted to see him against Lara. I wanted to see that. I thought they was gonna make that, and then I thought the winner out of that was gonna.
What happened to that fight? Yeah, they were supposed to make that fight.
It never materialized because remember Lara fought Castano and fought Castano to a draw and still had that WBA regular belt, and then Castano ended up getting the mandatory to go fight Texera. And I thought Lubin and Lara was gonna end up fighting for that right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened. Lara moved up. Lara moved up to 160.
But that's just recently though. He was at 154 for a while.
I don't know what happened to that fight. I remember Castano and Lara fighting. They had a real tough fight where it had two halves to the fight, where Lara had to tough it out and really get in there and fight. What is the card that's on August 28th?
That's too far out for me, you know.
Yeah, that's my
I heard
birthday.
somebody mention it. Your birthday is 28th August?
Yeah.
And mine's the 10th of August.
And my wife's the 9th.
She good people.
Yeah. She good people, but goddamn, sometimes she's stubborn.
I know. Man, hey, we both got them.
Uh-huh. I like that Garcia Fortuna fight. I think Fortuna put some pressure on Garcia and make a rough, nasty fight for him, teaching some veteran tricks that if he can weather. Yeah,
I need to see Garcia in there with a dog, man.
And I think that's what Fortuna is. If he can weather the storm and he can outpoint and beat Fortuna, he can pick up some nice tricks to go along the way to make some rough fights for some people. Because right now I see him with a little bit of a mean streak as a puncher, but as far as being a dog, really to have that grit and be able to get in there and know that he can overcome. That last fight, him getting put on his ass and getting back up and winning with that body shot, that was a good confidence builder. Now the development of being able to have a skill set when they getting rough and nasty, to be able to have some technique to yourself, I like that fight.
Mm-hmm.
I like Ryan to be able to work with his length and everything, but I think if Fortuna make it nasty on him and they can coach him through it and he can pick up some tricks himself, it'll be a good thing. I think that's the same. To me, that Fortuna fight is the same fight that Tank Davis just had against Gamboa. Gamboa made that a rough veteran fight for him, even though people say he was trying to survive. He was using some rough veteran tactics and surviving.
Is that Gamboa against Devin, or are you talking about Gamboa?
No, I'm saying Gamboa against Tank.
Okay. He hurt it. He hurt himself in that fight, but he still gave a good showing for him.
And he still used all the veteran tactics, being able to clinch and then come out the clinch and punch. I think if Tank Davis was to get hurt in the fight, he knows how to survive now. You look at young fighters being developed. Even that same thing goes for Haney. Them putting Haney in there, Haney completely outboxed him. But if he gets hurt, he knows how to survive now, because he's been on the other side of it. Like, oh shit, that I couldn't get away from this motherfucker. Now I know what to do to somebody to neutralize them until I shake back, until I recover. So those fights are good for young fighters. Even young champions. Those fights are good for them. It's not like it's fights that are like, oh man, shit, they might get beat in this fight. Ooh. But those fights are still good for young champions in between time of them having those big fights.
They need those kind of fights.
Mm-hmm. So I think a lot of these veteran fighters, when they fight these young fighters, are overlooked. But these young fighters' careers need that. I think this is a damn good fight for Boots Ennis, because we seen Lipnitz get put on his ass, and when he got put on his ass, we seen him survive. And ink it out with Garcia, with Mikey, and then we seen him beat Lamont. It was an agent Lamont, but at that time, Lamont was.
That kind of hurt me, man. I know, bro. That fight, man.
That was a bad one for him and his brother that night.
Yeah, and that was a come up fight for Lipnitz.
Yep.
That gave him almost would have made him a household name.
Yeah, it made him have relevance at 140.
Relevance, right? Got it. That's it.
And I feel honestly that this is a good fight for Boots. Lipnitz is a decent puncher. He's a decent puncher. He put decent pressure on you. And then not only does he put decent pressure on you, he know how to survive. If the fight get to being too much for him, he's still a viable fighter. He's not a fighter that's over the hill that you just, say, yeah, he a wash. He's a viable fighter. So if Boots get him out in 4 or 5, like shit, Boots level is up there above the Jesse Vargas, the that Josecito Lopez. So he starts to get to being he shows his right as a contender. I felt that same way about this fight with Ortiz. I think Ortiz is a contender after that fight with Hooker, but at the same time, I need to see him with the Lopez. He's not gonna fight Lopez. That's the same camp too. That's another Robert
Yeah.
Garcia fighter. But I need to see him in that.
Lopez, what are you talking about?
Josecito.
Josecito?
Yeah,
Okay.
Josecito.
Yeah. Hey, what man? He got stronger, didn't he, man?
He got stronger and he boxing better after that fight
Yeah.
with
Thurman.
Thurman. It's like, see, that was one. It's like he learned, like, damn, I can move.
Mm-hmm.
Cause
And
that
he
fight
shocked
that
the
he
world
put
with that
on,
fight of Thurman. He
yeah,
was whooping that tail, man. And Thurman almost went out in that fight, boy.
yeah. And
Yeah,
then this
knocked out,
last
man.
fight that he just had, he boxed his ass off,
Yeah,
man.
it sure did. He knocked that kid out, didn't
Yeah,
he?
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, he's like, man, a whole different fighter, man.
yeah. I mean, I think they building him right too. I think that was a winnable fight for him. It was a good
Yeah, it was. It
pressure
was.
fighter,
Yeah.
But at the same time, it looked good.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly been picking Boots in between 4 to 6 rounds, and I want to say get him out in 4. I've really been picking Boots to get him out
With
of
the
there. If Mikey,
living this fight.
yeah,
Yeah.
if Mikey
Yeah.
can put him on his ass, I think Boots got more power than Mikey, and he got it in both hands. He fluent, he moving, he gonna be frustrating him.
You know,
I think
Bruce a
everything.
volume puncher too, man.
Yes,
He ain't lazy at all, man. He gonna give it to you.
he punched from all different angles.
Exactly.
He punched from all different angles. It's a work of art to see.
The only thing I want to see in him, man, right now, his hand and feet coordination is excellent. Hand and eye coordination is great. But the one thing I want to see from him is he's sort of got a little Terrence Crawford in him, man. He allows himself to be hit. Yeah, allows himself to be hit more than he should, man.
Yeah.
And Terrence Crawford, he does that sometimes. Terrence he be challenging himself, trying to, he want to show everybody he can take these punches and all that when it's unnecessary, man. Now, we've all seen
I don't
Terrence
think
just
Terrence
box
be
people.
trying to show people he can take that. I think Terrence just like to fight.
Well, he does. He does like to fight. You're right.
Yeah.
That's what I've always believed. But sometimes, like when he was fighting Green Machine, I think he at first he was doing the same thing he normally does. He was collecting data for the first couple rounds. But Green Machine putting up things on him.
Yeah.
He said, he trying to make me look bad. I got to fight this fool. And he wasn't trying to back up. He was just coming forward.
He got the attitude is, I'm better than you. You got me fucked up.
Right. And you're going to have to show me.
Yeah.
Exactly what he turns into that real dude from the block when he in that ring, man.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I think like you said, I think Witch got him do the same thing, because when he fought that little Eastern European guy that shouldn't even been in the ring
when
with
he
him,
almost had out in the first round.
Exactly, and then you allow him to make it a rough fight for you for the next 5 rounds or so.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, that dude should have been gone.
And even when they stopped that fight, he could have. That little guy would have kept going.
And he was way smaller than him, just a way smaller, pudgy fighter.
Sure.
I was like, why is he in here in his boots? And then his daddy was telling him, stop playing, stop bullshitting. Like,
that dude was tough though, man.
I've seen his daddy have to tell him that multiple times. I think this is a good fight that says you better not be in here bullshitting, because Lipinets will hit you with some shit that'll make you think.
Right. Absolutely. He has
I
been known to get some fighters out of there too.
Yeah. After this, I think if everything goes smooth with it, like we thinking it should go, I think it'd be good for a Danny Garcia, for a Josecito Lopez. I think it'd be good for some of those fights.
Yeah, some name fighters.
Yeah, I think it'd be
Yeah, I
good
agree.
for some even Sean Porter, but Sean Porter say he ain't fucking with that boy.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say too.
You know,
Yeah,
I
Sean
think
be a
it'd be
good
good. I think
test
it'd be
for him.
good for the contenders, the Ugas, the Romero's, the one that gave Ugas hell. Yeah, that Romero's fight for Ugas, that dude gave Ugas hell.
Mm-hmm. Remember
You know?
Ray Robinson and Ugas?
Yeah.
It became a draw, I think.
Yeah.
But they went back and forth, man.
Ray Robinson had some tough fights, man. He had some tough ones that that could have. He had a tough one with Lipinets. That a lot of people think that no, that was him and Green Machine. That was Mean Machine.
That was before Green Machine fought Terrence.
Actually people think Ray Robinson beat him.
Yeah. I thought it was a little robbery in that one. But
did Lipinets have one with Jamal James?
Jamal James.
Did Lipinets have one with Jamal James, or who did he have that tough fight with?
I think Ray Robinson and Jamal fought, didn't he? I don't know about Lipinets and Jamal though.
Lipinets just had a gift from somebody. Let me see. Lipinets just had a gift from somebody, and I know Ray Robinson have been in a couple tough ones. I think you're right on that. I think Ray Robinson had that tough one with Jamal James. Jamal James inked it out on him, and I think it was a draw. And I think I know that Mean Machine fight was.
Yeah, I thought Mean Machine got a gift on that one. With Ray Robinson. And
bro, I thought whatchamacallit had fought more than this.
Who was that?
Lipinets. Lipinets is only had 16 fights.
Oh, really? I thought he was over 20 fights.
No, hell no.
Well, he's one of a lot of them Eastern European. a lot of them European fights that came over, they were those Euro fights. They were fast tracking.
Yeah, he has 18 fights total. He has 16 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. He got the 1 loss to Mikey Garcia, and then he had that was Custio Clayton that he had that draw with.
Mm-hmm.
He had that draw with the last fight.
He hasn't been doing too much fighting lately, then. Cause when he fought Peterson, I think he only had like 10 or 11 fights there.
Yeah. I'm trying to see, how old is he? He's 32 years old.
Yeah.
He's 32 years old.
Yeah, it's that fast track. I mean, your boy still got less than 20 fights. Well, he got 16, 17 fights. Lomo.
Yeah, Loma do. Kavaliauskas had just a few fights. That one, them fights like that Terrence been having here. Here, like that guy ain't had that many fights.
Right. Yeah, they fast track them cats, man. And they don't strike us. What's his name? Alexander Usyk. He he's been fast tracked too, but I don't know how many fights he has now, but he hasn't had a great deal of fights.
Who?
Alexander Usyk.
I think Usyk over 20. I think Usyk might be around 24 or so. Let's see.
He probably is now, but I know he was being fast tracked too.
Those guys sitting in that Olympic system for so long.
Yeah.
They sit in that Olympic system for a long time.
Yeah, they do.
You right. He only got 18 bouts.
Yeah, I know some low number.
Yeah. Usyk only got 18. I'm trying to. There was somebody else that only had a few fights. That just recently fought. It's one of those European guys that don't have a whole bunch of fights. You're right. They do fast track.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody fast track like Clarissa, like Clarissa though.
No, but see, and the thing with her situation, they ain't got that many. They ain't that many fighters out there for her.
Nice shit.
Like the
She
guys.
got she got damn near as many belts as she got fights.
Yeah, she does. See, shoot, I got a problem. Let's see, we'll do it like this. Women don't have as many to compete. I mean, as many other women to fight as guys do.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she's been up. She's so far up and down the weight divisions just to try to make a career.
Like,
yeah,
I mean,
she's the only American fast track like that I know of.
who's that?
Clarissa. She's the only American, male or female.
I'm saying the girl Raquel Miller. She got
Yeah.
Raquel Miller, Savannah, and
her and Raquel needs to fight.
And I think Gabriel Hanna. I think
they need to have a second fight.
Yes.
They've had one already.
Yes, they need to have a second fight. I think she got 3 good fights right there. That shit she need to be talking that shit and promoting. They like shit. These girls are good. I got 3 good challenges. They think we ain't got no good fights, but they need to line them up. I'll knock them all down. They think they ready. Come on, I mean, Raquel Miller been asking for the fights.
Yeah, she has.
Raquel Miller been asking for it. Savannah is the last one she lost to, and Hannah Gabriel's put her on her ass, and she is Hannah Gabriel's is a good selling fight.
I hadn't kept up with that as much. Raquel's got a loss to Savannah, you said?
No, not Raquel. In the amateurs, Savannah beat is the last person to beat Shields.
Oh, you talking about the girl over in the overseas?
Yeah. And that's a U.S.
Yeah, they need that fight. I think that's the next fight she's working on. Hearns has been working on that fight with her.
Yeah, Eddie Hearn been talking noise to her. They was talking noise not too long ago.
Yeah, she undersold herself on that fight though. At the end of her fight, talking about $750,000. Ask for more than that.
No, she said he gonna have to come with the millions. She said he gonna have to come.
But at the end of her fight, she said, I think he had offered like $250 or $500,000 or something like that. And she said you're gonna have to come with at least $750,000.
She gonna have to stop talking.
Yeah. She need to take some advice before she start talking. I never would have said at least $750,000.
She needs some man. They just
supposed to start up.
They messing over the sister, man. She to be that bad of a woman. Like, come on. I mean,
she gotta learn how to. When she speak on some stuff, she be speaking real. But when she speak on, sometimes she don't speak it in the right tone.
Yeah.
And I think they, the powers that be get to tripping with her sometime, and not for good reason. But sometimes you gotta sit back and analyze everything before you speak on it.
Exactly.
And then be careful about what you say. I mean, how you say things.
Yep.
Because they're already against you. So just be careful how you present your argument.
Yeah, I agree. Because a lot of times she get caught up in the wrong.
Yeah. She say things. What she's speaking on, it's what she should be speaking on. But sometimes she say things in a way that shows that she feels like she did. What you say? How you say when somebody she feels
slated? She feel like people are belittling her.
Well, that too, but no, she feels when you feel like you're owed something.
Yeah.
She feel owed these opportunities and same as the guys and all that. I'm not saying she's not, but I mean when she's speaking like that, when you challenging the powers that be, sometimes they want to show you who has the power.
Yep.
Unfortunately. And yeah, I mean it's raining like crazy out here. And I hate that pour.
You know
Is that
something?
Is that too loud for you? It's rain.
No, you good. I can. You good. I hear you. You know something that's messed up, man? 126, the champions right now, Navarrete, Leo Santa Cruz, and Gary Russell Jr. What the hell are we waiting on?
Well, you know, they've been avoiding Gary. Leo has all career.
My good.
Gary, I think Gary has an issue with they say he's hard to deal with. And you know what? He might have displayed a little bit of that with him and Devin Haney.
Yeah.
Trying to fight.
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell? What Shakur at 126? Why Bob ain't make that fight with Navarrete at 126 in him?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of fights that should have took place a long time ago.
They should have built that fight up, made that fight with Navarrete and Shakur, and then came back and Al should have been putting together Leo and Russell, and the winner out of those fights in the cross promotion should have been something major.
Man, I knew I should have put my rain pants on, man. This rain done got me. Just running off my raincoat onto my pants, got me wet and something, man.
Robert Brown, you on point again. Robert Brown say Claressa just needs to do it on the right platform. She should organize a round table, sit down with other dominant black female athletes like Serena, Simone Biles, and Simone Manuel, etc.
I agree with him 100%. I said that last week to somebody on somebody's platform.
Yeah.
Because, oh no, it was about probably 2 weeks ago. That's when this chick Sarah was on who on H1's platform. Now I was saying that to Sarah, and she used to box. She's done some work with Devin Haney and some other boxers. And you know, see one of Claressa's issues is she's not very well liked amongst the females, unfortunately. And I think that's sad for all of them, because you know if they can all get in alignment together, they can get something done. But at the same time, they got issues with her. She got issues with some of them. And
I think she plays it up like that, like on the Floyd Mayweather type. I'm the baddest bitch out here. Y'all got me fucked up, and they don't really too much care for it. It's like, damn, we struggle enough already to get out. And you talking bad about us like we trash. Y'all already running through us.
But they all can. Sisters need to all come together, man, and push. You know, you can get more done in numbers.
But she can do it. She can still do it outside of the women boxers, like they saying. With the same. Go ahead.
But she can get, you know, like my man in the chat said, she can get other superstar females in sports from other sports and push the envelope about what they feel is right for them.
She need to do just like Serena did, got with Beyonce and shit, and you know did the video and is round laugh. She very outspoken as a woman, had that same type of attitude. Matter of fact, that Claressa has, but at the same time, like they be in the loop at the top.
Right. They know how to get the message across.
DJ, when I said after that Heron fight that Shakur been chasing Oscar Valdez, and Oscar Valdez, I was scared for Oscar Valdez to get that fight with him because he might duck Shakur again. People went crazy. Like, he ain't ducking. I swear Oscar that Shakur chased him from 126 to 130.
They moved up.
That's my only fear about him getting that fight.
Yeah, he gave he gave he fled.
Yeah, I mean those lower divisions between 130, 126 and 130 could be something real special if those fighters was actually fighting each other. If
Hmm.
you looking at between those divisions, Gary Russell can fight at 130 and 126. Navarrete can damn sure fight at 130. Even though he just moved up from 120 122, he's a big fighter. Leo, we know can fight at 130. Because he was bigger than Tank, really. Probably not as muscular, but he was bigger than Tank, really, at 130. Uh, uh, you got Shakur, you got Burchell, you got Herring, you got Valdez. You got 7 fighters right there that could really be fighting each other in the lower classes.
Hmm.
And it's like shit, y'all gotta fight. Y'all
It's
gotta
too much.
fucking fight.
It's too much posturing in boxing, man, with the guys,
Yes.
and it's
Yeah.
too much. I'm the A side. I should get the biggest pie, part of the pie, and all that. I mean, man, fight.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, that's for behind the scenes, the A side and
right.
all of that
It's
shit. That's
right.
not really
Yeah,
for
they
us.
bring it out here to the public eye too much, man.
Yeah.
You know.
I think sometimes we ask for it because when we like what's holding up the fight, when it
Right. Right.
become, I ain't scared of this motherfucker. I ain't scared of what's holding up the fight. Shit, I'm the A side and this motherfucker bullshit. He don't
Hmm.
want to acknowledge that he ain't selling no fucking tickets. We
Yeah.
understand, but at the same time, that ain't like you made a good point when you say, damn, you can't just embarrass a motherfucker and punk a motherfucker in
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
goddamn, in the public eye.
Yeah. It's
If
still it
that's
need to
what's
be
being
some.
done behind the scenes, that's what's being
Yeah.
done behind the scenes.
Because a lot of times fighters know when they supposed to take less. They know. The argument Earl Spence was making is he's selling more tickets, which is a strong argument. But at the same time, Terrence had a strong argument too. He was the most accomplished in his body of work as a
I,
fighter. Not so much the welterweight division, but just as a whole. And
that ain't
so
never that ain't never been a selling point though. You got to put asses in
no, it's
them
not.
seats for the money.
Right. I mean that's true when it comes down to box office and pay per view and stuff. But
Hmm.
but a guy that accomplished versus his opponent,
It's just the ego
9 times out of 10 he's gonna take a little
offense.
back. He's gonna take a little he gonna be taken aback a little bit when he he
Hmm.
feels like he's being disrespected.
Yeah,
He's
I
not
feel
being
it.
recognized for his accomplishments. And I can
Hmm.
understand that. You know,
Yeah.
because I mean, the Roberto Duran's, he wasn't always a welterweight before he met Sugar Ray.
Hmm.
But I don't know what the percentage was. I'm sure Sugar Ray probably got the bulk of the money, but
Hmm.
they made the fight happen.
I think they'll make it. It's just they gonna have to quiet everything down as
Yeah,
far as
yeah.
that part of it. The shit talking
Lead the fans out of it.
and I beat your ass is one
Hmm.
thing, but the you can't sell a fight. Like that was cool when it was Sean Porter and Errol Spence
Hmm.
because they in the same company, and I think
Yeah,
that was understood that it was a bit of banter, but what you call him, he's just a different person. You know, it's sad that you say you got to. We sitting up here saying we got to protect the fighter's feelings from the truth, but at
hmm,
the same time, if that's what's holding up the fight, let's get over the hump.
right, right.
You know, but I just want to see that fight, bro. I just want to see
Yeah,
that
well,
fight. I don't want to miss that fight. I don't want that fight to go to 154 either. I want
right.
that fight to happen at
You want it well at
147 for
147.
undisputed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I don't even honestly. We haven't seen Terrence tested at 154 to even know that if he, I mean, at 147 to even know that if he goes to 154, can he once again, like Danny Garcia, fight with the likes of Harrison and all of them other bigger fighters up there? You know,
Yeah,
we don't want a situation like that. I mean, the eye test says that Terrence is the goodness. His resume as far as his accomplishments, I'm going to give him full credit for him. He accomplished what was in front of him, and say, he's a Hall of Famer right now, like he says.
Yeah, he
But
is.
at the end of the day, at 147, no, you have not been completely tested. But that's the politics of boxing. So we got to roll with the punches the same way we say with Deontay Wilder. Shit, he fought who was put in front of him. I'm going to give fair play across the board to everybody.
Yeah. Now, I'll say this about Terrence Crawford. Well, I was going to say this about any fighter.
Mm.
These elite fighters, they not just themselves, but their potential opponents. They know if they can compete at the next weight level.
Yeah.
They all got this inside information, which is what they've done in the amateurs, and a lot of them knew each other from the amateurs, knew what their accomplishments were. They see what they do in the ring under lights, but most of all, they know what their gym work is like. So, just a matter of, well, yeah, kitty. Yeah, kitty. Cat usually always want to come in when I come here at this store. So they know, in my opinion, they know who's who at most times, Yeah, kitty. And so for Terrence to say he may go up to 154, I'm not surprised. I mean, he don't seem big enough, but once they get in there and get the fight, because I mean, remember Danny?
I'm not gonna say that he's not big enough.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say that he's not big enough. Terrence big, man.
Yeah, he's a big boy. See, these guys always couldn't wait for these lighter fights, so they don't look like what we think they should look like sometimes. But I'm gonna tell you a perfect example of why I say what I'm saying about these fighters know when they can go up and when they're the goods and things of that nature. Oh, I forgot that feel. I hope it didn't break.
They spar heavier weights. They spar
heavier.
Yeah.
And then look at my man Bernard Hopkins. He always knew he could fight at a heavy weight, but he maintained his discipline because he was fighting for greatness at the middleweight division.
Yeah, and when you at an optimal weight, you at your smallest, strongest weight at your optimal weight. So that's how you're supposed to fight. I like I say, I'm not one of those people that try to discredit Terrence. I got Errol. I'm a Dallas dude, and shit, I just like Errol whole fighting style. He don't waste energy. He parry punches good. He take good angles. He do a lot of shit better than what people are giving him credit for. People think like, oh man, he ain't gonna be able to deal with the switch hitting and the boxing IQ. Errol got a badass fucking boxing IQ itself. If you take them fights and you put them fights together, the way he was boxing in and out on Mikey, the way he was taking angles and changing levels, punishing Lamont Peterson, the way he was dipping the feints in and out, and the levels that he was putting on Danny Garcia, you will see that he's a much more complete fighter than what you think, than what people think he is. His feet are not as good as
but he makes up for it.
And when I say his feet are not as good, that's far as
Pacquiao.
not as far as Crawford. Errol, when I say Errol feet are not as good as far as Crawford, that's a mental transition. Not that he's not as athletic, he's not as fluent, and that mental transition from offense to defense, is not as fast.
He may have felt like he hadn't really needed to do too much footwork.
That's what I'm getting at.
Because of his IQ, his strength, and he's relentless to the body, man. So I mean, and he's not afraid to get hit. So I mean, a lot of times when you run into a guy like that, most of the time they don't have the greatest of footwork because they're not worried about it.
Yeah.
They figure you got to give something to get something.
I think his footwork is good. I think sometimes though he can be indecisive at moments, but he's fast enough to get in and out. I've seen a couple times where his feet crossed in the fight with Danny Garcia, getting out of there from something being a little late on the on the pullback, and where he had to dip, you know, when he should have been just slipping out of there and slipping to the left, slipping to the right. His feet actually crossed up at those times. I seen those little things, those little nuances and stuff. But at the end of the day, him being in there with a fighter like Terrence, I think he's a lot sharper, and he showed that just his overall ability. If you put those 3 fights together, if you put 4 fights together, you put Lamont Peterson, you put Danny Garcia, you put Mikey Garcia, and you put Sean Porter, the Porter fight in, you will see a lot that Errol can do. When people keep saying everybody ain't seen everything Errol can do, they ain't seen that EJ that roughed up Porter, that roughed up Mayweather in the gym. You know.
But yeah, they've been harping on the fact that he hadn't shown it all yet, and I do believe that.
But he ain't put it all together in one fight because he ain't had to. He been working. Okay, this works for me right here in this fight. I think against Terrence, I think Terrence got a lot more to bargain for when he fight EJ than what he thinking, and that's my big thing.
Oh yeah, no, I think he knows. I think they both know what they're in for. That's another reason the fight hadn't been made yet. They both know that they might not come out and say it initially, but they both have a great level of respect for one another, even though I think they want to see themselves fighting one another. But see, sometimes you got to put business into it. Sometimes when a fighter accomplishes one level of something and he's not near what he wanted to accomplish, sometimes fighting this next guy who's a great fighter and could make a great fight with you may be a bit risky for both of you. So you want to stack a few fights up, stack a few chips up. You know what I'm saying? And
he needed that Sean Porter fight.
That fight. Yeah, he needed that one. Without that Sean Porter fight, I don't know how Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence fight would have been good for Earl.
He needs Sean Porter or he needs Thurman. And really, I say Sean Porter.
Now Crawford needs one of them. Yeah, he needs one of them. Yeah. You're right.
I give Thurman his respect because he only has this one loss and it was coming off the 2-year layoff. But at the same time, that shot that Pacquiao hit you with that put you on your ass. I don't even think I think Pacquiao was shocked he put you on your ass with that shot.
Old Thurman wouldn't have got hit with that. If he had, he wouldn't have went down like that.
Not only would he have not went down like that, the issue that I had with it was before the fight ever even started. He never disputed, and the pictures were there. This man, why was you out partying? Your dedication, Thurman's dedication to boxing is that question for me.
He got used to being off work.
Yeah, you sitting out in the damn casino. You sitting out in the damn casino 2-3 o'clock in the morning when you got this big fight coming up, and you come out in the same damn clothes that you done pretty much sit out in the casino tripping and gambling.
He thought it was Michael Jordan.
Yeah, like come on, man. Come on, go take your ass to sleep. Get up and stay focused.
Everybody can't do what Mike do and come in and knock down a hell of a game.
Yeah,
next morning,
And then the other thing that makes me feel like Keith Thurman is like he's a good boxer, but his body is suspect. He is abusing his body in some kind of way, like they say about Errol. But shit, what's called that liver shot
he
that
injuries every year, man.
Exactly, and the liver shot that Collazo hit him with, the shot that Josecito hit him with, the body shot that Pacquiao hit him. Every time somebody hit him to the body in what 3 of the last 4 or 5 fights, he has been in survival mode. He has been in survival mode. Cause Pacquiao hit him with that fucking body shot. That motherfucker took the mouthpiece out and got to getting around the ring. Josecito hit him with that body shot. He had to think about if he wanted to take a knee. Shit. Collazo hit him with that body shot. Shit. God damn. And it's the same fucking shot he keep getting hit with.
Yeah, he's been very suspect to the body. Yeah.
You know,
Some guys
I'm
have suspect chins, and he has a suspect body. Body.
yeah, and I'm guaranteeing you, if he fuck around and fight somebody like Crawford, did you see the body shot that Crawford put on Ndongo? Hey, that
Oh yeah.
Crawford
Oh yeah.
Crawford is a cerebral fighter. You know,
Yeah.
even though
Very.
he liked to fight at time, and that's his point, his problem, and he don't fight so
Yeah.
well in the inside. But Keith Thurman not gonna fight inside like that. Now Sean Porter is the better fight for him because as far as a competitive fight, because Sean is gonna fight where he's weak at. A lot of times, Bud fights in a high guard inside, and he throws wider punches, not so tight punches inside. And that's what I've seen. He
Mhm.
starts fighting. He trying to get back out of there on a straight line to get outside, to get outside and get back at range and fight back at range. He likes to fight mid range to outside a lot of times. And when he gets inside, that's when he starts fighting a little bit more wilder and gets hit with some shots because he's fighting at a high guard. And when they dip into the body and coming back up and changing levels on him inside like that and hitting the little tight, sharp punches, a lot of times he don't see him because he's trying to get off first to get you off of him because he's fighting. And that's what I see about. But that's the same Gamboa. Double jab, followed the jab in,
Right.
and Bud went to get him off of him, and bow, he hit
Got
him with
caught.
the overhand. Yep,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
yep. DJ Garcia
He love
hated
a good
with it
fight.
too. Yeah, yeah. Both, yeah, exactly. Both Spence and Crawford. I think they destroy Thurman body. I would not be surprised now if Thurman does get that Spence fight. If Spence wins this unification bout with Ugas, and I
Mm-hmm.
only say if out of respect, I always like to respect fighters. He win that. I think that 2 year layoff and that saying that he surrendered that belt and that he's gonna be mandatory again. I think that they are going to jump Thurman back up to mandatory on that WBA belt. And if negotiations don't go well with Crawford and Spence right off the bat, or if Crawford has a rough fight with Porter and wants to fight another fight in between
Mm-hmm.
him and Spence,
Mm-hmm.
and that happens earlier next year, I think that Spence will end up fighting Thurman. Because
That's possible.
Thurman and Smith just have that nasty rivalry where it's like,
Mm-hmm.
fuck you. What he said it, you know.
Yeah.
Thurman does smother Porter does smother his punches inside, but at the same time he puts so much pressure on you. He does it here lately in these last two fights that he has had, he's gotten better about not smothering that work.
Right.
And not only is he not smothering that work, he's showing that Pacquiao is in and out, being able to change angles and turn fighters where he used to smother the punches. He's starting to not punch at those times. He's starting to turn fighters and get off on the overhands and get off on the rights and dip under and slide back over on the other side. He's starting to actually put it together a little bit better without smothering the work. And if you hear, I gotta give Kenny Porter his credit. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. The drills that they are working on his on his hips being looser and transitioning. He's starting to put that together mentally in the ring. He's not smothering punches as bad as he used to. You know, now he does still have that rough, nasty, putting his head down, head in your chest, you know, type fight to him, which that is what had Errol a lot of times hitting him with those low blows and in tight because a lot of times he was leading with the head and he rolled that head underneath, and when he rolled his head underneath, he come back over with the overhand. You know. So it was he's starting to put it together. I like the Porter that I'm seeing here lately. a lot more than the Porter that I've seen in the past. He's still been open for that big shot. When he's putting his head on your chest, fighters are starting to realize what Errol saw. He was putting his head on his chest. Errol started giving him that half step back and coming with that hook. That's the hook that he put on his chin. Because every time Porter kept putting his head on his chest, he didn't have his hands up on his chin. He was looking to punch because he was looking to roll out of it and hit Errol with the overhand. And what did you see when he got ready to roll out of it? Errol had it right on his chin. And what was he in the middle of throwing? That overhand. But he tried. That's his tactic of putting his head on your chest, so he has a feel for where you are. Oh, am I on? Am I on by myself? Cam, you still here, man? We need you putting to put Santos back in. Yeah, Cam's still here. Cam, can you put Santos back on the panel? But yeah, most definitely, man. We got some good fights that we can look forward to. They just gotta mature. I mean, shit. Fury versus Joshua. If that's what's gonna happen, let it happen fast. But shit, I feel like shit. The winner, if they fight one fight, just a one off, and come back to Deontay, it need to happen. If Deontay gonna fight, he need to go ahead and come back and if he gets at White or if he gets at somebody else to just get himself back fresh and get back in the fold, you know, it need to go ahead and happen now so we can keep boxing moving because we was at a good place for a while, but now it's starting to slow back down again.
I'm back. Thanks, Cam. Man, I just pulled my phone out of my pocket and
Accidentally hit that button.
Yeah, knocked me out, man. Yeah, man. I agree with you on that Wilder Fury Joshua situation.
Yeah.
Whatever's gonna happen, let it happen fast, and let's get it over with and move on to the next.
Yeah, because honestly, I'm not messed up with the loss from Deontay.
I'm okay with it because I think it makes him stronger.
Well, yeah, it makes him stronger if he just go ahead and whatever court dealings you deal with because you were contractually obligated. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Deontay saying he was cheated. I do have a problem with him calling out Breland because that's the only I didn't feel like Breland.
That's the problem I have. That's the only problem I have.
I feel like JD's is the one that was supposed to be checking them gloves. Fighters fight. Fighters cheat. I've been cheated before, and the official that was there, and my team. I looked at my team was like, "God damn, you ain't see that? You were supposed to see this." You know what I'm saying? And the official that made the bad call later told me, "Say, I made a bad call."
I'm gonna go on mute for a second. I gotta work this lift gate.
Okay, yeah, the official told me I made a bad call, but your team is supposed to see it. It happens, so I don't have a problem with Deontay saying, "Yeah, I was cheated," and yeah, he wrenched on my neck and all of that stuff. That type of shit happens in fighting. The reality of it is, though, you have to fight through it. You can call it out and say, "Yeah," but you have to fight through it. So you come back, you learn something. Your team learn that shit. They gotta be on point. You gotta be watching the gloves. That's what everybody doing now, and they catching the gloves now after he said something. So obviously, it was an issue that has been going on, and people are catching it now. So I don't find that to be an excuse, but you got to move on from it. As far as the Mark Breland, yeah. As far as the suit, like, come on, you chose to wear that suit. And the end all game is we had a contract. I honored and gave respect to you by giving you a rematch after I had got away with a draw that really should have been a win for me. In some people's eyes, and some people say you should have won. I felt like I won. I felt like I knocked you out. The count was long. I felt like I had 2 knockdowns, plus I won a few more rounds in between that. I felt like I won. But just as a man, shit, let's get it on. Let's make this official. When we come back, I made it official with you. I held my word. You keep it official with me and keep your word. That's the end all be all for me. Now, if y'all going into arbitration and the arbitrator say, "Hey, he's owed something. Either you're gonna fight him or you're gonna pay him. Whatever comes out of that, y'all go ahead and get that on, and y'all go on about y'all business. You know. Otherwise, y'all gotta fight and get it over with. It is what it is. I'm not gonna stand on the excuses of, oh, he got. That's not gonna take away from the fact that that shit happens in boxing. Period. I just don't like when people say it didn't happen. Yeah, it did happen. It did happen. You know, I don't believe the Mark Breland shit. I believe that suit was your fault. I believe Tyson Fury fought dirty and did every trick that he could, and it was up to your corner to call all that shit out with all their experience. The same way Breland threw the towel in, they should have been hollering at the ref. JD should have been watching them gloves. Your corner wasn't on point that night, and you wasn't at your best. As a veteran fighter, you got to know how to fight through that. If you got to deliver a low blow to make the ref say "ooh shit" and to make him back up and not fight like that, you got to do that. If you got to come across with a little bit of elbow to make the referee say "oh," or to deliver a cut to make that shit stop, to make let him know, hey, you come in here with that dirty shit, I'm willing to fight dirty too. You got to be able to do that. You know. That's just that's my thoughts on that. I really feel like shit. Hell, it is what it is. I know he never mentioned the suit himself or J.A. Dixon. It just the fact that it came up, regardless if that since that even came up with anybody saying it, he chose to wear the suit. It don't matter, you know. You know, the man, I just feel like he owed that third fight, you know, and I feel like I'm a root for him anyway because I feel like he's always got a puncher's chance. Not only that, he has more skills than what people ever give him, you know. He did look like a deer in headlights from the jump, but we don't know what that was for. And I just unless you have lab work that says that that water was tainted or that you had your toxicology report on back from the fight and that says that you had toxins in your body or some drug form that would make you feel like that or act like that. Joshua had the same thing. It does look suspicious, but for you to blame it on this one guy, you got to present that. That's the same way as dudes in the penitentiary. If you say somebody a snitch, you got to have that paperwork. You can't put that jacket on somebody like that. You know, I'm just being real about it. Robert Brown, that is an issue. I heard him do an interview once before, and I swear I said, "Man, is this dude getting head while he fucking doing the interview?" And he said he had sex anyway. Well, even doing that time, it ain't nothing for him. Yeah, your legs will go from that. You know, he made no. Everything is gonna be a learning experience. You know, I'm still not just like even him, his camp hearing us talk like this right now. They may be upset, but I can say I've been in that position before, and I had to examine my camp, and I had to tell my camp, say, "This what y'all here for? This what you know, this what y'all got to look out for." Everybody know this. Hell, what's the brother name? Richard, Hakeem Richardson, the trainer that just died. He's the one that caught the gloves loaded.
Margarito.
With Margarito. That's what you're supposed to do. People cheat. How many times had Margarito had them gloves loaded? Cotto got his ass whooped and came back and fought. He let everybody know the same way Wilder letting everybody know that this motherfucker here cheating. It's just he got caught the next fight. Now, if this goes on, guess what? Those guys over there, they have been caught. White got caught. The other guy that was fighting for the WBC in the lower weights, he got caught with them same fucking gloves that was loaded. So it's not an excuse. It's just him pointing the facts out. The same way that happened with Margarita, the next fight came, they got caught. Guys are getting caught with those same gloves, and those gloves are loaded. So it's not an excuse for Wilder to say that. It's just, okay, Wilder, that shit happens in boxing. Now we gotta move on. We gotta move forward. You get paid for what you owed in damages in this arbitration, but Fury, Wilder, we want to see the next fight. I want to see the next fight. All the rest of that stuff where it becomes one big conspiracy, I can't subscribe to all of that. I like, damn, they loaded the gloves. The referee, the referee letting him hang on his neck and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is Bayless doing? Bayless, you that scared to get in between two big heavyweights in between two big men? This man choking this man out. I'm looking at him hanging on his fucking neck while you talking to him, telling him break. He looking you dead in your eyes and squeezing. You ain't gonna warn him for that. You ain't gonna deduct points or nothing. Which it don't matter at that point in time, because by the time you warned him and actually started talking about deducting points, he already choked the man down. That's my thing, Robert Brown. That's when it went too far for me. You gotta prove that. You gotta prove this man tainted your water, that he poisoned your water or spike your water, whatever you want to call it. You gotta prove that. The glove thing, he said he was dipping his hands in gasoline to harden his knuckles like the old bare knuckle fighters. The gloves, we seen 3 fights in a row that those gloves are loaded, so people can miss me with that. We saw him wrenching his neck and everything. He fought a dirty fight within every means that he could possibly get away. It didn't mean everybody was in on it. It just mean that he fought dirty. It is what it is. He fought a dirty ass fight. Now you as a veteran gotta learn to get him. What did uh 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 Earl do against Porter? He told him, "You're a dirty fighter." People might have not seen the dirty shit that Porter was doing, but he was putting his head in there and was following through with some elbows. Spence put the motherfuckers on his belt line and hit him with a few low blows, and then started to adjust and realized that every time he put his hand in my chest, he's hitting me with this overhand right. Okay, but he's dropping his hands. His corner tell him, say, get that half step back and deliver that one across his motherfucking chin. There you go. There you go. You got to make those adjustments in fights. Veterans are gonna use dirty tactics.
Thanks, bro. Man, I can't even move my phone without screwing up.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
I was listening to everything you were saying, Eli.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with all that, but I wanted to add a couple things though. First of all, well, as far as that suit, he did make that comment to that reporter. I forget his name. I forget.
Ioli, but was it in that context though?
I don't know. He came with the receipt. It was snippet or whatever it was. He came with the receipt, and he did. He said, the uniform was too heavy. He had it on too long and stuff like that. But see, to me, that wasn't as wild of a wild reach to say that as a lot of people thinking, because you got to remember he had that suit on a few minutes before Tyson Fury came out, and then Tyson Fury's entry took quite a minute or two. And if you got some weight on you like that, man, then he had a long walk. He didn't get to ride down like Tyson. He walked down to the ring. I could. His legs probably got to, burn a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
That's a veteran team around Tyson.
Yeah. So then when it come down to all the cheating situation, I didn't like that Mark Breeden thing, like you said. But my thing is, if you're gonna get rid of Mark Breeden, you got to get rid of J. Diaz. And I like J. Diaz. But if you get rid of one, you need to get rid of both. Or if you're going to keep one, keep both and bring somebody in over top of them to watch out for you. You know what I'm saying? because that should have been avoided. Any of that conspiracy stuff that may have happened as far as with the water, the gloves, and all that kind of stuff. That stuff could have been prevented. Now, granted, now the glove situation may or may not have been able to be prevented as far as like the first fight, because I think what happened is Tyson manipulated that glove after it was signed off by the commission. Because what he did, he had it pulled down where you have a little room in it. You can see his knuckles down at the bottom, and then he had my man to he wouldn't let what's the referee's name, Jack Reese. He wouldn't let him grab that glove. You see how he kind of held it back from him and gave him his wrist, his forearm rather, instead of the actual hand. And then at the end of the fight, he made sure his buddy pulled that particular glove off his hand, so it wouldn't be.
But that's on JD's. That's on JD's. He has to be on top of that.
Well, the thing is, what I'm saying is, I think after JD's seen what he needed to see, and after the commission saw what they need to see, they signed off on it. JD's gone at that point because the gloves are on his hand. That was an adjustment made before he got in that ring. After it was signed off on. So
they still got to be aware of all that cheating stuff.
Well, I'm gonna tell you who should have actually caught it at that point. Jack Reese. And watch, pay attention to these fights, these heavyweight fights going through, especially if he's in them. Watch these referees start checking the tips of his gloves. I guarantee you.
They already been checking more of those fighters' gloves, and you know something. It's always old tricks in the fight game, bro. You know how they used to have them outdoor fights and stuff, and how they still do. You know how many times that a fight may have been maybe scheduled overseas, and it's scheduled early morning on purpose because it's going to be televised late here, and this fighter has a heater in his corner, and this fighter he's gonna walk out, he's gonna have a slow walk out, and he's gonna keep himself lathered up and warmed up, and this fighter back over here getting stiff because he done already lathered up and warmed himself up, and now this cold wind is blowing on him, and now he getting stiff and he getting stale. Little stuff like that is always been done.
Little mind games, man.
Yeah, it's always been done.
And at the end of the day, it is a fight. So you got to be leery that something was going to happen.
Yeah.
If you don't catch, you know.
I just hate that. Like, don't say that Wilder making excuses.
Right.
Just acknowledge we saw this shit. We see this. It happened. But Wilder, come on now. You got to learn from this and know that you're going to always deal with this. You've been dealing with people trying to do PDs and all of that shit. You know, once y'all get past this, you have your mind mentally set that this is the shit I got to deal with. So I'm going to prepare myself and we're going to fight. I'm going to get this bitch a little elbow the next time. If he start wrenching my neck when I come up out of it, I'm going to give him a little elbow. I'm going to give him a little shot to his nutsack. Bitch, I'm going to take something out of you if you take something from me.
Right. I ain't saying that was right that he did it, but my man Tyson, he got tired of them headbutts from Holyfield. And nigga, I got to have that ear. Yeah, I go cut the ear off. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. But he got tired of them headbutts, man. Them headbutts was hurt. You know, Holyfield was known for headbutt people. Throughout multiple fights throughout his career. And, they get close to him. He get to jumping around, moving their head. Go ahead.
Errol told Sean Porter, "You a dirty fighter, but that's okay. If you fight dirty, I'm fight dirty." when he got to putting that head on him and bullying in, Errol had to get warned for putting them bitches on them below the belt.
You got him up off of him too.
Hey, so it got him up off of him and made him a little hesitant. He started overhand right coming off of that shit, and he made the adjustment, and that's when he got that knockdown in the late rounds because he put that little short crispin right across his chin, and you seen him throwing that same overhand that he hit Errol with all night. All night he hit him with that motherfucker.
Yeah,
you know. So
that was a great fight.
Yeah, and you can see a fighter in game adjustments inside the ring in the fight. Like I took more away from that fight with Errol than a lot of people may have actually seen. The adjustment that was made there, the if you fight dirty, I still got the will to bang with you and beat you
Right.
and do this. And Sean said I made him fight like that because he couldn't he was trying to figure it out, and this is what he had to fight with.
Right.
But Sean wasn't complaining about him hitting him below the belt because
Uh,
Sean knew what he was doing. He
he
was
knew what was
following
up.
through with some elbow. If he missed that overhand right, he was gonna hit him with a little bit of elbow. When
Yeah.
if he was putting that head down in there, those are the things that veterans do, and they get
Yeah.
in that ring and they fight it out.
Yeah. He was roughing them up, making a
Hell yeah.
dog fight out of it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, they had a good strategy though against Earl. But
Mm-hmm.
Earl, he's got a hell of a trainer, man, and he's got good IQ himself. So
Yeah.
he was able to withstand all that and come out victorious. So in that fight, I had that fight neck and neck. I wouldn't have, even if they had called it a draw after that knockdown, I wouldn't have been upset about it because I thought it would have been fair. But at the same time, I'm not upset with Earl getting a nod on it,
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, for some people, it was just that close of a fight that it took that knockdown to determine who was going to be victorious in that fight, that particular fight.
Yeah, he definitely Jay Dixon. He definitely owed Wilder that fight. But
Oh
whatever
yeah,
they gonna do, if Wilder is gonna take money, then for the fans right now, for us, they need to go ahead and move that along and go ahead and get back to boxing before all of those fights go stale. Because
no,
boxing is starting to go stale with all of this politics and stuff
right,
in between right now. I mean, you got the UFC right now that's putting on events. You got Thriller right now that just put on a major event. And the thing of it is the same format of boxing that's coming every day is starting to be like, damn, come out with the ring walk and get in the ring, argue for 6 months about who A side and who this and that, argue for 3 years about all that shit. Finally get to the fight. Is the fight worth it? And then go back and do it all over again. Instead of it starting to evolve and starting to be bigger events and starting to be a week leading up to where you have Super Bowl week, where you have all kind of events and you have all kind of stuff going on, that you look forward to. We're not getting those mega fights that bring that type of environment to the fight. Like where you had those Vegas strip weeks where it was an actual fight week with Tyson, where shit it changed the complexion of Vegas for that week because that was the big event. We're not getting those fights right now.
yeah,
Yeah,
man,
you right, Jay Dixon. But those big fights are like the Super Bowls. If it's 2 and 3 fights, we saying right now, let's go from 126 on up. 126. Leo and Russell not fighting. Navarrete not fighting. None of them. 130. Shakur having trouble getting a fight with Valdez. If they gonna fight Herring. 135 is Haney and Javante Davis and Teofimo and Loma. Is they all gonna fight each other? 140. We waiting on Ramirez and Taylor. 147. We waiting on this fight with Crawford and them to fight. 154. We had to hope for that to come, but it came. We got that 160. We ain't got shit happening. 168. We not getting the fight with the fights that we want at 168. 175 is shaking out slow, but it's just not that big of a division. Cruiserweight, so on, same thing. Heavyweight, now we got all of this. It's throughout boxing. It's just not that two. It's not just that 2 or 3 fights. It's throughout boxing that this is what they doing to us. So we got to demand. And that was from 126 on up. I mean, shit. Who's that? What Robert Brown say? J Rock is good at hitting with the shoulder to free himself. Hell yeah, he is good at that shit. Yep, WBC doing that too. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying, Jay Dixon. Yeah, it have been some great fights in between. It have been some damn good fights in between. It's just that everybody not watching all of those fights because it's just like they not that fight that's on that stage. So it's sometimes they do get overlooked. Like shit, you may watch that fight and the other channels may report on that fight and say, "Man, say that was a great fight," but the casual fan don't see that fight. Like I alluded to last month. Sometime I took a break from social media for a month, the whole month of February during Black History Month, and just got back to basics with my family and stuff. And I didn't know what was going on in boxing for that month because I wasn't on these platforms. Because these platforms are what hold boxing up right now. ESPN is not advertising boxing like that. Showtime is not advertising boxing like that, and it's not in every home. Fox is not advertising boxing like that year round. It's not in every home. Right now, they only want the big fights, and they like if you ain't giving us a big fight, they not advertising boxing like that. So at the end
Facts.
all be all, it's just us. It's just us. So we need those big fights to put on the big stages. Like when you see the UFC, it is an event that is advertised as this event is going to have these big fights on it. So we need those big fights to go along with these great fights that we get in between because all of us are not going to watch all of those different. Even me as an avid boxing fan, I don't
Yeah.
watch everybody. I don't see everybody. Those 122 fighters that y'all are talking about now, I catch them every once in a while. I know who
Right.
Neri Lewis is. Who Neri Lewis is. I know who I forget the other guy. I know who some of those guys are, but that 9-0 uh um 9-0 unified champion down there, I haven't got to see him. I saw him once or twice, but it wasn't a fight that I was looking for, and I don't even remember what the fight looked like. I know it was a good fight, but I don't remember what the fight looked like because he was just a fighter on the undercard. Now he's a unified champion, and I don't
But you're
know.
not
Who
talking
knows?
about Inoue, are you?
No, the Eastern
You said
European.
9 fights
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
lighter
9 fight.
lighter divisions.
Yeah, it's like ADVIKMOV or something, Adamakov or something like that. You have fighters like that are out there. In Inoue, they call him Inoue the Monster. Outside of that fight that he had with Donito in the Super Series,
Hmm.
I ain't really seen him fight because outside of these platforms talking about him, and then ESPN starting to talk about him.
Wait a minute, is that who you were talking about?
No,
Inoue?
no, no, no. That wasn't
Inoue
who
or
I was
whatever.
talking. That wasn't who I was talking about at first. But I was just giving the lead of those
I
two
got you.
fighters right there. Are two of those fighters that are like they give some great fights. That
Hmm.
Donito and Nui fight, that was a good ass fucking fight.
Yeah, that was a good fight. Donito did a little bit better toward the end than I thought he was going to do. Uh,
Hmm.
and he got his butt whooped, but he gave for him to be as long in the tooth as it was in boxing. He didn't have a reason to put his head down at the end of that fight. And
Yep.
Inoue had a lot of respect for him.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. That's. I mean, it's crazy. Like you got to search for the boxing fights right now because they not promoting them,
Yeah.
and the guys it's left up to these guys on YouTube to promote. They getting free promotion. Basically, the guys are getting
Right.
content and they selling
Right.
content, but you have boxers that are disrespect these channels and say, "Oh, you making content off of me." If I
Hmm.
was not promoting you, these motherfuckers ain't doing nothing for you.
Right.
That's the reality. I was gone, and I swear I did not know what's if I don't Google to see what's going on with boxing, I wouldn't see what was going on with boxing. I would have to Google for a newspaper to see what's going on with boxing. There's not an
Right.
advertisement. There's not a platform that's just showing you
Right.
boxing, right now. UFC, Dana White, when his events are coming, they all over on 2 or 3 different stations,
Right.
and they are periodically throughout the day shown. You know, in primetime commercials. Boxing is these promoters not paying for that. These promoters are the problem with boxing right now. The Eddie Hearn and Bob Arum, they didn't like the Al Heyman format,
Right.
but because they need promoters, but y'all are not promoting these fighters. Y'all are not promoting these fights, and y'all want the fans to build this content on these YouTube channels and build up these fights for y'all. And once the fans build up these fights on social media for y'all, if they can build them big enough, then y'all will make the fight. But outside of that, no, the analytics are just not there. You know, the algorithms are just not there. We're just gonna keep on dragging this fight and letting it build. You build it up. You put the commercial on. You put the advertisement on. You put the
Right.
you put the highlights up after the fights are made, and don't be biased about them.
Right.
You know, that's a lot of what's going on in boxing right now.
Man, these drivers out here, these cars and SUVs and pickups, vans and all that, they don't realize some of us have cameras in our windshield.
Mm-hmm.
Like, pulling all over in front of you, man. Just because you're not able to go as fast as they want you to go, all that kind of stuff.
On their brake checking and shit.
Oh man, they just don't know. I'm sure I'm insured pretty good. I got my cameras in my trucks. I'm gonna have me something to fight with if I hit you.
And got to.
Mm-hmm.
Got to. But yeah, man, I can say I'm enjoying boxing still. You know,
It's
I've
because
been
you
in
passion.
dudes.
It's a passion for you, man.
Mhm.
True fight fans. It don't take that much when it's some of your passion, you know, to give you a thrill. Anytime, even the least fight gives you a little bit of chill up your arm or back, you know, your spine or whatever, or the back of your neck or whatever. You have passion for that fight or that something, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And man, I love boxing. I hear the word boxing. It's on television or something or on a platform. Man, I get excited. I'm like, I can't think straight after that because I can't not until I get that, you know, tune into that fight.
I mean, this year right now, we got Errol against Danny Garcia. We got the Estrada fight. We got Valdez knocking out Bachil. We got Herring that just put on a good showing. You know, we had Tank with the knockout of Leo. You know, in the last year's time, and you know, it's a decent year. All the big fights that we got that we really want, we ain't necessarily got them all, but
under the circumstances, they've been good.
Yeah. I ain't too upset about it myself.
But you know, true real boxing fans, we're never satisfied. We want more and more. Like my man and what was the name of the movie, Sparkle? Jimmy want more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you know, we ain't gonna never be satisfied. We're gonna have some type of complaint about boxing. It's never gonna be the way we 100% want it. Because we're so passionate and we're so driven about the sport. You know that we want to see all these great fights and we want them now, not later.
You know something? What Robert Brown? That's why I hold Al Heyman in high regard. All his welterweights are fighting each other for us, and all his 154 pounders are fighting. And the 154, you got Lubin, Rosario, Harrison, J Rock, Hurd. You had Lara in there. You got Charlo and Castano. That's 9 fighters of his that have been fighting through these belts. All of them have either fought for the belt or held the belt out of 9 fighters, and they fought it down to where the last 2 are standing right now.
Right.
You gotta give it to me. They fought it
Al,
down. You know.
Al,
You,
Heyman, they can say whatever they want to about him. He's on genius level, man.
yeah.
He's
In welterweight, in
he
welterweight, you say what? Pacquiao came over and got into action. Porter, Thurman, Garcia, Spence, Ugas, all of them been in the action.
right.
That's six fighters right there. So that tournament style that we've been looking for, Al been doing it, been putting it. All we needed was what you call it? Was Crawford for that seventh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean shit, and then even on the outside of them, but right underneath Ugas, you still had who? Let's see. You still had Mikey Garcia that threw his name in the hat. That tried for it. So we had
Right.
that 8, 9 fighters fighting for it.
You know the great thing about Al Heyman is it doesn't matter what complexion, skin color these fighters are. They all have very, very much the same sentiments about them.
You
You
damn
know,
right.
he's make sure they had some money. He's
Yeah.
make sure their career go in a positive way, and he treats them like people.
You see, Vunders
Unlike
came and
some
apologized.
he left and came. He wanted to come back.
Yeah.
I think come back, didn't he? He tried to come back.
I think he let him come back for a couple fights. I think he let him
That's
come
what I
back.
think.
He
Yeah,
apologized.
yeah, sure did. And that's a rarity.
Yeah.
You don't see most time when a fighter leaves a promoter or some team, they gone, not coming
Yeah.
back. Because they probably have some internal issues that
Here, you see what Mikey says. What Mikey says about Bob Arum. He don't even want to work with Bob Arum.
Right.
That's why he not at 140. That's why he not at 140. That's why his hat not in the pool to fight Crawford. That's why he
Right.
ain't at 135. That's why he moved to 147. Because the fights for him, he had already beat Adrian Bruner. He had already beat Robert Easter. The fights for him were at 147 because he had already beat Lipinets, and
Right.
he had already beat those three fighters. The three fighters that the other three fighters that he had to make up his next six fights, they would have been top ranked fights. He sit around for a while talking about Loma. I sure wish him and Loma would have fought. If he did what Teofimo did and beat Loma and came right now and been and tried Spence after that and lost, the complexion of his career would be totally different right now.
Right.
No, he should have beat Loma first, and then moved up and try to be great like that, because it would have said,
Right.
damn, you beat the baddest people at 130, 126, 130, then you moved up and you beat who was supposed to be the greatest next coming, Loma, right here. You moved up, you beat Lipinets, and then now you move up and you beat and you take a loss to Spence, but shit, you try to be great. Like that would have really put him in a different space.
Right. I thought surely in the beginning, we would get that Lomo Mikey Garcia fight.
I wanted that fight, dude.
Yeah, I did too.
I wanted that fight. You know, Mikey at 135 was something, man, was something different.
Yeah, Mike went home to chill, and he had to get some kinks worked out with legal issues worked out with Aaron and them. I remember seeing a video of Mikey Garcia. He was trying to make weight for one of his fights,
Mm-hmm.
and the weight division was so hard for him to make fights. That's when he ended the first out. I think it was after this footage I saw was before he moved up the first time.
Yeah, 126.
Yeah, but he was throwing up and everything. He looked frail at the time.
Yeah.
He had him throwing up and everything. Man, he said, "Man, I'll be glad this fight is over." He wasn't fighting that same day because it was all this stuff happened after the weigh-in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was one of my questions earlier. How many of these fighters were fighting the weight division that they had if they had that same day weigh in right now?
Right,
I
right.
like fighters like Ugas, Arrow, um, fucking even Ennis and Ortiz right now.
Mm,
Some of them fighters, Big Charlo, Benavidez, Canelo, the divisions that they fought in, if they was doing that same day weigh in, gee,
mm,
you can't fight. Canelo rehydrates 20, 30 pounds.
right, right.
You
Yeah,
know,
he does.
he be rehydrating all the way up to like 185 and shit, fighting at
Hmm
168.
He always come in looking healthy because he can fight at a more comfortable weight for himself.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
fighters should take that mental note, put it in that toolbox because that's the way you help bring other fights to yourself. First of all, you don't want to scare all the competition off.
No, not at all. Not at all. Definitely want to do that. What's going on with Jamel Herring?
Uh, all I know is they discussing if he's going to
No,
be fighting Ortiz
Blue
or somebody put something in the chat.
Blue Blood just reported. Now I was just looking over. Blue Blood just reported Jamel Herring officially ducks Shakur Stevenson. Says he's vacating the WBO if not Valdez next.
Well, you remember Saturday, old boy was saying he had on good information that he was going to retire, but he didn't say nothing about retiring at the end of the fight though.
He's
But
they were saying he was gonna retire, move up, and it
yeah, but
seemed
he
like he
did
was
say he was
right.
going. He said he was going to
He,
vacate the belt though.
he's
He did say
supposed to
that.
go up to 135.
Yeah, he's supposed to go up to 135 if
Yeah,
he
he
don't
was
get
gonna
the
do that
Valdez
anyway though.
fight.
He was gonna do that anyway because he thought the Valdez situation. He thought Shakur was gonna get Valdez, so he was already finna vacate that belt.
What's up, Cal?
Valdez want to
Going on
fight
with y'all,
him.
man? Hey, boy, y'all got lit, man. We still
Is that Cam?
it's a full deck in
That's
here,
Cam.
man. 14
Not
people,
Cam.
man.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully he don't just vacate like that, and hopefully he take his championship or his unification fight. But if he do, hopefully they give Shakur the fight. Shakur's supposed to be fighting who for that vacant belt if they didn't get back with him in 30 days. They had a name, didn't they?
I don't know.
Yeah, I see DJ saying it right now. DJ, who was the name that Shakur would have to fight for that vacant belt if they didn't get back to him in them 30 days? There you go, right there. Nakatilla. Whatever. Yeah. I think I said that right, Nakatilla.
All right. Where you from? Nigeria?
Japan, I believe.
Oh, it's a Japanese name.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. Let me see. Let me look him up. No. That's the Nigerian, I believe. Yeah, that's the black guy. That's not. He's an African. Namboila, Nambia, Namila. I don't know what that is. I believe African though.
Africana.
He 21 and one loss, 17 knockouts.
Maybe nice.
Yes. He don't have no US fights though. He got all global and African fights.
Oh yeah. So he'll get that hello?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
listening.
I'm gonna put this phone down. I gotta be careful. Yeah, he get that nice coming to America experience, huh?
Yep. Yeah, they got it right now set on BoxRec as WBO organization interim world super featherweight title right now. But I guess that's gonna change if they drop the belt. But either way, they're fighting for that mandatory for that interim belt. He's scheduled to fight he's scheduled to fight Shakur Stevenson on the 12th. On the 12th of
Oh,
June.
they are. So they're already scheduled to fight.
They already scheduled
Uh,
to fight June 12th, but if nobody fights picks up, that's what I don't understand. Then it must be already understood that that title is going because it's on his box rec that he's scheduled to fight Shakur Stevenson June 12th, and Shakur saying that they had 30 days to get back with him, so they must have already let somebody know something.
I know he had a fight because Bob Arum said that he had a fight on the 12th of June or sometime in June. I didn't know what the validity of it was. So
It does say scheduled bout subject to change and commission approval. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's some fights to be made. I'm wondering what's Leo next move now. Is Leo gonna fight? Is Leo gonna fight Gary Russell? Or are they gonna cross that line with Navarrete? Where is Rigo gonna fight next? Is Rigo retired now?
nah, he ain't retired, but they always leave him out. You know that.
Shit. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, they always leave him out of the loop, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's been the story of his career.
Man. Yeah, we got. I mean, shit. Got some fights to be made. I'm definitely looking forward to what you call fight. I'm looking forward to this fight with that fight card with Castano and Jamel Charlo and Lubin and Rosario. I'm definitely looking forward to that. And then we got a good week. We got a good solid month of boxing in June already showing up because then we get that Nakatani versus Loma too. Casamara. Okay. What do y'all think about that Nakatani versus Loma? Hello? Y'all hear me?
Eli, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a fight worth watching. I think it'll be exciting.
Do you think Nakatani poses a threat to him?
You know, he got the size. Whether or not he poses a threat is another thing. I think he posed some difficulties because of his height, but
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know. I don't know if I don't see a knockout from either one of them. Now I know he knocked that Puerto Rican kid out, but I don't know if Loma take pretty good shots, man.
Yeah, you can. You can.
So I don't know about that.
Nakatani just a big a big fighter that puts a lot of attrition on you. You know, you just could succumb to the fight as it goes because he has such a punch volume, and then not only is it his punch volume, he's putting pressure coming.
Man, this rain has cost me an hour. I got to debate to myself if I keep this stuff on my truck till tomorrow. I'll go to that last stop well, the second to last, where I'm supposed to go next, I can't go there. I don't have the time. So they might have to. I might have to act like I didn't see they order. Man, they don't put on the wrong truck, man.
That dude big.
But
That dude damn near 6. That dude damn near 6 foot with a 71-inch reach, fighting at 135.
Nakatani,
Yeah.
look, somebody don't showed up to work. I'm at this Ford store.
No, okay.
Somebody don't turn the light on in that building there. I wish they was out here to open this gate. I mean, keep it. I mean, so I won't have to get out and lock it. But I'm gonna have to get back out and lock it.
I'm trying to see. I was trying to see the punch stat for the Lopez fight with Nakatani.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I do that other stop, man, it cost me an hour, man, and some fuel. Cause I have to backtrack. He's on the Alabama side. And I gotta be. I can't. My last stop in Tennessee. I can't miss it. I can't miss the 6:30 deadline on it, and I can't make both of them by 6:30. So.
It put you in the bind running them trucks. It put you in the bind running them trucks when you had a bad weather.
It rained so hard, man. I didn't estimate that when I loaded my truck. It rained so hard when I got started, man. It slowed me down in a few places, and I didn't realize how much it slowed me down till about an hour ago.
Yeah, definitely slow you down.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we didn't hit 6 o'clock. Y'all want to keep going, or?
You know how I do, man. You need to ask somebody else, cause you know me. You rolling? You don't have to roll this morning?
No, I'm not rolling this morning. I'm meeting with a insurance adjuster.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm meeting with an insurance adjuster to come do an inspection on my house. Had some stuff after that ice storm that came here.
Oh yeah, y'all got hit hard down there throughout Texas, man.
Yeah, so I'm trying to file a claim. Don't want to, but yeah, file a claim.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, man. You know, we got hit bad in the Nashville area in Tennessee, and
I think you hit the mute button. Santos, I think you're on mute.
How about that?
You good now? Yeah.
You know what? Let me get out of my pocket, man. This freaking phone, man. You know how you look at all your screens that you have open.
Oh yeah, the tabs.
It did one of those deals on me.
Oh yeah, and automatically kick you out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, a lot of damage was occurred on real estate in Tennessee, man, throughout the state of Tennessee. But by the grace of God, man, my house has been spared last year and this year. And I thank him for that, man, because I mean, some people had it rough, man.
I ain't have it as bad as everybody else, but my back door sill, since I don't have a gable over it to cover it, all that ice and stuff packed up on there, and that frame started to swell up. So, yeah. But yeah, man, with the what's that fucking fight, man? With AB and Thurman not fighting right now, both looking for fight dates. Is that a fight that they can actually put on?
I don't see them two fighting.
Hey, Eli.
I don't see them two ever fighting each other.
Give me your 5 fighters that you would build into one fighter.
5 that I would build into one fighter from any era.
Any era.
Okay, give me Aaron Pryor. He's always been one of my favorite fighters, just a harder Aaron Pryor. I'll start at him for a base, somebody I know that's not gonna quit on me. Give me Errol Spence. More, he got more dog in him. He's a smart fighter. Uh, give me Sugar Ray Robinson. You know, well rounded fighter, durable, smart. Give me Sugar Ray Leonard, and I'm gonna have a good skill set, speed, and everything. And then let's see. I'll take the power of uh Julian Jackson, or either what's my other Gerald G Man. I'll take G Man and put him in it. So give me G Man, Errol Spence Jr., Sugar Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Robinson, and Aaron Pryor. That's my five that'll build my supreme fighter.
Okay. So take a fighter. You can use one in the ring, right, and then use another one to sell your fight. So you put those fighters together. Who are those two fighters?
Give me AB to sell a fight. His shit talking ass. I'll take AB to sell a fight, and I'll take James Toney in the ring in shape over anybody.
Okay, that was good. Also, give me one fighter that was past their prime, and then one fighter that was done too soon. And put those two fighters together. Who you got?
Vernon Forrest was done too soon. Vernon Forrest for me was done too soon, and then fighter that fought over the hill, that's gonna be Roy Jones. Like you possibly one of the greatest fighters of all time, the most naturally skilled fighter of all time, and just like 10 fights too many. Like just way too many fights.
It's your fighter. You need one.
I need one fighter for what? Kyle? Kyle? Santos, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
No.
I was on mute.
Did you catch what he said? He said if you pick your fighter, you only get one.
Yeah, I didn't. That last thing he said, I wasn't sure what he said
Yeah.
exactly.
If I was just picking my all time favorite fighter,
Maybe that's what he's saying.
that's hard, man. That's hard right there. I'm really like a boxing fan. I'm really like a fight fan, and
Right.
like all time fighter, that shit changed from like week to week. Like that shit changes,
Era to
because
era.
yeah, ever to ever, it like shit. I might say, if we talking old school, and people be like, man, the Jack Dempsey's, the Joe Lewis's, and all of that, I might be like Joe Lewis, okay, because I did a report on him when I was a kid, and I
Right.
got to watch some of his old fights and stuff. You know,
Right.
if we talking about like the lightweights of the older eras of Sugar Ray Robinson, you know, I might say Sugar Ray Robinson. You know,
Right.
like that amount of fights, like damn. Then Aaron Pryor, you had the Marvin
Woo.
Haglers and all of them around him, but I like Aaron Pryor just because he was
Yeah.
just a nasty, mean street fighter with a heart like no other.
Yes, sir.
I
He was a
I
bad
like
boy.
Aaron. Yeah, I like Aaron Pryor. You know, so that changes. In that '90s era, when it come to like heavyweights, I liked Lennox Lewis. You know, when it
Mm-hmm.
come to lighter guys, I shift. I go back and forth. I like Roy. I liked Oscar. You know, it just didn't
Mm-hmm.
have to be a black fighter when it came in. I liked Oscar.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and I like Hart. You know, so
Mm-hmm.
my boy Irish Mickey Ward. You know, that was my dude.
Right.
He's a warrior.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Those are
so
some hell of a fights between the three of them. I
yeah,
mean, between him and Arturo Gotti.
exactly.
Those three fights. That's why I
You
was
know,
trying to tell them knuckleheads on another platform, man. Trilogies are good for boxing, man.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah.
some of the most
It,
legendary rivalries have been trilogies in boxing.
yeah, you know, I just like Irish Mickey Ward. Just that whole like I ain't the greatest, but anybody that step in the motherfucking ring with me, you gotta fight.
Right.
That's the same thing
He was, he was just
with.
he was just raw dog tough, man. No matter how many times you hit him, he ain't he ain't the one you just going. He might hey, you can beat him down this moment, and he'll turn around and give you some hell of a haymakers, man. And he's a fighter, man.
Nobody.
He had a hell of a grit about himself, man.
This dude Gregory Mufasa say, "Why you guys hate on UK fighters? Shit, if you start mentioning like Calzaghe or something like that, if you start mentioning like Carl Froch or something like that,
What's the guy? Let me see who this person is.
if you start, I just said Lennox Lewis was my favorite heavyweight of the '90s.
Yeah.
So who's hating on the UK fighters? Y'all just don't always have something. Klitschko,
He probably
uh,
was over in World Stars a couple minutes ago.
mm,
I mean, Rap Star.
yeah, like I don't like shit. Tyson Fury, I like.
See,
I like.
they a lot of those fans that hits this YouTube from the UK. Now I know we got some on the American side the same way, but a lot of them they don't understand. There's boxing fans, and then there's a fan of a boxer.
Oh, I see
That's
what
that's a
he's trying to
that,
do.
that's two different things, man.
Yeah, I see what he's trying. He like why are you so against undisputed? Bro, Wilder is finished. Wilder not finished because
I
he
told you
lost that
he just
that
left
one
Rap
fight.
Star, man. He just
Okay,
left
that's
Rap
what
Star.
that
I'm telling
is.
you.
Wilder not finished because he lost that one fight. But I just said he had to have missed it just 15 minutes ago when we were saying we need them to get this over with and either give us the undisputed or give us the third fight. But boxing don't need to hold fans at bay.
They
So
don't
I
get
don't
that
know.
though. They don't
Yeah.
get that. All they care about
Wilder
is
deserves that third fight.
yeah.
He was respectable with fight fans and with Fury. When he could have took that draw and went on
Those
by
are
his business like a man, he came back and gave that other fight. When it
those
comes to
are
the cheating,
those
yeah,
are agreed upon contract.
yeah. When it comes to the cheating, hell yeah, it was some cheating, but everybody cheats. There's nothing wrong with
Mm-hmm.
him saying that he cheated because a lot of gloves been checked lately, and it's been found that those gloves are loaded. Those gloves were even pulled from fights. Here after he said something. So yes, that happened. Yes, we did see Tyson Fury tighten up and choking on his neck. Guess what? As a fighter, he got to be able to deal with that, and he got to learn how to fight through that and fight nasty like that when it's fighting. He did cheat. They cheat. They all cheat. Like, quit bullshitting yourself. It's the truth. He did cheat. That suit shit, that's some bullshit. You know, that whole Mark Breland shit, that's some bullshit. Unless he prove it, otherwise that's some bullshit. But did he cheat? Hell yeah, he cheat. Wilder gonna have to learn how to fight through cheating. That's what happens. Fighters cheat.
Mm-hmm.
They elbow, they headbutt on purpose. They rub their heads in cuts. They low blow on purpose when they turn away from the referees.
Right.
They grasp and
Yeah.
choke. They
It's
do
a
all of
fight.
that.
It's a
It's
fight.
a fight. They do all of that.
And
So stop sitting up here lying and saying that you
yeah.
didn't see Tyson Fury cheating. He fought a dirty ass fight, and within his means, which he was allowed to, it's a Wilder's team's a job to catch up and see it and call it with the referee and get it stopped. And they didn't do a good job in that corner. they didn't do a good job of recognizing all the little tricks that was
Right.
played. They were
And they,
veteran tricks.
and if you're gonna fire Mark Green, you should have fired JD's as well. You know what I'm saying? They should have did a better job of watching out for their fighter. And
Yeah,
so, but that doesn't mean that cheating didn't take place, because it definitely did. We saw it with our own eyes. Now the other thing is, did he lose the fight? Yes, he lost the fight. But out of the circumstances how the fight was lost, and the fact that they had a contractual agreement, and
hmm
the rematch clause was activated, fight on. Let's have it.
fight
You know.
on. You
Now when
gotta have a
COVID
fight,
hit,
but you gotta pay the man. He gonna
right,
do his business, and you gotta pay him.
right, and when COVID hit and shuts down the world, that's nothing either one of those fighters could do about that. Just
Yep,
wait it out and fight when it's time to fight. You know.
yep.
But see, these guys and girls from the UK, not all of them, a few of them, they want to,
Dude,
they just want
this,
to, I understand they want to see their countryman fight for this undisputed title. That's fine
yeah,
and dandy.
yeah.
But let's keep it real. Let's keep it a buck. I try to tell them earlier tonight, trilogies are good for boxing.
hmm
Some of the best rivalries in boxing have been trilogies, or if not more than trilogies. Shoot, LaMotta and Sugar Ray Robinson fought 5 times. Was it
Yep,
5 or 6 times? 5 or 6
yep.
times. And
They
guess
for
what? They made bunches of money off every fight. Every
hmm
fight. And it wasn't for no undisputed. It was the fact that
Yep.
they had to prove who's the best.
Their product. Who's the best? Honestly, with the dumb stuff that Gregory in there talking about, I don't even care to talk to him no more. He don't give it. He
No.
don't give a damn about boxing. He just in here trolling, bullshitting. So
That's
I
it.
don't
That's it.
fuck it.
And see, they the same fans that when Joshua took that loss, they were quiet as a mouse. You couldn't find no UK fans unless they were open. If they were boxing fans or Wilder fans, they was still coming around. But the ones that were just actual fans of Joshua, they had an automatic mute button put on themselves.
hmm
Didn't hear,
Hey,
see, or
what stay
anything from
so quiet you can hear a rat piss on
them.
cotton.
Right, man. So now that things are a little different, they loud and boisterous. That's
Yeah.
okay. I
And
understand.
they fight not even big. They fight not even bigger than that
Right.
fight right there, because that fight is a world renowned fight, and it was close the first fight, and there was a knockout in there. It's been some accusations the second fight. Now let's see what's the end all result, and that's
If
between nations, between
if
two
Wilder
two
loses the
nations,
third fight,
and y'all country not bigger than Texas.
yeah, right. And right. If Wilder loses the third fight, fine. Let's move on. Keep the sport going. Hey, can't cry about spilled milk. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had their
Yeah.
opportunity, and hey, it didn't work out for you. Just move on. You know what I'm saying?
If he done,
So
he done.
they,
But as of right now, if it's still an opportunity for the fight, it is what it is, dude. If it's an opportunity for the fight and the man want the fight, give him the fight. If he done, he done. But the truth is just the truth. Cheating is in boxing. It happens. He got to learn how to fight through it if he gonna keep on fighting. If not, it is what it is. But to down a man and say, "Oh, he just a shit fighter," he get all these excuses with 41 fucking knockouts and 43 fights and a 41 1-1 record. Like, the man did his fucking thing, man. He came from nothing. That's cool, you know. If he
man,
retire, he retire. I don't give a damn. It ain't,
I'm
but
gonna
I'm not just gonna step on the man.
right. I'm getting ready. Since they want to troll, I'm gonna make a trolling statement. This ain't normally how it works, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Y'all over there tripping about this fight versus the Wilder Fury fight. Wanting, y'all loud and brask about what should happen and what determines a true fight fan and all this old kind of stuff, which is, the statements y'all making that I don't agree with. They don't. If you're a fan of boxing, that's one thing, and if you're a fan of certain fighters, that's another thing. And the same argument that they were making last night about what determines a boxing fan versus a fan of a boxer, it's the same thing that they're doing.
Yes.
But what I'm gonna say about that cheating thing, that country's used to cheating. They've been cheating since before we come over here to this. They brought us over here to this country, man. And let me tell you something. Now that they got a issue with their queen, don't want she a little mad because her grandson got a little drop of great grandson got a little drop of blood in.
If his resume trash, they all of them resume trash. They got the same damn fighters on each other on their resumes.
Yeah, it ain't
They got
but
the
about
same damn fighters on their resumes. Brazil.
it ain't but like yeah, it ain't about 4 or 5 or 6
It's a
top
couple
5
different
fighters in the
fighters.
heavyweight
You can
spot.
match Ortiz for White. You can place Ortiz with White. They both got Brazil. You can match Fury with Klitschko. Joshua got Klitschko. He got Fury. Right now, we're about to see Ruiz matched up with Areola. They got the same damn resume. Quit trying to make excuses for one fighter. Oh, the whole fucking division is not that great right now. Those 5 fighters that were there that presented a great opportunity for us to see good heavyweight fights, we got what we could. They didn't fight Ortiz. White didn't fight everybody because he was chasing Joshua. Joshua didn't fight everybody because he was still being groomed as he was going up, and they were picking fights and managing him. Fury was in and out with his drug issues. Ain't no mental health shit and all that shit. Motherfucker drugged up, fucking up his mental. Be real. Quit fucking bullshit, man. It is what it is. The fighters had the same fighters that they've been fighting on their fucking resumes, bro.
Facts.
Wilder fought more of them in the same amount of time that they came in together. He had more fights, he
Let
had
me tell
more
you something.
knockouts, and we were entertained. He's a
Let me tell
fighter.
you something.
Quit trying
They
to
talk
discredit a fighter.
they talk all that noise about what Wilder fought. Wilder has more knockouts than they have fights. Then on top of that, all these guys and gals that run around, American and UK fans, talking about, trying to talk disparaging about Wilder and his career and the people that he fought. There ain't not one of these persons that come out here on YouTube that can go out there and consecutively knock off 40 to 41 persons, 200 pounders plus, and never have in their life would get even close to that number.
This
So when you
motherfucker said
sit up and talk about somebody's abilities to get in the ring and fight, and you don't even have hard to do it yourself, you need to check yourself.
AJ unified and didn't fucking want to fight nobody. He didn't want to fight. He didn't want to fight. He didn't want to fight. Wilder. He had the opportunity to fight Wilder. We all know that. It was
Who is that?
offered on the table.
Alabama
The man
niggas?
chased you around, come all to your country and shit, talking shit to you, asking you, do you want to fight? Telling you want to fight. Telling him one face, one name. Here, the man came all to your fucking
He
country.
holler, he
Chasing.
duck Dylan White, man. There ain't nobody duck Dylan White, but
You
Dylan
duck
White
no
did some
damn
ducking.
Dylan White, man. Y'all crazy, bro. Y'all are delusional with this bullshit. And you not from Alabama. You obviously
Right,
are
exactly.
from the UK.
Alabama boxing. You already know what time it is. I'm in Alabama right now.
Even your country, the zone, came back and said the $100 million contract had some bullshit in it and apologized
Exactly.
to Wilder.
Exactly.
Come on,
They
man.
bring they love to bring
You're
it
a
up.
joke.
And the thing about it, the offer didn't even include a fight with Joshua. It
It
didn't even
didn't.
include a fight with Joshua.
They knew they
That's
was
all.
locking him in the
That's
shelter.
all Deontay wanted. He would have knocked Dylan White off already if they had included Joshua at the end of the rainbow, but they wouldn't.
He
Protection.
told him multiple times he'll knock White off if they put AJ in the contract.
Yeah, he told Eddie Hearns that several times.
I'm gonna give you more than $50 million worth of fights. I'm gonna give you $100 million worth of fights because you're gonna make money for them to try to see White knock me off first, and then you're gonna make money for them to try to see AJ knock me off. And you gonna sit up here and deny and bullshit? Come on, man, get off the gas. You smoking a big bag of dope. You know that? You over there got meth mouth or something.
He sound like
put that shit together.
He sound like he's sitting on Eddie Hearns right now.
I didn't block nobody. I ain't blocked nobody at all. So it ain't no you US fans. I didn't block nobody.
Say that.
Like you trolling. It's not even a debate. That shit that you talking is stupid. Like that shit don't even make. He ain't debating. He trolling. Everything that he done just threw out
Oh,
just then. We done already threw that
he's
shit
a
out.
he's another UK fan that's been in some
Yeah.
of these
So it's so
American
emotional, my
podcasts,
ass.
and he's
It's
been
not
blocked.
even a debate. You
That's why he's saying that.
you retarded. Wilder versus Martin, we ain't trying to see that shit. Y'all the ones that paid to see Joshua versus Martin and paid $9 million to get the belt over there, and then try to say Wilder ain't unified. He ain't unified. You paid $9 million and y'all put 90,000 people in seats for a fight that you claim that the fighter ain't even worth nothing, but y'all paid for it.
Yeah.
Y'all the
Yep.
stupid ones. If y'all still trying to say that's a lower fight, Wilder versus Martin, Joshua got his belt from Martin that y'all paid extra money for.
They lured Martin away from Wilder, and they lured Parker from Wilder.
Yeah, y'all paid extra money for that. We didn't pay for that.
Right.
But you say Wilder didn't unify because y'all paid extra money for the belts from fighters that y'all don't even deem quality. But yet and still you'll act like Joshua's resume is so great, but you're sitting up here saying right now that the fighter is not quality.
His
You're
record's
killing
so
your
great.
own argument. That's the part of the debate that I'm saying is not even a debate. You just killed it because you said he's not even quality. But one of the signature fights that he has to get a belt is a fighter that you are saying is not quality. You're crushing your
Yeah.
own point.
Yeah. His record is so great, and his career has been so much greater than Wilder that he got knocked out by a guy who's ranked less than Wilder.
Man, come on, man.
No disrespect to Andy Ruiz, he's a great fighter, but he wasn't supposed to win that fight. That lets you know. Now, I will say this: there probably was something going on with Anthony Joshua's water too. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we have spoke on that because we don't know. There's been some strange things happening in boxing. However, since Wilder can't use it as an excuse, Joshua can't either. He got his butt knocked out by a lesser guy.
When we said when they said see that's the difference between them and us. When they said that AJ looked off, we said yeah he did look off.
Yeah,
When we say Wilder
respected
look
that.
off and shit don't look right, no, you're delusional. You're delusional.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
AJ absolutely quit. He spit his mouthpiece out and looked around. He was ready to jump.
Yeah, AJ come over here like he had control of the ring, like he have in the UK. Want to take timeouts and all that bullcrap over in the UK. Thought he could take a timeout over here. The ref said, "No, bro, come on here. You fighting or what?" But I don't have anything against AJ except I think he put his tail between his legs when on that 50 million, as well as that 15
They crazy. If Wilder chose to wear that costume, that's on Wilder. If something went wrong, we ain't making excuses for him with that costume. But Wilder never said that out his own mouth about that costume. You know, we don't give a damn if AJ is the money man. If AJ the money man, you got to prove it fighting. Wilder was willing to give him everything and say, "I'll take the 15 million. You take the 50. Let's fight."
You said something about money.
This dude right here.
Retired D. Okay, retired retiree D. How about how much of that money did AJ give you? You didn't get a dime of it. So
it don't matter that he retired or not. It's all good.
The trolls, man. Shout out to the trolls, man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much money either fighter's getting. It doesn't put any money in our pockets, and especially you guys either. Get off there jamming about that money.
If he dropped the link, guess what I'm gonna say? He chose to wear that suit. I ain't making no damn excuses. This dude coming here trying to troll, trying to make us look like we the weak excuse factory or something like that. Like, bruh, cheating is cheating. They cheating boxing.
Well,
it is what it is. It ain't saying that he didn't cheat. It ain't saying that he ain't got to fight through the cheating.
Well, listen, cheating or no cheating, get him in the third fight.
That's
and
the end all be all. You owe it to him.
see where we go from
Y'all
there.
don't want y'all don't want to fight. Y'all wanted it. Y'all wanted it when Fury didn't win. When he got the gift draw, when the man knocked him down 2 times, and then won the early rounds and was in his home. Like, come on.
Okay, who said something about Wilder? I'm here now.
Read the
Hey,
chat. They got to read
I
the chat.
seen
They
the little
got plenty
troll
to
in the
say.
comments, man.
Hey, listen.
He just
Listen. We ain't big enough to have all these trolls, man, in the chat, dog. We ain't big enough for that yet.
Man, them fools came over from
somebody
World Star, man. I mean,
Hey, they
Rap
came
Star.
in fast too.
somebody bop him upside the head with a wrench and be done with it.
Hey, Centos. Shout out to you and Eli, man, for keeping the stream alive, man. We got 13 people in here, man, at 4:30 in the morning, man. Shout out to y'all, dog. For real.
Yeah, you said 4:30 in the morning. It's 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, he on that left coast time, man. They 2 hours behind us.
Listen. You gotta give him some credit. He about to join the panel, so let's see what's popping. It might be DB, DB trolling. It might be DP.
you bunch of delusional fools. You actually think Deontay Wilder's resume is up there with AJ's? You taking the piss?
Wait, what? So you got slow down. You got say that again?
Dude, their resumes are the same.
You taking the piss? Look at Deontay Wilder's 16th fight. Dominique Alexander. Look at AJ's. You're fucking delusional. Seriously, look at his resume. He's been fighting bums and trash cans for years. How are you defending that?
But they've been
Okay. So let me get it. Okay. Let me ask you this, right? So since we're so delusional and Deontay Wilder fighting bums, if he's such easy work, why didn't AJ want to sign that fight? Why didn't Eddie Hearn want to sign on for that fight?
Why didn't Deontay Wilder sign a $100 million contract? AJ turned down a $50 million verbal offer. There was no contract. Just people
okay.
No, you literally.
Was AJ in the
I
country?
can't even tell what he's saying.
You're so biased.
He
No,
emotional
let him get his stuff off. Let him get it off.
I can't understand what he's saying. I want him to get off. He sounds like something in his mouth, man. What is he saying?
It's as simple as this, yeah? Deontay Wilder's finished. He's retiring. He's done out here. Your greatest heavyweight hope is fucking Charles Martin, mate. Suck it up and fuck off.
Okay, how many folks have you knocked out? How many folks have you knocked out?
He can't really make a point, man. He done.
He gone. Let him go.
Hey, y'all want to know the funny stuff? Hey, I joined to say one thing. I joined to say one thing and one thing only.
Oh shit.
I joined to say one thing and one thing only. The motherfucking UK dudes is robots, bro. They robots. They all be like, in his 16th fight, gang. In his 16th fight, gang.
But they say in his 16th fight, but the same dude that he got the belt from, they say his trash ain't shit.
Eli, before you even take the bait, they all have the same exact talking points, bro.
Yeah.
Don't bite. Them niggas is robots.
I ain't even worried about it. I'm done with them. It kept the chat going for a second. Trolling that.
Them niggas is robots, bro. They all got the same talking point. That's why I be trying to tell Kyle not to be so biased, because you sound like the retarded niggas. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it to yourself. In a 16 fight, man.
Listen, you know I'm a bias.
In a 16 fight, man. IJ won the belt in a 16 fight, yeah.
That motherfucker say you emotional, but then he get on his stream.
Hey, Eli. Hey, I want y'all to document. Hey, listen. Hey, I want y'all to document every time one of them dudes come on. It's how Wilder with y'all. The first thing they gonna say is IJ in his 16th fight. I swear to God, bro. If I hear that shit one more time.
You know what was even worse? We wasn't even talking about Wilder and Fury anymore. We said they need to figure out whatever the fuck they gonna figure out for boxing and move on. We had been talking about.
We're done with that.
We had been talking about so much other stuff. We done
Yeah,
talked about we done talked about from 126 all the way up to heavyweight. We done talked about
But all
old
they
fights.
got,
We
but
was
listen,
naming
all
old.
they have is Eli and everybody else on the panel. All they have is AJ and Fury. Think about it. What other divisions do they have any like stake in? I mean, they got
That
Josh
yeah,
Taylor, but not
that's the
really
end all
because
be
they're
all
English.
though.
But not really. They don't have Josh Taylor because he's Scottish and not English. And I mean, they don't really like them dudes. I mean, I travel the world. I know.
Yeah,
I see
they
them
don't
with my
even care
own
for
two
Fury
eyes.
like that.
Nah, only till he whipped Wilder's ass. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And yeah, before that, though, they was on the AJ team. But I mean, then AJ was too black for him. When he said "stop black," then he was too black for him. And,
yeah. They
I mean,
almost turned
listen, man,
against AJ. They almost
they
turned against
did. They
AJ
didn't
almost,
last year.
almost. They did.
almost, nigga, words mean things. You can drop that almost. They turned on that nigga. Hey,
Yeah,
hey, and if Fury whoop his ass, AJ ain't got no more fans. I'm gonna say some of my words, y'all. I'm a professional. I gotta remember
yeah.
I'm on the internet and we live.
They were against Fury too for years. And they threw Fury away, and all went over to Joshua. Now they ride both of them jock to a certain extent. You know what I'm saying?
But them dudes is bots though, y'all. Listen, y'all fucking up. Because I'm telling y'all, they robots. They all have the exact same talking points. They all
Yep.
have the
Hey,
exact
he
same
coming back. He coming
conversation.
back.
It ain't
He
just
coming back.
him. It ain't just
Hey,
him. That's
hey,
what made me jump on
let him.
y'all.
Hey,
I
listen,
was in for
let him
like 2
talk. He
seconds.
coming back. Let
He
him talk
coming
real
back.
quick. Yeah, let him go real
Y'all
quick.
let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, let him
Yeah, but
talk.
he need to get his mouth off my pipe. Get
Hold
your
on.
mouth off
In
my
his
pipe.
16
Let
fight,
him
yeah.
talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, he
Let
can
him
In
talk.
his
go.
He can talk.
16 fight,
He
yeah.
just need to
In
get his
his
mouth off.
16 fight, yeah.
Oh mate,
In his
who's
16
that?
fight,
Who's that
yeah.
absolute fool trying to do a UK accent, saying he's travelled the world, bro? You're living in the outback in Alabama, mate. No one's ever seen your face in the world, mate. You ain't been anywhere. You're
Hey,
brash.
motherfucker,
Man,
you
you
don't
don't
even know
know
where
jack about
Alabama
me, bro.
at.
You're
I've
fucking
been
You don't
to,
know
I've
skint,
where
been to
mate.
Alabama
multiple
at.
Skint.
countries.
You ain't got no
I
money,
travel the
bro.
Okay.
world.
All right.
Man, you don't.
Hold on. Be
You,
respectful.
I forgot they in that little country over there. You don't understand. Go ahead.
Be
yeah, bro. I
respectful.
can't
Let him
understand a
go.
word. Can't
Let him talk.
understand a word you're saying, mate. Yeah, can't understand a
I
word
Alabama
call
you're
bigger
saying.
than
But
England,
listen,
I call that
motherfucker.
anyway,
blow
yeah.
all that up over there.
Trey,
Someone,
Trey,
hey,
Trey, Trey. Let him talk. Let him
someone
talk.
mute
Just
that
let him
fool.
go.
I can
Someone
blow
mute
that
that
country over
fucking.
one dynamite.
Someone mute that fucking fool, mate. Who's talking shit? Fucking hell.
Hold on. Be respectful. Just be respectful.
Yeah, he sound like something inside of him.
Sento, let the man talk. Be
Oh, mate, you
respectful.
All
know
right.
what? Yeah, you boys are just shouting over me. Fuck it. Don't worry about it. Sound.
Don't run off. Stay on
Hey,
around, man.
Man, you
my
gotta
hometown bigger than England.
listen. Y'all gotta let the man talk. You know what I'm saying? You
And
can't
he
over
wasn't gonna
talk the
say no
man.
way, bro. He ain't got nothing to say, Kyle.
I
I
know,
just
but
want him to know
still,
my
hey,
hometown bigger than England,
we
homie.
still gotta listen. Whether we agree with a nigga or not, we still
Yeah, you
gotta
right.
allow the man to talk. We can't talk
But
over niggas just because we don't agree with
yeah,
him.
you
You
right.
feel
But
me?
he said he was leaving though. That's what we were talking about
But
just
you
then.
kept talking
We
over
told
him. That's why he
no, I
left.
said don't run. I said stay around. I just wanted to make sure you didn't have, he take his mouth off me, man. When he come over, you know what I'm saying?
Oh man, he can say what he want to say, but I've been to England,
Right.
and I just want him to know that my hometown is bigger than that whole fucking country.
Hey,
In
Cal.
his 16 fight,
Yeah.
yeah. In his
See, so
16 fight,
this,
yeah.
see, I know where all I'm coming from, bro. I was just over there earlier last night, man.
Yeah,
I
I
know
know.
where
I
all this
know.
go, bro. You know what I'm saying? They
I,
tripping, man.
Hey,
You
Santos,
know,
not all of them though. Hey, Santos, not all of them though. I had a good time in Brixton. It was black people from all over the planet.
yeah, I
Well,
know
I
that, but
was in
I'm
his
talking
little
about
hood
just,
shop. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm talking about just last night. I was over on Rap Stars platform, and they were all over there congregating about, the trilogy versus the Undisputed and talking bad about Wilder and any fan of Wilder and all that kind of thing. So it
Hey
was a
man,
whole lot of bull
don't
crap.
forget I'm talking bad about Wilder too. Till he fix this, I'm talking bad about the nigga too. And
Yeah, I
not when
mean,
they around. Not when they around.
yeah. But like I told them last night, I mean, Wilder ain't perfect. He don't make we're not happy with with him and Breland situation. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, what I was talking to them about was from a perspective of being a boxing fan. There's a difference between being a boxing fan and a fan of a boxer. Big difference, Yeah, I like
Santos,
Wilder.
I'm gonna have to hold your feet to the fire, man, because you be kind of biased sometimes, bro.
When I'm speaking about it, I let you know. I let you know when I'm speaking about it. I tell you, I'm a fan of Wilder. But when I was talking to them last night, I was talking from a perspective of a boxing fan.
Oh, you heard how bad your ass be sounding. Cause you be kind of biased, Santos. Kind of biased.
Yeah, I don't think you got, but maybe 1 or 2 nights of knowing what I be talking about. You know what I'm saying?
I be on here all the time, man. You be kind of biased, man.
About who? About who?
About every goddamn thing, Santos.
No. Everybody know I'm gonna go back in history and everything, pull up a lot of stuff about boxing. I ain't secluded to one area. I'm not secluded to one area.
Hey, remember when I was on last night, Santos? You remember when I was on last night?
You talking about one isolated issue? Hold on,
no, that ain't isolated. I've been on more than one night.
I'm getting ready to mute.
I was waiting on you, brother. I thought you had something to say before you muted. Nah, I be calling out all the biasness because to me, like I said, I used to sound real retarded like that, and real biased. And then when I heard it coming from the other side, I'm like, "Oh, that sound real bad. That sound real bad, man."
All right, listen, yeah. Name one credible fighter Deontay Wilder fought in his first.
My man went and hit Google and came back.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, hold on. I got you, bro. What'd you say now? What was your question? I'm sorry, I ain't hear you.
Name one credible fighter Wilder fought before Luis Ortiz. And Luis Ortiz ain't even a credible fighter because he went life and death with Dave Allen in the UK. He went life and death with a fucking bum. Yeah. Why do you boys say that Ortiz is a boogeyman? Who has he beaten? Who has Ortiz actually beaten?
Okay. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Okay. The same Luis Ortiz that Dillian White didn't want to fight. No. I mean, I'm answering your question. You asked the question. Let me answer it. It's the same Luis Ortiz that Dillian White didn't want to fight, and it's the same Luis Ortiz. No. You saying he? You're saying these guys are not. No, this is my point. You're saying these guys are not fighting anybody because nobody will fight them.
But White consistently fights top 10 opponents. Consistently. Even when he doesn't have to, even when he was mandatory for the WBC belt, he was still fighting credible fighters. Wilder has fought bums his whole career. He doesn't even have basic boxing skills.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
No. I got him. This is my subject right here.
He's got a right hand. That's it. He's got a right hand, and that is it. Literally, that is all he has. He's made a career of fighting bums and holding the belt hostage. If you can't see that, like, you're fucking delusional. I'm sorry, but like seriously, like.
So because Eddie Hearn bought all the belts for Anthony Joshua before Deontay Wilder got it, because Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua, but Joseph Parker were talking about fighting. And then Eddie Hearn came and bought that belt from him. You understand that, right?
So explain this. Why did it take White 1,000 days to not even get a shot at the title? Explain that.
Okay,
well, that's never happened in boxing history.
But you're saying these guys don't have a resume.
That's never happened in boxing history. 1,000 days.
Anthony Joshua is fighting punch drunk has-beens, bruh. Like, miss me with Klitschko. Klitschko was done 5 years before that.
Well, listen,
he was
Joseph
done.
Parker.
Miss me with Klitschko. Miss me with Povetkin. Miss me with Dillian White.
What do you mean, miss you with Povetkin? Povetkin's still top 10 contender. He's better than anyone on Wilder's resume.
No. So he's a top 10. So he's a top 10 contender. Now, if Wilder came back right now, because Charles Martin is ranked number 2 in the IBF. So if Wilder came back and knocked out Charles Martin right now, would he still be a top 10 fighter? Would he still be a top 10 fighter, or would he be a bum?
Bro,
because I'm noticing a pattern here. When AJ beats him, they're all these top 10 contenders. But when Wilder comes back and beats them, they're all bums. Because Dominic Breazeale was also the mandatory contender when he fought. No, listen. Dominic Brazil was the member of the WBC mandatory when Deontay Wilder fought him. So is he a top 10 contender or is he a bum? If we gonna do that, if we gonna be rigid, let's be rigid. If we gonna be rigid, let's be rigid. Are they top 10 contenders only when Anthony Joshua fights them and they turn into bums after that? Or are they also top 10 contenders when Deontay Wilder fights? Because Luis Ortiz, after being knocked out twice by Deontay Wilder, is still ranked in the top 5 in most sanctioning bodies. So are they all bums? Are they all bums when Wilder fights them? But they're all of a sudden these top 10 killers when Anthony Joshua fights them. That's why I say you can miss me with that. Miss me with the whole comparing resumes, because at the end of the day, Anthony Joshua had several opportunities to sign on the dotted line, and he did not sign on the dotted line to fight Deontay Wilder. So the $100 million deal. No, let me correct you. The $100 million deal you keep talking about, that all these Anthony Joshua fanboys keep talking about, it was not a deal to fight Joshua. It was a deal to fight on the zone. That was not a deal to fight Anthony Joshua. He said he would have signed that deal. He would have came over there, smoked that steroid head Dillian White, if they would have guaranteed Anthony Joshua at the end of the rainbow. Eddie Hearn didn't want to give him that. Deontay Wilder was willing to take. He was willing to take chicken feed.
Want to fight White? You're so
he was willing to take chicken feed. Listen to me, my guy.
He wants none of that work, man. White would smash him to pieces. He's got no.
Yeah. That's all speculation. You saying all these guys will smash him to pieces, but obviously they don't think so, because when it came time to sign the contract, nobody wanted to sign the contract. When it came time to sign the contract, nobody wanted to sign the contract.
Wilder could not sell out a phone booth. He couldn't sell out a fucking phone booth, yeah? Literally, you go around US, no one even fucking knows him. He's an embarrassment to the fucking
listen to me, dog. Listen to me. No, don't nobody give a fuck about Anthony Joshua over here. It's all about Wilder, big dog. Nobody cares about Anthony Joshua over here, bro.
Hey, let me say something.
Your country is the size of Texas. Nobody cares about Anthony Joshua, big dog.
Yeah, he flopped at basketball, so he tried boxing.
Nobody cares about Anthony Joshua like that, man.
DJ, let me say something real quick. He left. See, damn, man, y'all niggas gotta be talk, bro. Y'all over talking this shit. Listen, man, I wanted to talk about the Alexander Povetkin bullshit that he brung up, because Alexander Povetkin popped dirty against Deontay Wilder. That's why that fight never happened. So, damn, man,
he's still listening. No, he's still listening. He's still listening.
Nah, but I need him to hear me. Icon to icon. God damn it. But listen, man.
my bad, Kyle. I get emotional when I talk about Wilder.
I know, man. But listen,
I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I won't do it no more.
You know we got to listen. I know we don't agree or want to listen to these niggas talk, but listen. What our channel is built on is letting everybody get a chance to get their point across. I know we might not agree with them. We might not like the talking points, but we have to be respectful, bro. That's the only thing we got to do at the end of the day, bro, because that's the one thing about our platform that we all love. You know what I'm saying? The one thing that people come on this platform, they say, man, y'all let everybody talk. Y'all let everybody get their point out, man. I love that about your channel. So we need to keep that going. Whether we agree with somebody or not, the only thing we got to do is be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Let's just do that. We know the UK niggas, that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They talk that shit about Deontay Wilder and Joshua. But we gotta allow niggas to talk. You know what I'm saying? No matter if we think they're trolling.
He asked me a question, I was trying to answer it, Kyle, and he kept trying to talk over me. He asked me a question, I was trying to answer it.
Yeah, man. But
he kept trying to talk over me when the facts started hitting. So,
Yeah. But the thing about this whole Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury shit, it's not gonna happen any fucking way. So I don't even know why we waste so much time talking about that shit that ain't gonna materialize. You know what I'm saying?
That gets them off, man. I mean, it's just the MO, and that's the highlight of the day.
What's up, baby?
Yeah. So see, they got all. You know how Eddie Murphy said that Italians get riled up for those Rocky movies. That's what's going on with that same syndrome happened. It's happening with them, and it started a long time ago when these guys start getting knocked out and losing, and even before that. But what these guys, they got themselves stirred up last night. I'm telling you, because I was over there before I came on your platform, Cal, and that's just all we do is getting the spinner. They looking for platforms that's live. And they listening for a minute to see who's talking about Wilder or any American fighters, because they assume that if we're talking about American fighters, we must be Wilder fans, because me and Eli were the only two
Dude,
talking this morning, and then they just start
I
piling
wasn't
in.
even talking about Wilder, no, and I had already
Wasn't even
held
talking about
Wilder
Wilder.
account. I don't even give a damn about it.
But I respect what you're saying, Cal. They deserve, everybody deserves a chance to talk. I feel the same way, but their MO is to out talk you. I don't care what platform you go to. That's what their MO is, man. Every time, no matter what, if it's a UK platform or an American platform, their MO is to come on and out talk you. That's what they're doing.
And I wasn't even done cooking. I was about to bring up the fact that Anthony Joshua said he about to start representing Nigeria because the British fans turned on him when he got knocked out by Ruiz.
Yeah. Yeah.
He said, I'm about to pull a Lennox Lewis, yeah. I'm about to start representing another country, yeah.
Yeah. Especially
he said that came out of his mouth.
When he got on his black man after that George Floyd situation, they really were tripping.
Right. They turned on him. The British is crazy how, and that's the point I was bringing up. It's crazy how all of a sudden Anthony Joshua is fighting all these killers that he fighting, but Deontay Wilder fighting bums, but yet these the same guys that Anthony Joshua turned down, didn't want to fight. All of a sudden, they top 5 contenders, they top 10 contenders, but they're also top 5 and top 10 contenders when Deontay Wilder fights. So are they bums when Wilder fight them, or are they killers? So I mean, which one is it? You can't have it both ways. If they was a killer when Joshua fought him, they was a killer when Wilder fought him. So I'm just trying to figure out the logic behind Anthony Joshua fans. It's like y'all talk all this noise about this guy, and Anthony Joshua is a fantastic fighter. But at the same, because I was an Anthony Joshua fan, I liked Anthony Joshua.
Right.
But when he started ducking my guy Wilder, and it's and the fans don't see it. It's like, well, he turned down $100 million. Then you try to correct him on that. Man, listen, that man Eddie Hearn. I'm not gonna say Anthony Joshua didn't want to fight. Eddie Hearn didn't want no parts of Deontay Wilder.
He
did not want. He did,
because verbally, AJ after your boy let him know about the $50 million. AJ said, "Let's roll." Verbally, he said that. That's Eddie Hearn did that protection bull crap. See, Eddie was gonna lose. He was gonna lose control of the promotions. He wasn't gonna have the A status at that time because the money was offered from the U.S. So he wasn't going to have control like he wanted. He wanted to be in the control and promotion, the A-side promotional seat of things. I personally, at that time, Wilder didn't have as many followers on Instagram as he has now. I personally text Wilder, and I can't get through to him now because he's getting too many people talking to him. But I text him. I sent him a message through Instagram, and I said, champ, if your team is offering the $50 million guarantee, and shouldn't that make you guys the A side? He said, you darn skimpy. He said it's exactly what it is. And the whole time Eddie Hearn was posturing, not wanting to give up control. That's basically what it was. Instead of just letting AJ, I told them a few nights ago, on one of these platforms, I said, hey, what they did is that boy had an opportunity to make a minimum of $50 million. That was his downside. I feel like they cost him $50 million at minimum. That's life-changing money on top of the money he had already earned. He could have made more than that, and would have made more than that, because that fight was huge. And the thing is, I think they just talked him smooth out of it. He was still a young man at the time. He wasn't fully thinking for himself about and making decisions about his fight career at that time. So they he did. I will give him credit. He did say, "Let's roll." But I
Yeah,
mean,
They didn't talk him out of it. They managed
but
him.
yeah, there you go. I
They
agree with
managed him.
that.
yeah. Eddie Hearn didn't want to see his cash cow get knocked out in front of his own fans. He didn't want to see his cash cow get
Right.
knocked out in front of his own fans.
Don't forget what
That's
Daddy
what
said.
it.
Don't forget
That's.
what my bad.
Go ahead. Go ahead. What was you
I
saying?
was gonna say don't forget what Eddie Hearn's father said. Said you know, they didn't want to see Wilder for a couple of years. Remember, 2
Right.
or 3 years or something like that.
And to Tyson Fury's credit, he was on Joe Rogan's podcast a couple of years ago, and I'll never forget this.
Right.
He said Bob Arum showed him. He emailed him, not Bob Arum, but his UK promoter, whatever his name is,
Frank Warren.
Frank Warren.
Yeah.
Emailed him. He showed him the paperwork, the offer that was presented to Anthony Joshua from Wilder's team, and it was everything that Wilder said it was. Wilder was going to take a flat fee of, I think it was $15 million at that time. I'll take this flat fee.
Yeah.
If you agree to take that in the rematch, I'll take a 70, because at that time it was a 70-30 split. I'll take the 30 if Anthony Joshua agrees to take that in the rematch.
Sure did.
Eddie Hearn said no.
Right.
He said no. So I'm giving you a guarantee of $50 million. No matter what, just sign on and agree to the fight. And Eddie Hearn turned it down. I'm not going to say, because at my core, man, these guys are fighters. I don't think they're afraid of one another. You don't choose this profession if you're afraid to fight somebody. You get what I'm saying? So I believe these managers and these promoters don't want to see their cash cow lose. I believe that's what it is. So
and that's on both sides of the pond. That's on both sides of the pond.
That's just
you got
boxing.
promoters over here.
That's just boxing.
That for years. Exactly.
That's just boxing. That's just the business of boxing.
Now,
I don't believe for 1 second Anthony Joshua is afraid of Deontay Wilder as a man to man. I don't believe he's afraid of him. I believe Eddie Hearn is afraid of Deontay Wilder.
He pays Eddie Hearn for his advice also, as well as his promotional obligations. So that he's listening to his team. I will say this. I will give credit to Eddie Hearn. He makes sure his fighters get paid.
True. This is very true.
Probably
very true.
Right now, I don't care for promoters. I think fighters should be, keep that money to themselves. But let me tell you something. I will be less than a man and less than a boxing fan to try to say that Eddie Hearn is not the top promoter right now, because he is. He's getting the job done. I will give him that. I don't care. I think he lies a lot. I think Bob Arum lies a lot. But Eddie Hearn is getting the job done for his fighters. He does take care of his fighters. But at the same time, I think he just got this enemy is necessary for my fighters type mentality, and that's what he does. And I can't be mad at that. But at the same time, he's a great salesperson. He has sold that the majority of that country, and those most of them are casual fans. They claim to be real. They're actually casual fans because you can hear the stuff they say. He has sold them greatly because he can tell them that there's $20 trillion at the end of the rainbow. They're going over there to check it out because they believe in him that much. So he's done his job. But at the same time, he also taught that man, turned that man away from that 50 million minimum. Because I'm thinking that dude could have ended up with somewhere around 75 or more at the end of the day.
Yes.
After that fight.
That fight was massive. That fight was massive, man. Yeah. And I fear what I fear the most. I don't fear the fight not happening. I fear that they're going to let Deontay Wilder get 37, 38 years old. If he's still fighting, they're going to want that fight.
Yeah, he probably done by then because they're gonna do the shell game with these belts. No matter who wins, watch. They're gonna do the shell game. If that fight happens, the shell game is taking place.
Yeah, because he's already bought the belts. He's already bought the belts. Joshua's got the belts. They're probably not gonna put him in there with anybody outside. If the Fury fight doesn't happen, they're not gonna put him in there with anybody who could pose any real danger to him. Like they got their get back against Andrew Ruiz right away. Because they knew they had been hearing stories because we heard them, how Andrew Ruiz was down in Mexico and in California doing the buffet circuit. He was doing all these interviews and he was getting wined and dined by all these people. He's the first Mexican heavyweight champion. Oh man, he was everywhere. He was in commercials. He got didn't he get an endorsement deal with Snickers or some shit like that? So I mean, they knew he was out of shape. They knew he wasn't ready for that fight.
Yeah.
So he didn't get that endorsement deal with Snickers. I thought he got it.
Situation. Yeah, that was
Santos. You going through them Alabama woods, man?
Yeah, man. Okay, my bad. My bad, bro. My bad.
Yeah, you going through them Alabama woods, big dog.
I don't know if we can get the UK dude back, man. So, shit. I mean, you know, it is what it is, man. Hopefully he come back and everybody can get a good talking point and kind of share their views. Yeah, man, I just want us to keep our integrity, man. Keep our same shit, you know. I don't want us
I got you, Kyle.
You know what I mean? Because, you know, that's what people come here for. They come here
because it's an interactive show. I got you, baby.
But, you know, tomorrow night, you can have at it. Well, tonight, you know what I'm saying? You know, shout out to MMA for Dummies. So listen, hey, I ain't fucking with y'all tonight. Listen, I'm being real. I got a producer. Shout out to my boy Cam. Tonight, I ain't fucking around. This y'all show tonight. I ain't even gonna be on. I'm gonna be listening in the chat and damn near asleep. So you taking over for the 99s in the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure you do these fantasy fights that you send me on Instagram. Soon as you do that, we got.
Okay, I'll think of something today.
Yeah, we got the producer. He gonna produce the show. I'm gonna kick back and I'm gonna enjoy it. And you know, he gonna be a part of the show more because you know when it comes to MMA, that's his shit. So, you know, I had to make sure that I give y'all a night, man, because shit, the conversations be too damn good, man.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out how they came in here and just turned the whole boxing conversation to this shit. We done talked about everything in boxing, and they ain't got nothing but two fighters to talk about in one division, and it's all these divisions, and they done came in here and turned the whole damn boxing talk. Wasn't nobody even pushing no narratives or nothing like that. Or no Joshua and Fury. Nobody's pushing narratives on that over here, man. Nobody even care about that stuff like that beyond the fact that if the third fight gonna happen, let it happen. If the undisputed gonna happen, let it happen. I don't give a damn about none of that. None of that old narrative, old arbitrary arguments of resumes and all that. All them fighters got to the level they was at and fought at the level they was at because they fought to get there. I'm not gonna disrespect none of those fighters. They fought to get to the level that they was at to get those fights that we saw. It was some winners, it was some losers, it was some comebacks and some rematches, and we got some good fights as fight fans. At the end of the day, I'm not disrespecting none of the fighters. The reality of it is y'all not boxing fans. Y'all fans of certain people, and y'all fans of y'all country. Which, hey, that's to each his own on that. But don't come over here spreading.
Hey, hold on, real quick.
I just want to see them ride for Billy Joe Saunders the way they ride for.
Hold on, real quick. Pause. I need you to hold on real quick. The guy in the chat, Simon. You can join the panel. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and then you can kind of, you know, come. You can say your point or say your piece. But what we're not gonna do is have the chat cooking in the chat, but not cooking it on the panel. You know what I'm saying? If you want to talk about this stuff, I want you to kind of come on the show and talk that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing about this show.
The comment section is cool, but if you want to get a point across, bring your ass on the panel and talk your shit there. That's one thing about this show. We're gonna respect everybody coming on, but what we're not gonna do is allow somebody to be in the comments talking that shit when you got an opportunity to talk that shit on the panel. That's just my thing. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that the boxing section, we keep our integrity. You know what I mean? So we don't have a lot of trolls, man, in our comment section too much, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a family, it's a brotherhood. We don't really do that bullshit. So if you want to get on a panel and talk that shit, join the panel. But all the trolling in the comments, man, we ain't for that shit, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Giving views are cool, man, but we ain't about that, man. If you want to join the panel and talk that shit. But we're not gonna do these whole comments and not be accountable and let somebody rebuttal. Because don't nobody want to be typing all fucking day, man. You know what I'm saying? When my wife sent me a long ass text message, I read one line of that motherfucker and text her back. So all this, you know what I mean? So I'm not for all the texting, man. You did what I'm saying? So with that being said, man, shout out to DJ, man. Shout out to EZ, man. Y'all boys came with it tonight. Anyway, so tonight we got MMA for Dummies, man. It's gonna be another great show, man. Yeah, but like I said, I'm kicking back tonight, DJ. It's on you tonight. You know, the MMA division is on tonight.
So much pressure.
Ain't no pressure. You love it, baby. Shit, you be cooking on that MMA. You and DB and
Yeah, can't do it without my MMA brother.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, we got a lot of good. We got 2 good MMA cards this weekend, and you know, the return of Kevin Holland. Let's see how he comes back from that loss he took a few weeks ago. He's jumping back in off a week's notice to fight a absolute gorilla in Marvin Vettori, and we're gonna see how that turns out. Then you got another Nigerian brother, Super Sadiq Yusuf. He's a featherweight, fights at 145 in MMA. He's fighting against another, awkwardly enough, a British fighter named Arnold Allen. I think they got the same record at 14-1 or 13-1. Arnold Allen is a dog, man. So yeah, we'll get into that tonight. It's gonna be 2 good MMA cards.
Well,
got a Bellator card Friday night with Ryan Bader fighting, rematching with Lyoto Machida.
I'm gonna have to have two things on at the same time, DJ.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
But I'll think of some good fantasy fights, man, and I'll get them to you today.
E, can you hear? Or is that me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, he just couldn't hear you.
Hey, Eli. Hey, I'm gonna ask both of y'all. Have I been overly biased? Just some of the stuff I've been saying.
Man, it don't even matter. OG.
It don't even matter.
No, I'm asking for a reason because I was trying. That ain't. I mean, I'm not. I usually let people know when I have a biased moment. You know what I'm saying?
No. You ain't.
I'll let you know that I'm biased towards. Y'all know I'm biased towards Wilder, so you know I don't have an objective opinion.
Even when you say you're gonna be biased, you laugh, and it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I'm still a boxing fan, so yeah, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, there's some bullshit, but this how I feel. You ain't biased like that, dude.
No, you ain't really biased. Now, I'm biased. No, you ain't biased.
Yeah,
you talking about what the sister Trey was saying?
Huh?
You talking about what the sister Trey was saying?
Oh, who got allergies? Allergies?
Right, yeah.
No, seriously. Trey just always the devil's advocate, and she sees so much of everybody with all that with all that bullshit and all that BS, till she really just don't. But she called people if she hear the slightest bit of it. It ain't that ain't nothing personal. She done been on Reggie platform and we done had some good discussion. So she just letting everybody know, like, shit, if you bias, you bias, you
Yeah.
know. But if she might have caught you in a couple moments, and you might have been saying
Right.
it, but you ain't
Right. That's what I
for
was
the
saying.
most part, you've been good for boxing. But
Yeah.
we all have some good conversation.
Listen, I'm a
Yeah.
biased man. I ain't gonna lie
If
to
you
y'all. I'm
if you
biased.
guys had said something the same as her, I would have had to change my format for real though. But that's why I just want to make sure that I usually let people know when I'm about to have my bias moment, you know, and I let it be known that I am a Wilder fan. But I'm a fan of boxing. That's the first and foremost for me, you know. Then I'm a fan of certain fighters, you know. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna call a
That's
spade a
like me.
spade.
I can see everything about Crawford. But when
Right.
I start talking about Spence, I'm like, shit, I can see this on Spence's behalf. Most
Right.
people, because they know that we all talk amongst each other all the time, they know that I'm from Dallas. I can
Right.
say anything about Crawford and say all the good shit about Crawford. Like I told everybody, Crawford ain't nobody for you to just be playing with and sending nobody that's just
Right.
a prospect in to be fucking around with. He'll fuck around
Right.
and hurt your prospect feelings. You know, if you ain't a real contender, stay out of the way. But
Right.
if I say that same shit about Spence, who the fuck is Spence? You biased. You biased.
Mm-hmm.
People when they know you from the region as the fighter, or they know that that's your favorite fighter, they tend to automatically give you that. I was hearing the other night when she said about Crawford, Holmes, Hustler Holmes did do that. When she said the money stuff about Crawford, he didn't say nothing. When she said something about Spence, he said something. That
Mm-hmm.
was biased, and I understood where she was coming from then. But when it's for both fighters, it's unbiased. It's just that you may have a favorite fighter in the mix. So if you come and you say Deontay Wilder, and you say, man, well, Wilder, you know, I'm not all for the excuses of Breland and all of that stuff. Yeah, I seen the cheating on the gloves and all of that. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
want Wilder to get his shot back, but Fury's a hell of a boxer.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
biased because you said you want Fury to get his shot, Wilder to get his shot back. You still gave Fury his due
Credit.
justice.
Yeah.
You know,
He wanted to fight. I
Yeah.
mean, cheating or not, he wanted to fight, man. I mean,
fighter
at the end
sheet.
of the fight, and like I was saying the other night to some in some respect, I was saying that Wilder did, you know, before Wilder got caught up in all the stuff that was going on over the internet and him going to doctor and having a chance to assess his situation.
Mhm.
At the end of that fight, his post-fight interview inside the ring, he said, "Hey, the best man won tonight, and it's all about the best fighting the best." You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I'm gonna call a jack a jack. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, you know, at the end of the day.
Mhm.
But I just want everybody to be understood. First and foremost, I'm a boxing fan. I'm not. I'm not. That's the first priority. Like okay, when it comes down to football, NFL,
Mhm.
my home team is the Titans. Well, I'm gonna root for them. I'm gonna root for them first. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of football, but I'm a fan of football first. Then I'm a fan of the Titans. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't.
Now,
I wouldn't put too much stake in it.
if Titans are no good, I'm gonna make it known. Yeah, I'm just elaborating, you know.
Mhm.
But because I know she listens.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. So Eli, you from Dallas? You from Dallas?
Yeah.
You not a fan of that team, are you?
Come on, man! Don't start to being disrespectful.
Hey, we just talked about this yesterday morning, Eli.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. Go Birds.
You like the Falcons?
No, I'm an Eagles
you
fan,
like
baby.
them sorry ass Eagles.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But we tend to beat y'all a lot, so it don't even matter.
I mean, and we tend to win rings around here. So you know,
what rings?
Y'all got one
just
ring,
those few.
bruh.
What rings? How many rings y'all got?
One.
Huh?
We got. You tell me when the last time Dallas won one.
No.
I can tell you, I was in kindergarten. I was in kindergarten. I was in kindergarten.
Hey,
I was in kindergarten.
How many rings
8-8
do y'all
Dallas.
have?
8-8 Dallas.
How many rings do y'all have? I answered your question.
One in the past 5 years. How many y'all got? How many y'all got the past 25?
No, I'm talking about how many do y'all have over y'all franchise history?
Troy Aikman gone.
How many do y'all
Emmitt
have over
Smith
y'all
gone.
franchise history?
Larry Allen gone. Michael Irvin
Hey,
gone. Charles Haley
they
gone.
got one
Prime
ring.
time ain't coming back. You understand? They
Hey,
can't
y'all
say.
got one
We don't
ring.
have any.
I'm
We
gonna tell
don't
you,
have
and
any
I'm
up
gonna
here.
tell you this before I get off. I'm gonna tell you this. I was so happy y'all re-signed Dak. I was so happy.
Yeah,
I was so
that
happy.
should have happened. Yeah, that was good.
I was so happy they re-signed Dak. You don't understand. I was over the moon, just like I was over the moon when they re-signed Tony Romo. Because Tony Romo was like Eli. He was gonna throw you 3 picks a game. All you had to do catch him.
Hey,
I was
you
so
made
happy
that.
y'all
You
re-signed
dressed it
Dak.
up real
Could,
well. You
could,
dressed that up real well.
Mhm.
You dressed it up real. But hey, y'all got one Super Bowl. We got 6 over y'all whole franchise history. Y'all got
you got
one.
5. You got 5.
Oh, we got 5. Okay, we got
You
5.
got 5.
We got 5. Y'all got
I mean,
one.
but the last time you won one, set it off was in the theater. So
Hey, that's like the Tyson Fury and AJ argument. That's what everybody say. But at the end of the day, they still call us America's team, and that's been gone for years. And y'all
yeah,
still talk
yeah,
about
because
our
y'all been
team, but we don't
trash
talk
for a
about
long
y'all team.
time, boy.
Hey,
Yeah, y'all
y'all
been
still
holding on
talk
to that
about our
because y'all
team,
been
but we don't
trash
talk
for a
about
long
y'all
time.
team.
Garbage.
I
Hey,
never
they
remember. I never
they good.
remember looking for a Philadelphia Eagles fan, a Saints fan, a Redskins fan, a Falcons fan. I don't never remember looking for any other team fans, but everybody always looking for a Cowboys fan. You know why? Because everything
Yeah,
bigger
because
in Texas.
we,
Everything
because
bigger
y'all
in
have an
Texas.
overinflated. It's always y'all year, man. It's always y'all year.
It's
It's
always
always y'all year
everybody
to go
year.
8-8.
It's always everybody year. Y'all just don't like to hear Texas say it because everything bigger in Texas, baby. We understand. Y'all don't like to hear Texas niggas talk, do you? I know. Don't
Everything
worry
bigger in
about it.
Texas, right?
Hey,
Hey,
y'all definitely
hey,
got some nice female
that's the
fans
same reason
down
why
there,
they
man.
don't like Earl Spence.
Everything bigger in Texas except your trophy room.
Hey, it's bigger than y'all. Y'all got 1 trophy. We got 5. I think that's a fact. What I said.
Everything bigger in Texas except your trophy room.
They got a nice
We got
stadium.
5. And we got 5. It's only a
Hey,
few teams that got more than us.
hey, DJ.
What's up, man?
I already let him know where I stand on that, yesterday. But look, I'm still going down there to see that stadium, though. That's something going to stay hard off the hook, man. They got, hey,
I'm
look,
gonna go ahead and tell you this.
they got
I'm
some
gonna go ahead and tell you this. That year we won the Super Bowl, I came down there. I came down there to see my Eagles. It is nice though, ain't it? It is nice though, ain't it? I hate it. I hated it.
It's a
It's
bad
like, oh,
stadium,
nice
man.
ass stadium.
Yeah. My partners, they been down there a couple of times without me, man. And shoot, I gotta go down there and check it out, man. If the Lord's willing, I gotta go see that joint, man. I rolled past that one in Las Vegas, but I couldn't go check it out because of COVID. I was up there in October. Man, speaking of that, when I went to Vegas, man, I went over to the Mayweather gym because the last time I was in Vegas in 08, I didn't even try to visit the Mayweather gym, but I went over there in October. I got in the gym. Well, I got in the building, but I couldn't get past the little lounge area. Where they be sitting on that furniture and stuff and talking. But somebody opened the door to the actual gym where they spar at, and I was able to see a part of a ring, and then I was able to see some reflections in the mirror from other parts of it. And because the door was supposed to be locked, they weren't allowed anyone from the public to come in because of COVID at that time. But somebody left the door unlocked, and by the grace of God, I was able to walk on up in that joint. You know what I'm saying? And it was close to the time that Tank was fighting. He was about to fight, but he wasn't around at that time though. But man,
Hey, when you go to
that
Vegas as a boxing fan, that's one of the places you always think of. One, I was in Phoenix, Arizona, and that's where I wanted to go. I wanted to slide to Vegas to see if I can get over there by the gym and trying to get over by the little club.
Yeah, I gotta get out to Phoenix myself too, man. But
I went to Vegas about 10 years ago. I was just losing money and ready to go.
You did what now?
I said when I came to Vegas about 10 years ago, I was just losing money and ready to go.
Oh, I heard that. I heard that. Hey, look, I was the fool to put his money back in the machines. before I left the day before I left up there last October. But yeah, man, it's that stadium out there looks good from the outside, man. I want to go check that.
Oh,
out.
you talking about Allegiant Stadium, the Death Star.
Yeah.
The Death Star. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on them to have a big
stadium.
event there.
I want to see the new stadium in LA too. I want to see that joint.
Yeah. I'm waiting on them to have a big boxing match there at the new stadium in Vegas.
Yeah.
I thought that's what was gonna happen with
UFC get that for boxing will.
Yeah.
UFC will get that for boxing will.
I don't think so, bro.
Boxing was scheduled to. They were going to have the Tyson Fury, Wilder and Fury fight in there if it hadn't been for COVID.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I thought they was gonna have 3 there.
Yeah, they had it lined up, man, but COVID shut all that down, man. I want to be in Vegas, man, for a big fight, man. I want to feel that atmosphere. Mm-hmm. Every time I've gone to Vegas, man, I've only been 2 times, but every time I've gone up there, man, it was like this last time, it was before the fight. Well, it wasn't in Vegas anyway. It was in Texas.
Hey, if they put another one of those big fights here, dude, it's gonna if they would have if Pacquiao would have fought Errol Spence.
It was a Mayweather fight.
But I'm saying if Pacquiao would have fought Errol Spence in this stadium, from what it did with Mikey Garcia, imagine what Pacquiao and Errol Spence would have did in Dallas Stadium.
Yeah, because Errol said he want to break his record. Yeah. Pacquiao got the record at Cowboy Stadium. Then he opened the stadium against Joshua.
Yeah,
Platt.
he did like 51,000. And Errol did like 48. Errol and Mikey did like 48.
Yeah, it was Clottey the African, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Joshua Clottey.
Clottey didn't show up for that fight, man.
It's hard to show up when Pacquiao putting them hands on your ass.
Yeah, he was a beast.
I was just about to say the same thing. But like he showed up, man, but Pacquiao put him in the trunk.
Clottey said, "This is the first time I really feel like I lost the fight."
He beat your ass.
Hey, Pacquiao back then was fighting fools like
Thomas Hitman Hearns did Martin.
No, but that game Punch Out. That game Punch Out. One character in that game he used to bounce all around you, hitting you real fast. Yeah. That's the way Pacquiao used to do them cats, man.
That's man. I have to say, if it wasn't for Mayweather and his just plain out dominance, man, Pacquiao has done a great job in boxing, man. Just 8 divisions, jumping up. No matter what we say about all the alleged steroid use and all that, I say alleged because I'm gonna be politically correct, But the man is like shit. He done terrorized every division that he done went through.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal fighter, man.
Yeah.
No ifs and buts about it. And he don't care if he lose. He coming back at you. You know what I'm saying?
He's a historic fighter.
Yes, sir.
And they asked the question of what fighter could fight in any era. I think Pacquiao could fight in any era.
He can fight
Pacquiao's one of them. He's definitely one of them.
Yeah, Mayweather, Pacquiao. I think Wilder could have fought in any era with his power.
Yep.
I think Fury could have fought in any era.
That's a fantasy fight for you. The all Alabama matchup. How about Ernie Shavers and Deontay Wilder? That's a fantasy fight for you.
Oh man.
That's a lot of power.
I think Joshua could have got in somewhere, but I don't think he would have got to the level that he is now. I don't think he would have got in.
Because he done been on his ass and too many times, too fast,
See, most of them fighters back then, they wasn't sucking on their mama's breast, man.
Mm-hmm.
These guys coming through here sucking on their mama's breast and stuff and don't know how to let go, man.
Honestly,
a lot of fighters went to other sports.
I think right now the way Spence been taking these big fights back to back to back, I think Spence could fight in any era. I'm not saying he's gonna be dominant or nothing like that, but I think he can fight
I don't know about Joshua now. Did you want to see him fight? Did you want to fight the clip? Did you want to see him fight the Klitschko brothers in their prime? Did you want to see him fight a prime Lennox Lewis? Did you want to see him fighting prime Evander and Riddick Bowe?
Don't forget the Klitschko that Joshua beat was the first one to take a loss. He got knocked out by Corey Sanders over there in South Africa.
I'm just gonna.
Did you want to see him in there with Shannon the Cannon?
Yeah, he could have competed against Shannon at that time. He could have.
You think so?
It would have been a good. Yeah, it would have been a good fight. Yeah, remember
He
Shannon when he fought
talked
Lennox Lewis? He was he wasn't the Shannon that we wanted to see, but I mean he was beatable, and he did get beat. And I like
They
Shannon.
put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah, Shannon can box. He can box, man.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Shannon
after
the
that
Cannon
first
was
loss,
a dog,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, he was.
Honestly,
Andre Ward could have competed in any era.
Yeah, any era. Yeah.
To be honest, for me, I honestly wouldn't put Deontay in any era right now. Him and Joshua, I would leave them out of there. I'm just being honest, just because I just don't see that level of competition in this era. But I do see the skill set in Fury that we could see if he can survive in that era. And he's a big guy that can move like that. That's not normal. That's not normal for to have a big guy that can move like that.
Lennox Lewis would have pieced him up, man. I hated Lennox. I hated Lennox Lewis, dog.
Hey,
I hated his guts.
Lennox was the most plain and simple, fundamental. Lennox
I swear,
Lewis
everything was very fundamental with the 1-2 down the middle.
Hey, he was Tim Duncan in boxing.
I swear, I hated Lennox Lewis, man.
He's good though. That's so
good.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something that was good about Lennox. He can knock you out, and he can also be knocked out. And he was good at both.
Yeah,
I would say that.
You know what?
He ended one guy's career.
Hey, I'm thinking about this. Okay, y'all, when we talk resumes, how we always talk resume, we always consider Mike Tyson one a bad motherfucker in that generation, but Mike Tyson had a resume that was full of people that just wasn't there.
It was like a Deontay type of situation, man.
So then in that case, you got to put Deontay and Anthony Joshua in there because those fights were there in that generation too. And Mike Tyson was one of the biggest names of that generation.
Take it for what it was. Go ahead, Santo. My bad.
He don't have some fight. It's going to be a mix of fighters, man. They're not all going to be the greatest of fighters because the greatest of fighters don't want to fight you yet. So you got to take some of these lower ranking guys and fight them and work your way up. That's just boxing. If Deontay get to the top, and that's what he did. Him and his team. Now I want to say this about putting him in another era. I'm liking to put him in another era because I'm looking at a person like George Foreman, who's a hard puncher, but he didn't have the best skills either. As far as combinations and punching and all that. He's even Ali said he's like a mummy. But George get your butt up out of there though, quick, fast, in a hurry. So, but you got guys with that eraser, man. They can compete just about any era. But Wilder, he's done something phenomenal, very phenomenal. Those fans can say whatever they want, and they can discount his career all they want, man. But they know the real. They know the real.
Yeah, George Foreman would just walk forward and slam them lunch boxes upside your head that he called fists. Yeah. And it was all she wrote, man.
And he ran back far as he could to try to take you out. You know what I'm saying?
Tried to nail your head to the floor.
Yes, sir. Every punch had conviction on it. It's
like how many people we got still in the chat? Let's see.
Us 3. Oh, you said chat. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Okay. It's 3 people still in there. Let's just go through there for hours.
Yeah.
From y'all want to go from 126 or 135 through heavyweight? What fighters could fight in another era, in any other era? Right now,
Devin Haney for sure. because he has pure boxing skill. I like the pure boxers, man. Any pure boxer can go through any era, man. I believe Devin Haney for sure. Gary Russell with his speed. Now it'd have been hard for him. It'd have been hard for him to compete with guys like Floyd and Purnell. And as you got up to wasn't nobody touching 135 Shane Mosley. Nobody. I don't care who you are. Wasn't nobody touching 135 Shane Mosley.
And then you had Roberto Duran down there at 126 too.
Did he start at one? I thought he started at 135.
I thought Roberto started at 126.
I thought he started at 35.
Let's see.
I thought he started lighter than 135 too.
I thought he started at 26. I don't know.
Because he went up about 5 or 6 weight divisions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, y'all know our UK guy trying to get back in, man.
No. I don't want to. I want to talk boxing. I want to talk all around
saying,
boxing. I don't want to just talk.
He was trying to get back in at 6:30.
He can get back in, but shit, yeah, he just like, damn. Let's talk all around boxing.
We're gonna keep
enjoy that whole thing.
Cordial, man. You know, some maturity.
Who else could have lasted? And when I think of an era, I think of the fighters in that era too, man. So yeah, I think Devin Haney could have stood his ground in that era, in that golden era back then. So let me think.
135.
Yeah, at 135. But like I said, Shane Mosley at 135 was different, man.
Yeah, he was stronger than everybody. For one thing, he was quick. He had quick.
He was quick, man. He would cut these angles and hit you with. Oh man.
De La Hoya didn't have nothing for him when they fought. I think he beat De La Hoya in the amateurs and professional ranks, didn't he? And Vernon Foster beat him, Shane, in the amateurs and the professional ranks.
Yeah, Vernon Forrest just had his number, man. But then turn around. But let me tell you why fighting math don't work. Because Vernon Forrest had Shane Mosley's number, right?
Yeah, I know.
Ricardo Mayorga had Vernon Forrest's number. But who beat Ricardo Mayorga?
Shane Mosley. And Oscar De La Hoya. So
that's how you know boxing math or MMA math don't work.
Yeah. What about that second fight with Vernon Forrest and Mayorga though? I thought Vernon did enough to get the nod on that fight, and he did.
Which fight close. Did it? I thought he knocked him out in the second fight. Huh? He knocked him out one of them fights. I know.
No, that might have been the first fight, but I know the second fight he did. It wasn't no knockout in the second fight.
It had to be in the first fight. Then I know Mayorga knocked him out one time.
He beat him down in the first fight.
Yeah.
It wasn't no question who won that one, but that second fight, I thought he edged him enough to get the nod. He was mad too. His career wasn't the same after that.
Yeah, Roberto Duran started at super featherweight.
Okay, that was 130. That was 130.
I knew it was something
that was one contest between 126 pounds. That was 126.
You said super featherweight?
It says super featherweight, also known as junior lightweight, is a weight division in professional boxing contested between 126 and 130 pounds. Okay.
Yeah, that's the 130 pound. That's the 130 pound player.
Yeah, you're right.
But they changed those divisions a little bit.
That's what was messing me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you over 126, they consider you a super featherweight. So
yeah.
I'm gonna tell you a fighter that no one brings up in these chats or on these panels, man. We talk about Duran, we talk about Sugar Ray, talk about Hearns, Hagler. We never bring up Iran Barkley, man, which was on the. Him and Duran had a battle or two. And he had a battle with Duran. He had a battle with Hearns.
Yep.
And those two, he didn't get to fight Hagler or Sugar Ray.
Did he fight? Wait, let me see. Did he fight Sugar Ray? I thought he had fought Sugar Ray. I thought they fought later.
I don't remember the fight. Or did it?
What about the guy who?
I could be wrong.
What about the guy who Aaron Pryor beat up on when he was on cocaine? Alexis Arguello.
Alexis Arguello.
Alexis Arguello. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did he move
They have
up?
2 or 3 fights. They had 2 or 3 fights. Him and Alexis.
they had some classics.
Yes, sir.
They had some classic knockout. I'm telling you, Aaron Pryor, that was the Hawk man, Hawk time.
Hawk
Yes, sir.
time. Yes, sir.
Hawk time.
Yeah,
What
that was one
time
of my
is it?
granddaddy
Hawk time.
favorite. That was one of my granddaddy favorite fighters. That's how I knew about him.
That's why I was just telling them tonight. That was one of my favorite fighters right there.
Hey,
What time is it? Hawk time.
you know what? He gave Hearns the business in the amateurs. Gave him the business.
And then Sugar Ray duck him.
Yeah, they never did fight. Never did fight. Hey, Aaron Pryor, hey, look here. He beat a lot of folks in the amateur, boy. He gave a lot of them hell.
But see, the amateur system back then was cutthroat, man. It ain't the same as it is now. You see a lot of the top guys that don't even worry about the Olympics now, like guys like Tank. And did Devin go through the Olympics? I don't think Devin did the Olympics.
No, he been
Tank was like, what the?
I went to Mexico.
He was like, nah, I've been fighting for free my whole life. He was like, I'm not fighting for free no more. I've been fighting for free my whole life. What the Olympics gonna do for me?
Right.
So he turned pro.
Hey, you was right. Barkley didn't fight what you call him, but he fought back to back to back. Check this shit out, back to back. It's Hearns, Duran, Michael Nunn, and Nigel Benn.
That is.
He fought all 4 of them back to back.
But guess what? Guess what? He was supposed to be part of the greatest Olympic team, one of the greatest Olympic teams with Mark Breland and all of them. But he had a child on the way already here. He had to take the money, man. That's why he went pro.
Shit, he fought James Toney, Henry Maskey.
Yep.
Man, he fought everybody.
Yeah, he fought them all, man. Everything he was supposed to fight back then, he fought them except for the Hearns and Sugar Ray, but they were on the tail end of their career anyway, you know.
He might be one of those fighters that, when we were saying earlier, fighters that fought too long.
Yeah.
Cause Jesus Christ, with the fights that he had.
I don't know how it was with his last fight, but his money wasn't right. He was making money.
Hey guys, I gotta check out. My phone about to die, man. I'll see y'all guys tonight.
Okay, bro, man. Take care, man. Appreciate it. All right. He never did get the level of money that he should have. But he was happy to get what he did get, and but he was very free-hearted and gave up a lot of financial support to a lot of people that he probably shouldn't thought second about. You know what I'm saying?
He fought for 17 years.
Okay. Yeah, that's
he fought all the way up to 99.
99. Yeah, that was he was long in the tooth at 99. Then.
Who they was? They was talking about that Pryor versus Sugar Ray. Talking about Sugar Ray ducked him, but he said Pryor wanted more. He didn't duck him. Pryor wanted more money.
Oh, really? So that was a money issue why that fight didn't happen
back then.
But, Sugar Ray was getting all the money against. He was always a side back then.
I agree 100% with Robert. Say his all-time 130 to 135. Aaron Pryor, Floyd Mayweather, Shane Mosley, Roberto Duran, Julio Cesar Chavez.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, Mayweather was just definitely one of the best 135s.
Mm-hmm. Well, bro, it seems like we all at that checkout time right about now. I see people checking out the chat, and I'm about ready to check out myself. I sit up and talk. I was thinking about if I was gonna go run a load today or not. And shit, I said, man, I'm gonna sit at the house. I already got to meet this insurance adjuster. And
is it raining down there?
Huh?
Is it raining down there in your area?
It's been threatening to rain, but it ain't rain. It's for like probably been scattered showers here and there, but it ain't rain here.
Give out them final words, y'all.
Yeah. Oh man, my man is still here. Man, the champ is still here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Cal, man, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, bro. I definitely got to thank my brother Eli. He's a ride or die, man. He's a ride or die homie. I'll tell you. I want to thank DJ who just came back in and left out. You know, he came in and set a spell with us. And I want to thank Trey for coming through. I want to thank everyone in the chat, even all the UK fans. I definitely want to thank the UK fan that came over and spoke his piece, regardless if we agree or not. I appreciate you. And well, hopefully, you know, everybody has a safe day. I'm gonna pray for all of us have a safe day, have a prosperous day, and we come back and do it again.
For sure.
I just want to say, man, I appreciate you having me on your platform, man. Salute to Centos Boxing, salute DJ Robert Brown, J.A. Dixon. Robert Brown, J.A. Dixon are always active in the chat, giving us something to talk about. We're bringing up good subjects and good input. You know, Trey being on the panel all the time, giving good input, and also being in the chat. You know, just salute to everybody, man. I appreciate you. I'm glad to be here and talk boxing with y'all and life and everything else in between. I enjoyed myself.
For sure, for sure. Here's the outro, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
All right, my man. Y'all take care, man. I appreciate you.
All right, y'all. We out.